for Thursday, December 15th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the commissions do not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I will note that we will be taking roll here shortly, and for the benefit of the public, commissioners will be coming in and out of the chambers, but they will still be viewing and listening to testimony in the executive chambers in the back via the live telecast. Okay? I'll take the Planning Commission roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Hillis. Here. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Koppel. Here. Commissioner Melgar.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And now the Recreation and Park Commission. Commissioner Buell.
Here.
Commissioner Lowe.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Bonilla.
Here.
Commissioner Harrison.
Here.
And Commissioner McDonald.
Here.
Also, for the benefit of the public, we've arranged for an overflow room in the North Light Court on the first floor of City Hall. And for those persons who may be viewing from that North Light Court now, you will have an opportunity to submit your public testimony as the room, as we begin accepting public testimony. You'll make your way up to this room. Commissioners, your special calendar, I will note that the Joint Commissions will hold one public hearing for the public to provide testimony on all items listed below. Following the public hearing, the Planning Commission will consider certifying the final environmental impact report for the Natural Resource Management Plan, formerly named Significant Natural Resources Area Management Plan, or CNRAMP. And the Recreation and Park Commission will consider adopting the CEQA findings for the plan and will then consider approving the plan. Item 1A for case number 2005.0912E, Significant Natural Resource Area Management Plan, certification of the final environmental impact report. Please note that the public hearing on the draft EIR is closed. The public comment period for the draft EIR ended on June 11th, 2012. Public comment will be received when the item is called during the hearing. However, comments submitted may not be included in the final EIR. Item 1B, the Natural Resource Management Plan.
Let me just kind of make an announcement for commissioners and for the public, and appreciate everybody being here today on a rainy day, and appreciate everyone's patience as we have a full house here in an overflow room. Just a reminder that these two items today are similar. We are going to have one public hearing, one public comment period. This will not be the last opportunity for public comment in this entire management plan project. And want to make sure that folks know that these two commissions often meet together regularly for various items, and this is not unusual that these two commissions come together. So we will offer a 3-minute public comment today, and want to try to get everyone an opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Midnight.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dawn Kamala-Nathan, and I am the Planning and Capital Director for the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department. I wanted to start off today by just offering a few observations. I think, first and foremost, that I think San Francisco is quite rare among American cities, and that it offers really, truly the best that any city can offer in terms of urban amenities, but also a uniquely robust access to wild spaces. And when I say that, I don't mean the typical day trips of your average Bay Area citizen of Muir Woods and Point Reyes and these other spectacular spaces that take 2 hours to drive to, but these equally beautiful spaces that are quite literally steps away from many people's front door rather than miles away. And many San Franciscans, I think, love the city for that balance, for this blend of urban amenities and natural lands. And I want to remind folks that at the core of the Significant Natural Resource Area Management Plan is a desire to cherish and protect that balance above everything else. And the core of this plan is an effort to really deepen our commitment to environmentalism building on what I think is actually an equally impressive legacy, that in the 70s, there were stakeholders that organized themselves to ensure that the city acquired the hilltops that we now take for granted. So Twin Peaks, Mount Davidson, Kite Hill, Tank Hill, these were part of an intentional strategy to really ensure that those vistas would be available for future generations, as well as the unique parks that you go to access those views. I think one of the things that we learned in park building over the past years is that actually acquisition is not enough. We know that as we're starting to now try and build new neighborhood parks for new neighborhoods, but that we need to have a very intentional philosophy and a very intentional approach about how to conserve these spaces for the future. And without that commitment to conservation, deteriorating spaces like Bernal Hill or Buena Vista Hill will continue to degrade, and their recreational and habitat value will dramatically diminish over time. So those are the commitments that are at the core of this plan. And I think that, I've been working on this plan for 10 years, and some folks in this room have been working on it for 20. And most of our conversations have often been around what I would call the edges of the plan, around these negotiable edges that are in each of the parks, around how much square footage should be shifted to one use or another, or whether some trees should be taken down in 1 year or in another year, future year. And I want to let commissioners know that we expect that those conversations will continue forever, and we, in fact, welcome them. That this is an important part of the conversation about how we plan our open spaces, that we include public feedback, and the Rec Park Department is committed to engaging in that conversation for the foreseeable future. There will be many opportunities through budget processes and community design processes to continue to refine and negotiate about how this plan is implemented at each park. But today we're hoping to really focus on the core of this plan, the guiding philosophy, and also guiding directives that we hope will shape our conservation efforts and also ensure continued public access to these unique resources for years to come. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Stacy Bradley and Lisa Wayne, to talk further detail about the plan itself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. If I could have the slides. My name is Lisa Wayne. I serve as the Natural Resources Manager for the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department. My intent here today is, in the next 10 minutes or less, to explain to you why this plan is important and what the recommendations are. That's a little bit like distilling down War and Peace to a tweet, but I will do my best to get it all in. As Dawn said, San Franciscans are fortunate to have open spaces that still contain San Francisco's natural heritage and that we can visit and appreciate them every day. What makes these places unique and distinct from our backyards and our landscape parks, among other things, are the 140-plus species of plants and animals that rely on these native areas. The biological diversity contained in these lands are not only acknowledged in local plans and policies, but also in international conservation efforts, such as the Man in the Biosphere program. Could I get the slides, please? Thank you. The project, or the Natural Resources Management Plan, is a 20-year plan that lays out measures for the Recreation and Park Department to take to preserve and enhance these open spaces and create conditions in which these organisms can thrive. The plan includes recommendations to promote biological diversity, sustainable landscapes, restore native flora and fauna, promote soil and water conservation and quality. It positions our parklands to be adaptive to climate change and advocates for environmental justice. Preserving these lands are opportunities for our San Francisco youth to experience, explore, and learn in our local natural areas about the natural world, and that value cannot be understated. So we as San Franciscans and our youth can go to these parks and experience these places without having to go to Marin County, Yosemite, or beyond. The plan itself covers 32 natural areas, 31 in San Francisco, 1 in San Mateo County, about 1,100 acres, and recommends 30 miles of trails to be maintained and constructed. So here we are again. The development of this plan and the EIR have been 20 years in the making. Through the course of the development, there have been many opportunities for community input and comment to be incorporated into the document. There have been 3 major drafts of the plan: independent, scientific, and peer review. And while the certification of the EIR and the plan is certainly a milestone, in many ways it's just the beginning, because public input and comment will continue through the plan implementation. The natural areas considered in the plan were surveyed to a great level of detail and mapped and divided based on their habitat values. This subdivision helps our department prioritize our conservation efforts and also helps us plan for recreational uses. The natural areas are mapped into 3 management areas. Management area 1s are those that contain the greatest amount of biodiversity and are at the greatest risk of extinction. The management area 2s are buffer areas. They also contain an important conservation element. And management area 3s have fewer sensitive species and are opportunities to maintain our existing landscapes and provide for recreation. So, for example, our urban forests. So let's take a closer look at a few of these open spaces and the measures recommended in them, starting with the iconic Twin Peaks. In addition to being a world-class tourist destination, it's home to the endangered mission blue butterfly. This is a nickel-sized bright blue butterfly that exists only in San Francisco, the Marin Headlands, and northern San Mateo County. It exists nowhere else in the world, and it's listed as endangered by the federal government. The continued existence of this species in San Francisco depends on the presence of local plants and food sources and host plants that are found at Twin Peaks. So its survival and reproduction are linked to a handful of plant species that grow in the shallow rocky soils at Twin Peaks. So correspondingly, the plan recommends the control of invasive weeds, such as sourgrass, that compete and eliminate the lupin plants and other species upon which the butterfly depends. Throughout our parklands, weeds and invasive species are primarily controlled by hand, by volunteers, Recreation and Park Department staff, and through mechanical means. In some specific cases, for example, with oxalis and the protection of the mission blue butterfly habitat, a feasible manual or mechanical alternative to control of those weeds does not exist. In this case, spot treatment of herbicides are used judiciously to control oxalis for this endangered species habitat. The Recreation and Park Department abides by the Department of the Environment's IPM program and its restrictions, and we're very proud of the fact that we have reduced the usage of our Tier 1 herbicides by over 91% in the last 5 years. Another property that contains endangered species is Sharp Park, not Harp Park, in San Mateo County. At Sharp Park, the plan makes recommendations aimed at the recovery of 2 state and federally listed species, the California red-legged frog and the San Francisco garter snake. The plan recommends creating a habitat corridor between the wetlands shown on the left-hand side of the photo, creating and recreating open water habitat for the breeding of the frogs, and the creation of upland habitat for basking and thermal regulation of the snake species. At McLaren Park, the plan recommends extensive trail improvements, up to 8 miles of trails, sensitive plant and animal species protection, as well as a recommendation to convert approximately 8 acres of off-leash area to on-leash to protect a creek area. This will mean that a 50-acre off-leash area will continue to exist at McLaren Park under the plan. At Bernal Heights, the plan recommends addressing the soil loss and erosion that occurs continuously along the steep cliff faces around the hill, which you can see a little bit on the photo on the left-hand side, the vertical the vertical cliffs there. To reduce the loss of parkland, off-leash dog use in a portion of the park containing steep erosion-prone slopes and sensitive species would be converted to on-leash recreation. Much of these areas, as shown in the photo, are currently inaccessible and unsafe for both humans and their companion pets. If the plan is implemented, dogs will still be welcome on leash in these and all parks managed by the Recreation and Park Department. The Recreation and Park Department continues to develop new dog play areas throughout the city in an effort to serve our recreational needs system-wide. And 76 acres of off-leash area would remain in these natural areas under this plan. At Mount Davidson Park, the plan proposes, among many other things, the protection and enhancement of unique habitats and the protection and enhancement of urban forests. Thinning of trees is proposed in a portion of the forest where native ecosystems and biological diversity exist and need protecting and enhancement. There's an approximately 14% reduction in the number of trees proposed for removal over a 20-year period. In the other 20 acres of urban forest at Mount Davidson, the plan recommends healthy urban forest management and the rejuvenation and preservation of the urban forest for future generations. Independent arborists and experts in tree health have estimated that 80% of the trees at Mount Davidson are in poor or fair condition. System-wide, the plan protects 200 acres of urban forest and 26 acres of native oak woodland. It preserves 95% of the trees in San Francisco natural areas and recommends a 1-to-1 replacement. So for every tree removed, a tree would be planted in its place. Here's a rendering of a view along a trail at Mount Davidson Park. The current conditions are on the top image. You can see there's failing trees, there's unhealthy trees, there's ivy growing up the trees. The image below is a rendering of what the forest would look like from that same vantage point under the thinning scenario proposed in the plan. So you can see still very green, new trees being planted, and a more healthy environment. In Glen Canyon, the plan recommends the maintenance and enhancement of trails, including our Creeks to Peaks Trail, which if you haven't hiked it yet, I highly recommend it. And the protection of sensitive species, as well as the protection and enhancement of one of the last free-flowing creeks in San Francisco. As a way to illustrate what the small-scale restoration along Islayas Creek would look like, I have a series of images here. The beginning one showing eucalyptus trees with very little understory, the removal of those trees, the replanting 1 year after restoration and 5 years after restoration. It's now a very thriving and diverse creek system, supporting many, many species of wildlife and plants. I want to thank you for your attention. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Melinda Hugh from the Environmental Planning Division of the Planning Department. I am joined by Lisa Gibson, Acting Environmental Review Officer, and Jessica Range, Senior Environmental Planner. The item before the Planning Commission is the certification of the Final Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the proposed Natural Resource Management Plan. A draft of the EIR certification motion is also before the Planning Commission. The draft EIR was published on August 31st, 2011. The public hearing on the draft EIR was held on October 6th, 2011. The public comment period closed on October 31st, 2011. On April 27th, 2012, the Planning Department opened a second public review period, which ended on June 11th, 2012. The comments and responses document was published and distributed on November 16th, 2016. The EIR analyzes the plan at a program level with the exception of routine maintenance activities and the Sharp Park restoration project, which are analyzed at a project-specific level. Once individual programmatic projects are proposed and specific details are available, additional environmental review will be conducted as required by CEQA. The EIR found that implementation of the plan would result in the following significant unavoidable environmental impacts that could not be mitigated below a significant level. 1, a significant project-specific and cumulative impact on Sharp Park Golf Course, a historic resource under CEQA, due to modification of golf holes for restoration activities. 2, a significant cumulative impact on recreation and biological resources in dog play areas within natural areas due to increased use resulting from the reduction of dog play areas by the project and potentially by the National Park Service's dog management plan within the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. And 3, a significant project-specific and cumulative impact on air quality from the Sharp Park Restoration Project and programmatic activities of similar magnitude. Following publication of the response to comments document for the Natural Resources Management Plan, the Recreation and Parks Department proposed modifications to the project description with respect to proposed actions at the Sharp Park Natural Area with the intent of emphasizing the preferred use of soil spoils for habitat restoration purposes and identifying the other disposal sites required for excess spoils as equal disposal options. The revisions to the project description remove specific reference to use of the spoils to raise the elevation of certain golf course holes and to clarify potential reuse locations. The Environmental Planning Division of the Planning Department has analyzed the proposed revisions to the project description and determined that the proposed modifications to the project description would not result in new significant environmental impacts or substantially increase the severity of a significant impact identified in the draft EIR, and no new mitigation measures would be necessary. Further, these modifications to the project description and additional revisions to the EIR as shown below, as shown in the errata, do not change any of the conclusions in the draft EIR and do not constitute significant new information that requires recirculation of the draft EIR under CEQA. Commissioners have before them the errata memo that presents the revisions to the document, and we have extra copies of these for members of the public next to the agenda on the table. The memo is also in the public information binder and can be found on the Planning Department's website. The staff-initiated text changes that will be added to Chapter 5.B staff-initiated changes and incorporated into the final EIR are presented starting on page 1 of the errata memo. Deletions are marked with strike-through, and additions are noted with double underline. The Planning Department and Commission have received over 500 emails or letters following the publication of the responses to comments document. Many comments focus on the relative merits of the proposed plan, that is, question the actions proposed under the plan, or express support or opposition for the proposed plan or elements of the plan. Comments on the merits of the plan unrelated to the environmental analysis are considered independent of the decision to certify the EIR. The Recreation and Parks Commission may wish to take such comments into account during their consideration of plan approval. None of the comments received present any new information that would merit changes to the EIR or would alter the conclusions presented in the EIR, and therefore a recirculation of the EIR pursuant to CEQA is not required. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the motion before you that certifies that the contents of the report are adequate and accurate, and that the procedures through which the final EIR was prepared comply with the provisions of CEQA, the CEQA guidelines, and Chapter 31 of the Administrative Code. This concludes my presentation on this matter, unless the Commission members have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, opening it to public comment. And calling folks, if you want to line up on this side of the room by the televisions, it works out best, and try to keep the doors clear and free. Linda Garcia Milhood, Richard Harris, Bill Brick, Amber Henstelbrigg, Marcus Gridwall, Arthur Feinstein, Charlotte Hill, Bridget Kelly, Christopher Campbell, and Chris Gorney.
If your name's been called, feel free to approach the podium and submit your testimony.
Hi, Linda Garcia Milhone, resident of Miraloma Park for 40 years, and a lover of Mount Davidson. First of all, I just wanted to say that I think it's disappointing that there isn't enough room in here, or that large enough room wasn't given so that everyone involved in this is a really big and important issue for us could speak. I want to tell you that I hope that the Planning Commission will not accept or not certify the EIR. I think it's flawed on many issues, and I could name a few, but I have 1 minute. Is that it?
You have
3 minutes.
2 minutes now.
2 minutes, okay. I think a lot has changed in climate change. Has been rapidly coming on to us. The cutting of the trees, that sequester a lot of carbon, would accelerate climate change. So I believe the carbon sequestration calculations are inaccurate. They're outdated. The EIR uses the wrong definition of biodiversity. Blue gum eucalyptus is, granted, not native, but it's non-invasive too. Thinning will harm the trees. I think Lisa Wayne said that the planting would be 1-to-1. I was at the Urban Forestry Council meeting, and they adopted a 3-to-1 replanting, excuse me. The EIR is inaccurate in projecting herbicide use. That really bothers me, and I think it should bother all of you. I don't support the city's natural areas, native plant area. I think it is xenophobic. Does that mean that we all have to leave? All of us who are not native would have to leave too? I want NAP to stop using poisonous herbicides, closing trails, and limiting play areas. If the EIR is certified, I hope that you will approve the maintenance alternative. And I just wanted to say that, unfortunately, my neighbor couldn't be here, a young woman who could speak because she had to work today, couldn't get paid for working. I'm wondering how many city employees from Park and Rec are here on the payroll. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And if you folks want, you can slide this line all the way up. We'll make this. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Richard Harris. I've been before many of you before over the years for the San Francisco Public Golf Alliance. The Sharp Park is a treasure of international significance to the golf community. We have set that out to you in several letters over the years. I have summarized that in a letter that we delivered late last night. I've delivered hard copies to you. Ask you to look that through. There requires balance here between there's a very significant property, and we the golfers have been generally agreeable to the balance that needs to be struck between the playing of golf, the historic golf course built by Alistair McKenzie, and the native species. Golf is a recreation in nature. We respect nature. We want to get along with nature. I ask you to look through the letter that I sent, which summarizes the last 5 or 6 years of these public hearings, of trips to court, of trips to the agencies, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Coastal Zone Commission. They've heard the arguments to close the golf course. They've heard our arguments to keep the golf course and balance. And they have all, including the courts, including the Coastal Zone Commission, said, yeah, let's strike a balance. This is historic. This is important public recreation. Low cost. That's under the Coastal Act. That is a significant value. It's a significant value under the CEQA as well, because this is architectural history. I have only heard, and I have not had a chance to look at the errata, which speaks to something about the 14th hole. I will look through that and reserve the next 20 seconds I have in case I have a problem with that, or ask that to be reserved. With that, I thank you over the years for your support and encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Brick. I'm a 27-year resident of the city. I'm here today as a member of Nature in the City to urge your affirmation of the actions before you today. San Francisco and the Bay Area are endowed with magnificent and iconic natural beauty, yet it would be a mistake to neglect our city's many wonderful natural areas. These are splendid places that support habitat and refuge for scores of plant and animal species and provide safe and healthy recreation to our city's residents. The importance of San Francisco's natural areas cannot be overstated. These unique and special places foster community through service and public gathering. They provide access to the quiet and calm of nature in neighborhoods throughout the city to all residents, including those who may otherwise lack access to our state and national parks farther afield. They enhance the value of our homes, schools, and neighborhoods. They provide critical habitat to critters who also call San Francisco home and with whom we all share this planet with. They connect people to wild nature and its sense of wonder and awe right here in the city. They provide a learning laboratory that inspires this and future generations towards wise stewardship of our natural heritage. This, of course, at a most critical time as the world's biodiversity is being lost before our eyes. Ultimately, everyone's health, well-being, and vitality are dependent upon a healthy and functioning biosphere. Our quality of life is measured in part by healthy environments and our access to and enjoyment of natural open spaces. So I urge you to approve the plan and certify the final EIR. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Amber Hasselbring. I'm the Executive Director of Nature in the City. I'm here today to speak on behalf of our members, and we want to support the Natural Areas Program and the certification of the final EIR. We support the plan because it represents our shared goals to protect and restore local wildlife habitats, promote equitable access to healthy open spaces, and provide community-based stewardship on our public lands. We work in partnership with Rec and Park and city agencies to create habitat corridors for the green hairstreak butterfly and other wildlife. We have demonstrated that once habitats are restored to provide for species like this butterfly, populations can once again thrive. Without these special natural places, the most sensitive species cannot survive. We look forward to working with the Recreation and Parks Department for years to come with the approval of this important plan. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marcus Griswold. I live in the Sunset District. And what really struck me, about San Francisco, when you could look at New York City and Baltimore and other urban areas around the country, is that you can actually walk into your backyard and experience nature. You can walk up to Hawk Hill, Rocky Outcrop, Twin Peaks, Golden Gate Park, and you could just be there in nature. So I'm here to support the approval of the EIR and a natural areas management plan. And I just want to say I cannot, thank you enough and the city enough for preserving those areas for us and for my children in the future. I think these 32 special places are really special places that, if protected and restored in the right way, can allow the hundreds of species that we have in this city to adapt to a changing climate and to provide my kids with habitat and places to explore in the future. My kids go to a school that's right in the midst of a bunch of the natural areas within the city, along the Green Hare Street corridor, which supports a butterfly species. This includes Hawk Hill, Rocky Outcrop, and other parts of the park, of Golden Gate Park. So without these special places and native plants, pollinators such as this butterfly could actually not survive. Not only do these natural areas support those biodiverse species and those habitats, but they're really living laboratories for the local schools, for the schools in that area, Alice Fong U and Hoover Middle School, and the residents alike who have really supported restoration of the habitat along that corridor. If we as a city really care about these special places as a stronghold for native species, we really need to protect and restore them as is outlined in this plan. So again, I hope that the Commission is able to approve this plan and move forward with the plan, and also consider ways to make the natural areas more inclusive and accessible to other areas of the city where the natural areas currently aren't available. So thank you, and thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christopher Campbell. I'm a resident of Mount Davidson and a member of Local 261. I'm also employed by the Recreation and Park Department, and I'm here today in support of the Natural Resource Management Plan. San Francisco has an amazing environmental history. Few cities are fortunate enough to harbor a diversity of natural areas and habitats with the urban environment that we have here. The plan guides the city to conserve and restore the biodiversity of these areas. And our natural areas are some of our greatest treasures in our city, including the creek that runs through Glen Canyon, the unique grasslands and shrub communities blanketing Mount Davidson, the diverse grasslands at Twin Peaks, critical for the endangered Mission blue butterfly, and the majestic oaks of the Golden Gate Park oak woodlands. The plan also addresses climate change and promotes urban forest enhancement. And the Rec and Park staff applies adaptive management techniques, which has helped to lead to the reduction of Tier 1 herbicide use by 91% since 2010. And without these special places, animals, including rare and endangered species, cannot survive. Our natural areas permit San Franciscans to experience nature here right now. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I urge you to approve the plan and certify the EIR. Thank you.
Commissioners, hi, I'm Arthur Feinstein, and I'm representing the Sierra Club. This is, if you notice the card that I submitted, you'll see that I checked off both endorse and oppose this project. This is particularly difficult for me. I was part of the negotiating team, 15 years ago, under Yomi, the previous director, brought people together to try and figure out how we could have a plan, which you see now with 3 tiers. I was part of the 6-person or 8-person negotiation to get a natural areas program that could be going forward. So I am very much attached to this and urge you to adopt the EIR only if you remove the golf course project at Sharp Park from that EIR. And you'll notice that the Natural Areas Program is a programmatic EIR, but completely inappropriately has been injected a specific project component dealing with the golf course. The environmental grouping, Wild Equity, Audubon, and others have signed on previously comments, and I'm not speaking for Audubon now at all, but submitted comments indicating with some of the best science available that the project at Sharp Park for the golf course actually will have deleterious effects on 2 endangered species. One of them, the garter snake, San Francisco garter snake, which at meetings the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service personnel have informed us they think that's the species most likely to go extinct in the Bay Area. It has such small range of habitats. Sharp Park is an important one. We believe the golf course will prove deleterious to that species. As I said, we've submitted evidence from esteemed scientists that is the case. And yet suddenly, here it is in a natural area. The golf course is not a natural area, obviously, so it does not belong in this EIR to begin with. And we urge you, pass the natural areas final. Make a finding that the project EIR needs to come out and be discussed separately in the more detail that a project EIR deserves, especially with endangered species, which you did not get through a programmatic EIR. And if you do that, you will have done the right thing. The city will benefit greatly. Our natural areas program is essential and wonderful, but don't pass something that is not a natural areas program under the guise of an EIR that is only for natural areas, and yet here you have one that's for a golf course. I'm sorry. I have no opinion about golf, good or bad, but it is not a natural area, and it's cynical to put it in. I'm sorry. So, anyway, yes, no, it's up to you, but do make the right choice. Thank you very much.
Shall I go? Let me add a couple of names while you come up. I'm going to just suggest names of people to get in line. So Brian Perkins, Greg Garr, Michael Boland, Josiah Clark, Curtis Chan, Terry Thomas, Mike Wallach, and Connie Sickman.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Charlotte Hill, and I'm here to ask you to approve the EIR and the plan for the Natural Areas Program. I'm here today in my capacity as an environmental educator. For 15 years, I worked for a program called Kids in Parks, and we took kids into natural areas to learn about local ecology. And many of these students, these parks are their experience of nature, and the diversity that we're able to find there is phenomenal. To be able to go and take a bunch of city kids to a wetland, to a grassland, to a forest is phenomenal, and the Natural Areas Program has been an amazing resource for my students. So I encourage you to keep the program going and pass the EIR and the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bridget Kelly, and I am nobody but a citizen. What I wanted to share with you was, I'm an artist, so pictures are worth 1,000 words to me, and my biggest concern is, I'm not saying that right, wrong, whatever, I'm concerned about what's happening in reality. I mean, a plan is nice, but a reality is another matter completely. And when I look at what happened to Glen Park, I am not happy. I know that there are parts of Glen Park that have definitely been improved, and I want to give credit to the people and to the organization that did make that happen. Lisa explained some great things that were going on about that. But the hillside where they took down the eucalyptus is my biggest concern, and seeing that happen at Mount Davidson. So I have some pictures of what it's looking like. This is what happens when you remove a hillside. It looked something like this, and I'm going to pass these pictures up to you. It looks something like this. Now, it looks like this. To me, this is not a success story. The trees are not managed. They're falling down. That's one tree. Here's another tree. There's lots of trees. This is what the grasslands look like, or the grass looks like, with garbage all over it. It's a mess. It's not taken care of. It's not managed. It's not cut properly. It's not cared for. This is the beautiful hillside where the trees were. This is what it looks like. And here's what should have been used to stake the trees that are now falling down. So in my opinion, pro or con with all of the things that are going on with the good stuff. I'm all for the good stuff, but I want to see it look better than that. That's my park, and that's not working. So thank you for letting me voice my opinion. And I'm very concerned about where the animals are going to stay, because if you cut down all those trees up there, where are these guys going to go? So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Exhibit A, Pacific Chorus Frog. I'm very excited to see so many people here today. My name is Chris Giorni, and I'm the director of an organization called Tree Frog Treks, also adjunct at Cal Academy and working with many other agencies that are involved in animals and children. I'm here today to support the adoption of the EIR for three main reasons. Reason number one, safety. We have a very large and diseased and in need of help tree population in San Francisco. We didn't have trees in many of these areas until Sutro and others adopted the Audubon plantings from 1906 and forward. And I can tell you from my Golden Gate Park camps, where we serve over 2,000 kids a summer, we serve collectively 20,000 kids over the course of a school year in and out of schools and fairs and such, that it is dangerous. We've had a tree fall during camp, which sounds like a gunshot going off, sounds like shotguns, and our teachers safely managed to keep all children from harm. We've had limbs break while children have walked by. We have not had anything happen. But safety is my first concern. We need to manage these forests and thin the trees. We need to restore the habitat to its original biodiversity if possible, restore what came before for creating an educational living library. There is strength in diversity. We all need food, water, and shelter, and a place to raise our children. And if we have monocrops of homogeneous forests, there will be much less diversity. Today I bring as Exhibit A a native of San Francisco. I'm born and raised in the Haight. I was off-leash in Golden Gate Park. This is an animal that thrives in our neighborhood if there is suitable habitat, which is to say fresh water, diverse shrubbery, insects. This is a tree frog from San Francisco. The third reason that I think we need to look forward is a living legacy, a legacy of positive, educational, compassionate, human outreach for future generations. Let me ask all of us this in my own voice. What will our children say? What will they say when they ask, why didn't you do something when you had the opportunity?
They want to see the frog.
Please do. Please do. Why didn't you do something is not what I want to sit in my throat when we have an opportunity to work with groups that want to save the forest, to work with gardeners that want to do their job in an effective and time-efficient manner, and using things that are at our hands as tools. Herbicides and stuff are used by experts that know what they're doing to remove oxalis, cutting trees. Time is what we need, and patience. We're talking about a future for our children for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Perkins. I'm the District Director for Congresswoman Jackie Spear, and the Congresswoman asked that I read into the record a letter that she sent and circulated, I believe, to all the members. Dear Commission Presidents Buell and Fong, for several years I have encouraged San Francisco and San Mateo counties to come to an agreement regarding the management of Sharp Park. It is my understanding that negotiations are ongoing. The issues surrounding the park, and in particular the golf course, involve a mixture of city, state, and federal policies and laws. As you also know, the golf course is adjacent to Maury Point in Pacifica. Maury Point is land held by the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. It is my understanding that staff have proposed a plan for Sharp Park that enhances the habitat of the red-legged frog and San Francisco garter snake, while also realigning the existing golf course to provide continued use of this public course. I hope that the Recreation and Parks Commission will adopt the Natural Resources Management Plan, and the Planning Commission will certify the Environmental Impact Report. Both steps will reduce the ambiguity surrounding the future of this property. The habitat for the species is special. The plan would improve the connection between Horse-Stable Pond and Laguna Salada and add about 1 acre of new wetlands. An additional area of upland refuge would be created, and encroaching plant species and accumulated sediment will be removed. We do not have the luxury of time with respect to this property. Continued erosion of the seawall and accumulations of sediment and plants already threaten these two species. Recreation and Parks Department staff did enormous work on this project, and the golfers would, of course, also like to continue playing on the modified course. A good configuration and continued use of this property is explained in the proposed Natural Resources Management Plan. I urge both commissions, consistent with all applicable laws and regulations, to give the go-ahead for this exciting next chapter in the life of Sharp Park. All the best, Jackie Spear, Congresswoman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Boland. I'm the Chief of Park Development and Operations for the Presidio Trust, and I'm here representing the Presidio Trust today in offering our support for the passage of this plan. For all of you who know the Presidio, you know that it is a complex mosaic of landscapes. It's a National Historic Landmark District. It has a 300-acre historic forest, and it also has an array of relic natural areas. We've worked over the last 2 decades to make sure that we strike the right balance between those different values to not only keep the Presidio a place that the community can love and enjoy, a place that honors its past, but also a place that is focused on wrestling with the challenges that we all face in terms of climate change, in terms of biodiversity loss, and in terms of the growing population in our community and the needs that they have for access to the outdoors. We've reviewed the plan, and our feeling is that this plan strikes a very fine balance between those different values, that it includes a number of different activities that we've actually used over the last couple decades in the Presidio to preserve the landscape. And I think we've used them quite successfully. And I think anyone who visits the park would agree that it's a wonderful place, full of wonderful experiences for the public, full of a healthy and vibrant historic forest, and through an increasingly rich collection of natural systems. For those reasons and many of the other reasons that I've outlined in the letter that I've submitted, I urge you to approve this plan, and we look forward to continuing our ongoing collaboration with the Recreation and Parks Department, protecting the biodiversity of San Francisco. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Greg Garr. I live on Mount Davidson. I've lived in San Francisco all my life. I volunteer along with thousands of San Franciscans in the Presidio and the Rec and Parks natural areas. I'm hopeful that the Planning Commission will certify the EIR, and I'm hopeful that the Rec and Park Commission will adopt the management plan. The most beneficial action our species can take to heal Mother Earth is habitat restoration. Native plant communities are the foundation of all the Earth's ecosystems and have survived for thousands and thousands of years. But now, partially because of globalization, plants are being brought from all over the world. They don't have natural enemies here, and they become invasive exotic species that can destroy 1,000-year-old ecosystems in a very short period of time. That's why management is so crucial to preserve these remnants of our natural heritage. Restoration projects are happening worldwide, and San Francisco needs to take a leadership role in preserving the diversity of life on our special planet. After all, this is the only place, this planet, in the entire universe that we know of where life exists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Curtis Chan. I'm from the San Francisco Department of Public Health. I'm a pediatrician and deputy health officer and medical director of maternal child health. I've had the great privilege of working with many of your staff, both in the Planning Commission and the Rec and Park departments, mostly because of 2 facts. We really appreciate you as commissioners because you really determine the disparities of health and the social determinants of health. Our urban environment, our natural environment, and our recreational environment are the major determinants of health. So we really appreciate and support a plan, and this plan, that leads to sustainability and equity. Our staff has had the great privilege of working with Rec and Park Department in the last several years on equity issues, and that's reflective in the bonds that you pass, the new policies, that you're completely focused on equity and ensuring that there's nature for all children and families. And we do realize this is a particular issue here in San Francisco, where neighborhoods are being encroached by rapid development, and that many neighborhoods and backyards don't have nature in their little area. So that particularly makes a plan that supports 32 areas much more important, and those of us all in government realize the importance of sustainability requires the thoughtful plan. In addition to sustainability and equity issues, I'd like to also applaud the actual process too. I had the opportunity to review the 700-plus pages of the responses in November, and I applaud the process as well as the difficult tasks that all you have in the process that lays in front of you of the particular groups that have specific concerns. They're all valid concerns. We support people who golf. We support the health of people who walk dogs, and we trust that the city process, the Rec and Park process, and the Planning Commission's process will include their voices in the future. So, thank you for creating this first ever plan and leading to sustainability that will protect the health of generations for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Come up, and I'm going to call some names before you begin, if you don't mind. Bob Doyle, Augustin LaRue, Julie Gallagher, Mary Pedraza, Patrick Rump, William Murphy, Mary Tinkin, Alex Caudra. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just first wanted to say, in trying political and global times, how grateful I am to have a format to be able to express something like biodiversity, which can easily be swept under the rug. So my name is Josiah Clark. I'm a consulting ecologist here in San Francisco. I run my own company called Habitat Potential. I also run a nursery called Nature's Acres Nursery, where we have a contract where I do a lot of this very kind of work professionally in San Francisco and around the Bay Area. I do it on the ground. I also write plans and study this stuff. I'm one of the leading wildlife ecology people in San Francisco and the Bay Area. I also want to mention right off the bat that that I support the EIR and the master plan, and specifically approve the methods that are used, without going into all of the methods used by the Natural Areas Program, which are, of course, controversial. I would say that it needs to be done. It's a necessary challenge, and this is really part of maintaining the balance. So I wanted to remind people that, of course, we are all the commissioners, that we are, of course, in a global biodiversity crisis right now. We are losing biodiversity all around the world, and is identified by world-leading ecologist E.O. Wilson, the Franciscan floristic province where we are located and San Francisco is located is one of the top 10 biodiversity hotspots in the world. So we can't just choose to put these plants in another place. They don't have another place to go. So that is why it's so important that we claim every last piece of land, all of these unique hilltops and things. We, of course, have already lost species like the Xerxes blue butterfly, the first recorded extinction of an insect. So, and I wanted to bring up a quote, which is the quote about, in the future, societies will be judged not on what they created, but on what we decided to preserve or not destroy. And at that, I will just remind every one of you all that this is your legacy. And this is not just a legacy about doing something nice. This is a legacy about keeping those species that are truly going to be lost if you don't make the choice to approve this. Now, I would want to say that this kind of rider on the bill at Sharp Park, it's no good. You know, we have to really scale back that kind of stuff. And I would, at Sharp Park, And I just wanted to mention there's scarcely another city in the world that has a program that deals with biodiversity as much as San Francisco. This is the leading way of the future, and we should support the biodiversity and the Natural Areas program in an effort to really help lead the way for the rest of the world and urban areas around the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Wallach. I'm a 33-year resident of San Francisco, an enthusiastic but bad golfer, and a patron of the San Francisco municipal courses. I'm here to urge the Commissioners to approve the final EIR and the Rec and Parks Natural Areas Program, which includes the Rec and Park Balance Plan to save the historic 18-hole Sharp Park Golf Course and continuing to enhance the managed frog and snake habitat in the wetlands. I've closely followed this story and have spoken in front of the commissions and the Board of Supervisors over the last 9 or 10 years, including Phil Miccarini's commission a while ago when the plans were first being surfaced. And this controversy I've observed is usually framed, as far as it relates to Sharp Park, is usually framed as environmentalists versus golfers. It really is not that. It's really about environmentalists versus eco-litigators with an axe to grind, all right? On the one hand, you have some practical, pragmatic, problem-solving environmentalists like the dedicated and hardworking employees in the San Francisco Rec and Park Department, some of them right here behind me, who I've seen out there. I'm out on the golf course. I see them out in the there in the wetlands, monitoring the frogs, being careful about it, and also some world-renowned experts who have been hired by Rec and Park and are working with Rec and Park, including including Karen Swaim and Professor Mark Jennings, who are world-renowned experts on Sharp Park, on the red-legged frog. And through a whole host of commissions, court dates, whatever, we've seen Rec and Park and the Prozac Committee, the Planning Commission, Public Utilities Commissions, Mayor's Office, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Army Corps of Engineers, California Regional Water Quality Board, California Coastal Commission, the San Francisco Superior Court, San Mateo County Superior Court, U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California, and Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals have all validated the report and the studies that show that the frog and snake are doing well as a managed habitat under the stewardship of the San Francisco Rec and Park. So I urge the Commission, don't be distracted by self-serving, spurious claims of those wanting to separate Sharp Park from this plan. Reject those arguments to sever Sharp Park, approve the National Areas final EIR, approve the National Areas plan. Let's get something done. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name's Connie Seichman. I'm a San Francisco native, and I'm just here because I have a lot of concerns about this program. My first concern, one of many, is the environmental. They talk about being environmental, but it seems like we're decreasing our trees at a time when we need more and not less. It's decreased oxygen production and decreased CO2 consumption, which is a big deal, especially in an urban environment. It also concerns me about the impact of the program on soil stability and wind patterns in the city. I mean, this is probably the reason these trees were planted in the first place. They didn't do it for no good reason way back when. I'm also concerned about the animals and plants that exist there happily now. Everyone talks about butterflies and snakes, but there's coyotes and raccoons and squirrels and birds, and the plants that are there now seem to be doing just fine. And they've adapted to the current environment. I also have budgetary concerns. It's a little not environmental, but I don't even know what the price tag is on this, and now and going forward. Also, San Francisco obviously is an urban environment and enjoyed by people and dogs, and I'm concerned about the access for off-leash dogs being impacted. And if this isn't considered plagiarism, I'd like to just read a couple things out of the West Side Observer that really support my opinion. And this is their words. Actually very little that is natural about NAP managed natural areas. To kill non-native trees and plants and prevent them from resprouting, NAP requires repeated use of very toxic herbicides, including garland, which carries a rating of most hazardous. Also, apparently, I don't know the details of this, apparently there was a maintenance alternative in the EIR to the NAP management plan, and the maintenance alternative was deemed environmentally superior. So I'm not sure where that fits in, but I think they allowed them to maintain areas that had already been converted to native habitat, but impacted their ability to destroy non-native habitat. Also, biology is about change and evolution. The NAP tries to deny both and forces areas to remain frozen at one particular point in time, pre-Spanish. And the Recreation and Park Commission should implement the maintenance alternative, not the NAP management plan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Terry Thomas. I'm a recently retired federal employee from the two agencies that have federal land in San Francisco, GGNRA for 15 years. I worked in their open space, and for the Presidio Trust in an additional 15 years. And I would like to speak to you today about 3 reasons that I support this plan and urge you to accept the EIR and approve the plan today. The first reason is everyone loves a tree, and as I do, and it's different when you're looking at the natural nature that evolved in San Francisco, because associated with those years of evolution are the dragonflies, the songbirds, also the hawks, the coyotes that you'll find in the forest. And this flying, buzzing, alive, colorful is only associated with those ecosystems that evolved here. The second reason is the human dimension that we have, and that is because if you think about it, what you've heard here today, that evolution of nature here evolved in a very delicate balance. If you lose one species of plant that happens to be the host for a butterfly, you lose the butterfly. Here we can teach the youth about this complication of ecology. You can teach it right out in your backyard instead of from a book because of those ecosystems. You can also, with climate change, you can show those kids the change over time as things evolve from here on out. And that brings to the third element, which is beyond your boundaries. Having worked for those federal agencies, I am aware of the key connections that the San Francisco parks have with those federal parks. And together, you guys can make a real difference in the world. The cities of the world are what's going to make our approach for natural resources in the future. As people get into the cities, as population grows on the earth, more people live in the cities, and those cities are going to determine what ends up happening. And the local ecology of San Francisco is so rich, as others have eloquently stated. It's been identified as rich from the national level and the international level, and we can be those leaders into the future. As John Muir said, the first rule of intelligent tinkering is to save all the cogs in the wheels. Just as you would work on your car and make sure you keep every piece of those engines, we should work on those ecosystems and keep every piece. This is a great plan, and it should be applauded by you all, and it'll be applauded in other areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Doyle. I am the general manager of the East Bay Regional Park District, and I come to you from the land of opposite shore.
Welcome.
And nevertheless, the East Bay Parks and the city and county of San Francisco are two of the most wonderful systems we have in California, if not the entire United States. They are truly marvelous benefits to the urban populations that we serve.
You have before you, I believe, a letter that I have sent supporting this plan in EIR, and I would just like to make a few additional comments. I'm not going to take the time to read that letter in the record. You have it before you. I am a 40-year veteran of park management, both in park and recreation and natural resource management. I've lived my entire life in the East Bay, but myself as a child and my children came to San Francisco parks and enjoyed this system, this marvelous system of urban parks for many, many, many years. And they're a wonderful asset, not just to your residents, but the entire Bay Area, entire state. And it's really a wonderful system. We have 120,000 acres in the East Bay, and we have 25 million users a year. That's both a really wonderful benefit and a big challenge, managing the people. So as stewards of those lands, we really have to think about what the future is going to be. And so much today, in some other parts of the country, you still hear the debate about climate change. In the East Bay, it's here. We have drier hillsides, we have more fires, we have erosion on our shoreline, we have bigger storms, we have levees that are being damaged. We have 55 miles of East Bay shoreline under our ownership. And the challenge today is managing those with a changing climate and a rising sea level. We also have 2 golf courses. And I know that that's a big concern with the plan. And I would like to say that we've been able to manage 2 very popular golf courses by enhancing native habitat, stream restoration, increasing bird diversity, and increasing wetlands and red-legged frog habitat in those areas. So it is possible. Using adaptive management techniques, you can both provide the needed recreation and the appreciated recreation and also enhanced habitat for endangered species. Frankly, you're lucky. We have a dozen endangered species. You have less than that. So that challenge is huge. We also have urban forests. The urban forest, eucalyptus, Monterey pine, were planted by the WPA in the 30s as a jobs program and to create our system. They're 80 years old. We will always have Monterey pine. We will always have eucalyptus. But we have annually huge limbs dropping out of trees on the cars and endangering people in our parks.
Thank you.
And finally, if I may just close on this, what you need is a plan that I support that has the support of the staff, the support of the commission and the public. It needs to be adaptive. It needs to be transparent. And it needs to think about the balance of recreation. And you've done that. So I support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex Quadra, and I'm a 7th-generation San Franciscan. I know, big deal, right? Kind of, maybe. I'm representing my family who has lived 1 block from Mount Davidson since 1959. In a day and age where a city cannot afford to pay San Francisco employees pensions, I believe it is irresponsible to destroy a city landmark and waste taxpayers' money. I understand that the removal of dead trees can be important, but we don't want harmful toxins being sprayed within a block of where I and many people live. We have 2 neighbors with 4 elementary school children just on our block with pets that love using Mount Davidson, not just as an escape from city noise, but time with their friends and family. We don't want toxic hazards from these pesticides to harm these children, to harm these pets, the vegetation, and the animal life already existing at the park. Ultimately, as an environmentally conscious city, I struggle with why we would want to enforce this environmental destruction that could and would release tons of carbon into the air, therefore contributing to climate change. Additionally, removing so many trees would destroy valuable habitat for wildlife and eliminate our windbreak on top of Mount Davidson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Julie Gallegos, and I'm a resident of Glen Park. I've lived all my adult life in San Francisco. I was born and raised in the East Bay, and my dad and my grandfather were born here in San Francisco as well. I would like to point out that I have firsthand experience of what tree removal does to a neighborhood. Since the renovation of Glen Park and the removal of so many of the trees there, our house is in a constant state of thick dust, always now. When you remove the trees, you get immediately a much dustier environment. That's one of the reasons that the trees were planted on Mount Davidson to begin with, to be a windbreak, to control dust. I'd also like to point out that with regards to the Natural Areas program, it seems that none of the natural areas gardening projects can survive without repeated and constant use of herbicide to keep the non-native plants from growing and spoiling their project. And there's, I believe right now, at least one case winding its way through the courts of a woman who is suing the city because of the cancer that was found on her dog's face, who used to play in Glen Park in areas that were being sprayed with herbicide on a regular basis. So there are toxic and really unwelcome effects from both removing trees and also from the Natural Areas program, which I believe is nothing more than a taxpayer money suck of a vanity gardening project. Thank you for your time, and I'm done.
Thank you very much. Before the next speaker comes up, I note that the next speaker up on my cards is Vince Courtney. And Vince, representing Local 261, I know you have a lot of members here. I wonder if you all, I've got a few people speaking before you, Vince, but when you're ready to speak, if you could have all your members, perhaps we could save a little time rather than having 30 or 40 individuals say the same thing. Great, thank you. So let's keep the speakers coming, though. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Patrick Rump, Executive Director of Literacy for Environmental Justice, and I came out today to support the approval of the Environmental Impact Report and adoption of the Natural Resource Plan. I've had the opportunity to work in Southeast San Francisco and work with thousands of youth, giving them an opportunity to interact with the natural environment. Which is something that is really precious for urban communities and something that is often not available to urban communities. I can say, through my experience, bringing urban youth to places like the GGNRA, the Presidio, East Bay Regional Parks, where they have sound natural resource management practices balanced with positive recreation policies, it's just a better experience. I think this city is doing a disservice to people who want to be able to use parks, people who want to be able to feel like they belong to the natural environment and not separate from that. And I think that the way that the Natural Area Program has been handcuffed and unable to move forward with the implementation of this plan for many, many years is a huge disservice to our future generation and our parks, particularly for people. And I believe that sound management practices can coexist with dogs, with bikers, joggers, any kind of outdoor recreation experience, and still preserve biodiversity. And I think there's a huge imbalance and misrepresentation of the severity of tree removal and the severity of toxins with some of the control methods that are used in natural areas. I think they are very sound practices. I work in an environmental justice community that has 365 toxic sites next to schools and homes and businesses. Not a single resident of Bayview. I mean, people are more concerned about the Hunters Point shipyard, the power plants, the freeways, the massive development that is happening in San Francisco, and not Garland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mary Tinkin. I'm a resident of San Francisco, a past employee of the Recreation and Park Department, and now a PUC employee. I'm here today to urge you to please certify the EIR and to adopt the management plan. San Francisco has been a nationwide leader in so many environmental issues, such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions, climate change, composting, recycling, getting rid of plastic bags in our environment, energy efficiency. And yet on the topic of biodiversity, there is so much more that we can do. And this is our moment and your moment to be champions of biodiversity. For the last practically 2 decades, there's been so much conversation about this plan. And during that time, the effort of biodiversity has been sidelined. Now, there have been countless meetings and compromises made in order to satisfy mostly human interests. And so this is the moment when there are some 140 species that make the natural areas their home. This is the moment to take action to protect them. Let's see. What is described in the management plan is really the bare minimum that can be done for these species. I've heard a lot of conversation about the contents of the plan and some of the criticisms that are out there. And I have to say that, in my opinion, so much of it seems to be hyperbole. We hear about clear cutting, when what's described in the plan is really about forest thinning. Here's the facts. Some 95% of the trees within the natural areas will be untouched as a result of the implementation of the plan. At Mount Davidson, there's something like perhaps over 20 years, 14% of the trees may be removed. That's a maximum. And that results in some less than 1% of the trees that are out there right now. All of those trees will be removed from within patches within the forest, so the views to Mount Davidson will remain unchanged. Those trees will be replaced at least at a 1-to-1 ratio. It's time to, and so I'd like to, in summary, encourage you to preserve and enhance biodiversity in San Francisco, to do right by the plants and animals, insects that have historically made San Francisco their home. And also know that by championing and approving this plan, that you'll be balancing environmental justice, water conservation, recreational activity, and biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is William Murphy. I've lived 64 of my 65 years here in San Francisco. I am here as the volunteer coordinator and beermeister for the San Francisco Hash House Harriers. We are a running club, and we use the parks a lot. And in the last 4 years, we have done over 100 hours of volunteer service in the parks, almost all of them with the Natural Areas Program people. And I'm here to urge you to approve the EIR and to approve the plan. And the major reason, I don't have the scientific reasons. I'm not talking about the science. I want to talk about the people. In those 4 years, we have worked with a number of different people. They are the most educated, most experienced, and most dedicated people that I've come across and let's see, I have five of my 11 brothers and sisters are or have been city servants, so I can only speak well of these people. And I believe that a lot of the questions that people have raised for you about problems with the plan, those people will not let those kind of things happen. They are not here to clear-cut things and stuff like that. They are dedicated to the species, the areas that they have, and just a little example of the dedication. There was a volunteer work day last Saturday at McLaren Park. I had maybe 5 of my club members were going to come and do it. It was wetter than today, and I called it off and said, don't show up. Well, the 3 San Francisco Park and Rec personnel went out, planted, and weeded in the natural areas in the rain that day. So I want to urge you to approve the EIR and approve the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Augie LaRue, and I'm terrified of public speaking. I was born and raised in Bernal Heights, Holly Park, kind of windy with some trees. Bernal Heights, very windy, no trees. As a teenager, my girlfriend's mother was the head librarian at the Stribing Arboretum, and I'd work with her pulling out non-native grasses and planting native grasses. Felt like a good thing to do. My wife and I bought a home in Miraloma Park 25 years ago. There's something magical about Mount Davidson with all those trees. It's not windswept. It catches the fog. I don't want to see those trees go. You know, I'm hearing different things. A lot of them will be cut down. Very few will be cut down. I just don't want to see it turn into another empty hill like Twin Peaks, Bernal Heights. Grasses, yes, but I like the trees. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vince, you want to come up and maybe ask your members to stand or join you at the podium, and we'll give you the benefit of reducing about an hour's worth of testimony?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to make sure that the people outside had an opportunity to sit in the seat, so I appreciate that you would give us this privilege to stand together and just deliver a quick message, and it's really for everybody in the room. Is everybody up here? Tight, guys. So don't let the orange shirts fool you. This is not a union action. This doesn't have anything to do with traditionally why we would come before you today. This is really a circumstance where the professionals, your staff that reports to Phil and the commission indirectly, organized their union. And the reason they organized their union is because they did have a message for you, and that was to move forward with the parks plan. I get called in from time to time by some employees, and we are a construction union, and I think the planning commissioners know that well. And the work that they do it's highly technical. For those of you that don't know, I went to UC Santa Cruz, and the horticulture department, I stayed away from it because that's where the real work was going on. So, you know, for me, you know, it's always a pleasure to be here. But I do want you to know a couple of things. First of all, we have a number of apprentices here, and then we have professional horticulturalists that take care of this land. They take it really, really seriously. Like, they don't joke about it. They don't let me joke about it. It's a serious business for them. And I think that the citizens should note that they keep us all honest. They keep the commissioners honest. They keep the elected officials honest. They keep management honest. And they keep the union honest. And that's why it's an honor for me that they still have me delivering these messages for them. But really, it's about making sure that you all know that staff is in support of this program, that even though you see orange shirts in front of you, what I'm hoping that you see is master's degrees, and you see people who have given their entire lives to this system, and they've given their entire lives to the parks and the people that we serve. And to the people that are on the opposite side of this issue, respectfully, you know, I heard the Sierra Club, I heard a number of people, we want to be really, really respectful about that and just say it's good for all of us when the workers are heard. And that's all we wanted to do. We just wanted to make sure that everybody, despite where they were, had a chance to hear directly from staff. And that's a credit to General Manager Ginsburg. We've changed staff. We've raised the professional bar. We have state certified apprentice. These people are top notch in this system. And I think a park system like that deserves to have top notch professional stewards. That's what we have. That's why we're here today. Thank you so much for hearing us out.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving up those seats. I see 22 people. That saves us about an hour and 10 minutes, and so thank you for joining us today. Let me call some more names here. Jake Sigg, Buffy Francisco. Hang on. So Jake Sigg, Buffy Francisco, Arnold Thompson, Damian Kaffa, Susan Strolis, Ray Bordua, Eva Kaczynski, Kevin Yeaman, Carol Borden-Gomez. Let's stop there because I can't read the next one.
My name is Jake Sigg. I was a staff gardener and supervisor in Rec Park for 32 years, and since retirement have led California Native Plant Society volunteers with the Natural Areas Program every Wednesday for the last 26 years. The program hasn't been in existence that long, but we were out there before the program began. I know the department's programs, and this is, I think, the best-run program in the city. It has very good direction, and the gardeners are keenly motivated to preserve our natural heritage, a very important part in a program comprising 32 widely scattered areas. Staff must know at least 200 different kinds of native plants, plus several dozen non-native, some of which are very invasive and capable of destroying the heritage. In addition, they must know and care for a wide range of native animals and be sensitive to their needs. This is far beyond the requirements of a 3417 gardener, and we are very fortunate to have staff that on their own have taken the trouble to learn them and how to manage them. I was raised on a ranch, and I've always, my whole life, been in close contact with nature, and I can't even imagine what it would be like to be raised as a young person without that contact. It is, to me, almost nightmarish. That means that we must preserve the biological diversity we have here. Once it's gone, it cannot be restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Let me call a few more names while this speaker is coming up, knowing that some people might be downstairs. Elaine Harris, Sally Ross, Melissa Yu, Rose Braz, Eric Rosegard, Alicia Noyola, and Kevin Y. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Buffy Francisco, and I am here as a learner. I was informed by a friend that there were plans to decimate the trees on Mount Davidson, and she was concerned. I did a bit of research, not a whole lot, but I'm here because I've learned a great deal this afternoon, and what I would advocate for is that you educate a little more clearly. I live near Golden Gate Park. I'm in the park every day, practically. I have seen a red fox. I've seen coyotes. I know the red-tailed hawks. And I also know some of the gardeners in Golden Gate Park. I think they do a fabulous job. I consider it the best gym in the city. It smells good, has activities for everybody, great views, and I would hope that my children, and now my grandchildren, I have a new grandson, 6 weeks old, gets to enjoy those same amenities that I enjoy. My granddaughters went to Glenridge Preschool in Glen Park, and we treasure what San Francisco has to offer. Inasmuch as what I've heard both in the line standing outside today and here, I think there is a major divide, and I think that partially that is due to the fact that not everyone has access to the facts. And when they think 18,000 trees are coming down in Mount Davidson, not recognizing that it might be one at a time, some educating needs to be done here. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Kuczynski. I work for the Trust for Public Land, and I'll read a letter written by Adrienne Benepe, our Senior Vice President and Director of City Park Development. Commissioners, the Trust for Public Land is in support of the Significant Natural Resource Area Management Plan. This important document outlines how RPD can actively manage the city's urban forest, support and protect its biodiversity, and promote environmental justice. As the former New York City Commissioner of Parks and Recreation and current role at the Trust for Public Land, I understand the impact that easily accessible, properly managed natural areas and parks can have on communities. I also manage the New York Parks Natural Resources Group, overseeing policy, planning, management, and restoration of the city's 10,000 acres of woodlands, wetlands, and meadows. And I chair the Natural Areas Conservancy, one of the nation's leading nonprofits focused on natural resource management within a major city. The natural lands of San Francisco allow people to experience nature right in the heart of the city without having to travel far. The quality of San Francisco's trails, vistas, and forests is almost unmatched in urban settings across the nation, and San Francisco's residents and visitors deserve a healthy environment that gives back by providing vital ecosystem services, including carbon storage, stormwater capture, urban heat island mitigation, and air pollution reduction. These natural areas also support an array of native habitats and species, some found nowhere else in the world. In total, there are 147 sensitive species, 67 animals, and 73 plants that are presently or historically known to occur in these areas, and some with state or federal protections. Responsible maintenance of these lands, as outlined in the management plan, will enhance biodiversity and maintain populations of these species. Lastly, the plan provides guidelines for education, research, and stewardship programs. These landscapes offer myriad learning opportunities without having to leave the city. Schools and colleges, museums, and children's programs use these natural areas extensively for environmental education. This management plan further promotes these opportunities as part of a focus on environmental justice. So we urge you to please certify the EIR and adopt the management plan so that these valuable remnant landscapes and our ability to promote our forest, biodiversity, and programming within the city limits are not compromised, but enhanced, and their survival is ensured for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Arnold Thompson, and I'm a resident of San Francisco since 1987 and West Portal District since 1997. I live west of Mount Davidson, where our family frequently goes for recreation. Looking out our back windows and backyard, we used to be able to see the Mount Davidson cross, a landmark on top of Mount Davidson. Now we only see a sliver of that cross remaining, so we can really see the growth of the eucalyptus vegetation on top of that hill. When humans first came to San Francisco, they found wind, fog, sand dunes, rocky outcroppings, and mostly low, scrubby vegetation. Humans came along and planted trees as landscaping. We used them for windbreaks and for lumber and for aesthetic reasons. But as any gardener knows, and I'm certainly a gardener, I have maintained a garden in my yard, when you plant a garden, you have to maintain it. You need to remove dead and diseased plants, plant new plants to replace the ones you take out. And, of course, you need to hack back overgrown vegetation. And what we have right now is a lot of overgrown vegetation. And, in fact, when it's windy and stormy out, like it is today, I advise family members not to go hiking on Mount Davidson because of the danger of falling limbs. And as we know, we've had a number of issues with falling limbs in San Francisco, and hopefully we won't have any more of those. The Natural Resources Management Plan does not call for clear cutting, as some have characterized it. In an undisturbed ecosystem, fire and herbivory would naturally thin forests and maintain healthy stands of trees. For safety and for other reasons, obviously we can't start fires here in town, and there are few, if any, biocontrols to keep introduced species, such as eucalyptus and other invasives, in check. Therefore, humans must take an active management role to maintain healthy forests. The management plan will allow city staff to maintain safe and healthy forests. Therefore, I urge you to adopt the plan. Thank you.
Next speaker. And while you're coming up, let me call a few more names here. Matthew Blaine, Sasha McGee, Amy Kaiser, Gloria Koch, Patricia Delgado, Linda Schaefer, Cindy M., Rachel Norton. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Yu, and I am a native San Franciscan, and I am also with Sierra Club, the San Francisco Bay chapter. And so I'm here today to urge the Commission to eliminate the redevelopment of the project of Sharp Park from the EIR. So the goal of the Natural Resource Plan is to promote biodiversity and to preserve native species and natural areas. But the redevelopment of this golf course doesn't, to any degree, follow along these goals. So I have here 325 letters from Sierra Club members and supporters demanding for the removal of the golf course, and we hope you can take into consideration these letters and the endangered species before making your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Strolis. I'm a 30-year resident of the Haight-Ashbury. I'm really blessed because I have both Buena Vista and Golden Gate Park, very walkable, and in more recent years, as the Haight has gotten noisier and more chaotic and crazy, especially with all the sewer replacement they've been doing, and the noise level's great, I have really found very personal testimony here. I found really wonderful sanctuary in taking just a few block walk into the park to sit off of Fulton in the oak woodlands. You can enjoy the beauty of woodpeckers and a little bit of quiet and sanctuary and beauty. And that needs to be preserved. It is our legacy to preserve this. So I urge you to adopt the ERA and the management plan, and thank you very much for the opportunity to say so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Alicia Noyola. I've lived in San Francisco all my adult life. I'm a friend of natural areas. In the 70s, I worked with a group to try, in fact, successfully, to save Tank Hill from development, and the happy place that it is now is a testament to that. I currently work on Saturdays occasionally to renew trails in the interior Greenbelt. But I'm here actually representing a group of neighbors who have a very interesting window on natural resource areas that I believe you haven't heard about. We are immediate neighbors to the interior Greenbelt, and as such, we live with a natural resource area every single day, and sometimes for hours at a time, we get to watch it. And I'm here to tell you, on behalf of those neighbors, including Kevin Yeaman, who was called to speak but had to go back to work. He was here but had to go back to work, I'm sorry. We're here to tell you that our wonderful forests are not okay. Some of the speakers will urge you to just let them be. They'll be fine. They are not. We have had limbs and whole trees fall on our properties. Nobody has been hurt, but property has been damaged. 30 years ago, I stood at my window and watched a fire start. Yes, it was a long time ago. And yes, thank goodness for the fire department who sent 10 trucks up to stop the fire. But this year, one of our neighbors lost their fire insurance because the insurers determined that the wildlife risk exceeded their underwriting. So while we feel privileged to be neighbors of the forest, it is both a privilege and a risk. So much so that we hired an independent arborist who came to the same conclusions as are included in the environmental impact report, that the forest is not well, that the presence of ivy and the spread of root fungus, in fact, have killed or endangered many trees. We're asking you, please, to vote in favor of certification and the Recreation and Park Departments to adopt the plan, because delay is not an option. Delay is itself a decision. We don't doubt the goodwill of those who would like to leave the status quo continue or to do the very minimum amount that's in the maintenance plan. But we do believe that a balanced approach is important and support the plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commission, for this opportunity to speak. As a native San Franciscan, I love this process and feel so grateful to have a voice. My voice is one of a golfer. I grew up playing Sharp Park, and I now teach a very diverse international group of women competitive golf. We all start somewhere, and we all pick up different recreation, and golf was the one that I was fortunate enough to have access to as a young child. Sharp Park is not only a beautiful place for recreation, it's also one of the most diverse parks that I know of. Both young and old people are out there enjoying the historic landmark that is we are so fortunate to call as part of our city. I currently, as I said, I currently coach a group of young women and volunteer with the First Tee. And I want to just thank the staff for all of their effort as a San Franciscan. Biodiversity and being an environmentalist is part of my identity. Being outside is part of my identity. And finding that balance between recreation and the environment and the treasures that we have here, is very important. So I urge you to approve this plan and the EIR and move forward and do great work. I really appreciated seeing all the workers here, and thank you for your time. Thank you for all of your work on this.
My name is Ray Bordeaux. I'm a 46-year city resident, small business owner, and a park volunteer. I believe the EIR understates the impact of removing trees in specific locations, that the EIR is inaccurate. The response to comments of the EIR states that all removed trees will be replaced. The EIR says roughly on a one-to-one basis and not necessarily at the same location or within the same natural area. The actual plan, the SNRAMP or SNRAMP, does not talk about replacement other than by native plant understory scrub. In any case, when a tree is removed from a specific location, it impacts that area. In McLaren Park, the trees lie between the freeway and dense residential areas and help improve air quality for the residents. If over 800 trees are removed and, for argument's sake, replaced in Golden Gate Park, the impact would be significant. A needed mitigation measure is a requirement to keep a log of all trees removed, their location, their species, height, diameter at breast height, condition, rationale for removal, date of removal, and a log with the same information for all replacement trees. I wish to endorse the maintenance alternative for the natural area's 20-year management plan as promoted by the San Francisco Forest Alliance. This alternative would limit the number of trees to be felled to the 18,500 healthy non-native trees planned to be felled, principally blue gum eucalyptus, Monterey pine, and Monterey cypress. It would discourage the most toxic level of herbicides to kill non-native trees, would limit trail closures to less than 9 miles of existing trails planned, and reduce or eliminate permanent fencing planned to keep the public restricted from off-trail movement, and it would discourage the Rec and Park from eliminating 19 acres of off-leash dog play areas. I would also endorse the removal of the forested areas of Mount Davidson and McLaren Park from the Natural Areas Program. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Commission. My name is Amy Kaiser. I'm a restoration ecologist and the conservation manager with Sutro Stewards, where we too are looking to balance interests and create long-term management plan for the open space. I support the certification of the EIR and the approval of the management plan for the improvement of our open spaces and biodiversity for people and for wildlife. Native biodiversity is of great value, and it should be restored in appropriate areas. Natural areas are a huge benefit to our city and should be cared for and managed to their highest potential. I echo the statement that without healthy habitat, the most sensitive species are the most impacted. This also extends to access and equity issues in our community, so we need to maintain management and care for all of our parks within the city. As a frequent open space user, I support this large investment in our future of open spaces for all users. and I believe the long-term management is necessary to preserve our urban ecosystems. Thank you for your time.
I'll watch this countdown. Hi, I'm Matthew Blaine. I'm the chair of SF Urban Riders, and many of you have seen me here before advocating for off-road cycling in San Francisco, such as mountain biking. And I'm here today to support this in-ramp and suggest that you pass the EIR and the project plan. Some of the speakers have shared their concerns about the access aspects of the management plan, and that's actually one of our large concerns, as our members have been biking in these areas for literally decades, but we believe the plan provides a balanced solution to managing the needs of both the public and the nature, which is necessary to protect, because it's such a unique such a unique ecosystem in this area. So our hopes are that when this plan is in place, we'll keep building our process, our relationship with Rec Park, including our volunteer and education work, and expand access for all within the city. I just want to point something, one of the reasons access is so important is because when people have the chance to actually experience these beautiful natural areas and not just hear about them and read about them online, that's when they actually start to care about them. Thank you.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Sasha McGee. I'm also a member of San Francisco Urban Riders. We support the plan, but of course, as usual, the devil is in the details. In particular, we want to underline that the plan calls for multi-use trails and the importance of those trails. Our members have spent thousands of hours volunteering in the parks over the last few years to ensure that trails are safe, sustainable, and available to all San Franciscans. Access to trails in the city's natural areas is important both environmentally and for equity. Having trails in the city allows people to enjoy nature and the natural areas without having to, without needing a car. It allows folks to ride, run, hike, and generally experience nature environmentally and for folks who can have no other way to do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Borden Gomez, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I urge you not to approve the EIR. However, if you do, please approve the maintenance alternative. Further, I would urge all of you commissioners and all of those today who have spoken in favor of the EIR to actually visit some of the areas in Glen Canyon and Mount Davidson where some of these practices have been put in place. There's a big discrepancy between the plan and reality. That's probably the reason why you've heard so many speakers today with kind of a suspicious attitude. I lived in San Francisco almost 50 years as a homeowner who lives adjacent to Mount Davidson. I'm very concerned about the potential for erosion, landslides, and flooding with the removal of so many trees. We encourage you to go slow, monitor the existing native plant sites on the mountain before more tree and plant removal is accomplished. Remember, almost all San Franciscans are non-native, but that doesn't make us bad. In addition to, the maintenance alternative is the environmentally superior alternative. It has less tree removal, preserves the existing plant distribution, and enables less costly restoration. It also requires the least use of herbicides. So again, I encourage you to approve the maintenance alternative if, in fact, you do approve the plan. Thank you for your time.
Folks, we're gonna ask that the public try to refrain from applauses or boos or comments. It'll keep the hearing going smoothly. Thank you.
Good day. Thanks for letting me be here. My name is Zazie Gomez, and I've lived in San Francisco since 1967. I've been a resident in Mount Davidson for the last 10 years. This mountain, Mount Davidson, is my backyard. And being around a lot of its activity, I've seen the mishaps, a lot of them. nobody's mentioned that the house that went down in Moncton a couple of months ago, and of course there was a lot of blame to go around to be shared. And I support the plan by the Forest Alliance instead of the IR for the environmental impact for natural areas. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Patricia Delgado is my name. I'm a resident of San Francisco I refer to it as I'm an escapee from Los Angeles, and I did it back in '73. I've been here ever since. My husband is born and raised in the city. We're avid walkers. I have been a member of Prozac. That's not the drug. That's the commission, we've heard lots about the Natural Areas Plan and what it entails, and I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing from people like me who do a lot of walking. It's not uncommon for us to put 20,000 steps on a pedometer in a day or more, and so it gives the city an opportunity to restore itself. Because as one gardener said, you just don't plant a garden and let it go. You have to maintain it. And this is an excellent way to maintain the lovely garden that we all enjoy as San Franciscans. So please support both the EIR and the Natural Areas Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I am Gloria Koch. I am a horticulturist by trade, and I have a 30-year background in park management. I support the project. There is no question that cities are moving forward to protect their remnant ecosystems, their last pieces of the environment, the indigenous environment that are left to them. There is no question that San Francisco needs to be right up there in front and leading. As a family, we use the natural areas a lot. We visit, we go there to see the changes. We go to there to see the changes that you do not see in an ornamental landscape. You see new things coming into bloom. You see the unexpected butterfly or bird that comes to that plant. What's exciting about native plants is that they have multiple co-evolved relationships, and they're all mysterious and wonderful. Some butterflies will only exist in San Francisco if the plant that they need to lay their eggs on is there. So it is so important for us to move forward and support native plants in all of our landscapes, and especially in our remnant ecosystem areas. The NAP, the Natural Areas Plant, is a very, very good plant. It is deep, it is long, it is science-based, it is full of maps and recommendations and priorities. It is created by some of the smartest people working for the city today. And I think that we have every reason to trust them. Everything that they've done so far has been fantastic. Glen Canyon is beautiful. Billy Goat Hill is awesome. These places have been improved over time in the time that they have been working without a mandate, without a plan, and I urge you to confidently and proudly approve this excellent plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Schaefer. I am here to urge you to follow staff recommendations, certify the EIR, and approve the project as proposed. My reasons have been articulated by lots of others. I will just say the EIR is thorough, and according to reliable, knowledgeable folks, the analysis is scientifically sound. It meets the CEQA criteria for certification. For the rest of my remarks, I would like to take a different perspective involving a little bit of show and tell. No, I don't have another frog with me, but I have something else. I have had the privilege in life to do a bit of traveling, and so I would like to first mention that I have had the experience of walking through a natural area in the city of Paris, yes, Paris, that was obviously lovingly maintained and was also clearly being used as an educational resource for the school children in the local area. So there's an example of another city that understands about preserving biodiversity and environmental justice. Now, to my show and tell, I'd like to show you something. I don't know if you can see this, but here, what I have in front of me, hello, people. This is called Wisconsin Naturally. This is, and I'd be happy to have you look through it if you want to. I need it back. It's my only copy. But this is a guide to 150 of the 400 plus natural areas in the state of Wisconsin. It was published, this guide, 14 years ago to mark the 50th anniversary of their state natural areas program. So think about this. Wisconsin has been actively managing its natural heritage and preserving biodiversity for 64 years. It's taken us 21 years to get close to approving a plan to managing ours. Come on, folks. This is San Francisco. Surely we can do as well as Paris and the state of Wisconsin. Please, let's move forward so we can start implementing the plan while there's some natural heritage left to save. Thank you. Anybody wants to?
Is the overhead working?
Go ahead, they'll come up.
Okay, now that I've taken 15 seconds of my 2 minutes, my name is Damian Raffa. I'm co-chair of a new cross-sector initiative in San Francisco called Cities Connecting Children to Nature. And my fellow co-chair, Dr. Curtis Chan from Public Health Department, spoke earlier. I'm really honored to be here today at this juncture, this really important moment in the enduring natural history of our city. It was just a little over a year ago that Phil Ginsburg and I and Hydra Mendoza from the mayor's office and Sarah Delaney from the school district represented San Francisco in a gathering of cities from across the country, each considered to be leaders in the realm of equitably connecting kids and nature. One big reason why we were invited has to do with the social compact that I've put out here on the visual called the San Francisco Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights. Those of you who were on the Rec and Park Commission a few years ago unanimously endorsed that. Thank you very much. It's had an effect. It's gotten San Francisco notice that this is a city that has a commitment to both kids and nature. So following your endorsement, the Board of Supervisors declared a resolution. I'm just going to read a few notes from that before I finish up. Whereas San Francisco is home to more than 100,000 children growing up in one of the most densely urbanized cities in the nation, and whereas direct exposure to nature is a necessary component of a child's physical and emotional well-being and cognitive development, whereas the San Francisco Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights is a set of outdoor experiences that city agencies, youth-serving organizations, schools, community groups, and families representing all corners of the city agree every child should be able to enjoy. Whereas the San Francisco Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights is a set of outdoor experiences in which children have the opportunity to connect to nature and to develop to their fullest potential. And finally, whereas San Francisco is a highly visible national and international model of progressive human endeavors in an increasingly urban world. I know you've gotten that message from other folks today. Therefore, be it resolved that the City and County of San Francisco celebrates the inauguration of the San Francisco Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights on October 18th, 2014, in recognition that every child growing up in this city has the right to, and I'm just going to call out two. One, explore all the wild places in the city, represented, needless to say, by the natural areas and city parks, and also urban wildlife. Those urban wildlife and those wild places depend on the care of under a plan. So I urge you all to make the EIR and the plan happen. Phil and Lisa's staff are as good as the Presidio staff are. We've been colleagues for years. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, come on up, and we'll call a few more names. Amy Wolfram, Dan Flannery, it looks like, Aurel Flesher, Ariel Fleischer, Lilerick P., Tom Borden, Jay Watson, Neil Desai, and Julie Frank.
Good afternoon. My name is Sally Ross. I am coming here to speak in support of the Natural Areas Planning and the EIR. On examining the first part of the EIR, I noticed that there was a great deal of time and effort that has been put in for careful planning and impressive sorts of planning, including remediation for anything that becomes an issue. And there is, furthermore, it covers the idea that there is much variation in the areas that will be affected by the National NAMP, and the project will be lengthy. However, as the project moves forward and the native plants increase in percentage-wise, while the invasive plants decrease, one can envision the natives thriving and moving into areas where now they don't grow, especially in the areas where they're choked off or where the debris underneath the trees is toxic and they cannot possibly survive there. This is really progress in the right direction. I come from a National Park Service background, and the willingness to plunge in and work with what you have and do what you can to keep it in good shape and improve it is just very, very important. So I strongly support the NAMP and the EIR. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank the Commission for providing this forum an opportunity to speak to the EIR and the San Francisco, or the Natural Resource Management Plan. My name is Eric Rosgaard. I'm the Chair and Professor in Recreation, Parks, and Tourism at San Francisco State. And my position is not necessarily reflective of the university or its faculty, but I'm here in support of both the EIR and the resource plan. This is my research area. I'm very familiar with EIRs and have been working with the the Natural Areas Program for about 15 years. And being past resident and having some experience in these areas, walking with my family in the vast majority of the San Francisco parks. Again, I fully support it. Most of my other comments have been restated, so I'll leave it at I'm fully confident that San Francisco Rec and Park will be both transparent and adaptive in their management program, as well as continuing to listen and work with community members as they establish this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michel Balea. I have been a resident of San Francisco over 15 years, and I'm opposing the EIR plan. This plan is flawed. It targets about a few percent of Golden Gate Park, which is just non-natural plants, and focus mostly on local park, which have an idea of total destruction. Last November, Dr. Chris Geiger of Rec and Park mentioned that herbicides were necessary because they need to retain workers. It is strange to see that gardeners cannot pull weeds and have to rely on herbicide. On the report, we read that Rec and Park has a documented record of poor tree maintenance. I remember that one person was killed in Stone Grove. So we wonder, should Rec and Park service trees? concerning the eucalyptus. The arborist expert, Mr. Ehrlich, who work at GGR Norway and used to work at Rec and Park, said that the blue eucalyptus is the only tree that is able to grow in sandy soil and protect other trees. Most disturbing, an organized group has already taken upon themselves to remove trees in anticipation of his approval, and we wonder who they are. These plants were required by the city after the storm of 1982 and 83 to maintain soil in the rock outcrop area. I think it's time to be serious, and the citizens of San Francisco deserve a vote at the ballot box. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Braz. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I would very much like to support the plan, but as long as it includes the redevelopment of the Sharp Park Golf Course and the threats it is daily impacting our endangered species that are living in the golf course area, I cannot support the plan. So you have a really simple solution to this problem is remove those pieces, and you heard earlier from the Sierra Club, our esteemed environmental organization that told you a very simple solution here. I don't know why this continues to be a part of this natural areas plan. It's a very simple plan, and until it's resolved, I stand opposed to a very sad day here in California, in San Francisco. So thank you very much for your time.
Good wet afternoon, commissioners. My name is Bob Siegel, a board member of the Bay Area Ridge Trail Council. 15 miles of this 550-mile trail goes through San Francisco and connects with 17 of its wonderful parks. A number of times over the past decade, I've had the privilege of working side by side with the employees of the Natural Areas Program as they work to ensure the continuation of the green spaces in our park system. I've found these employees to be a skilled and knowledgeable group of people dedicated to preserving native and animal plants in a very wise way. We need the Natural Areas Program more than ever as the population of our city continues to increase and put pressure on the few green spaces remaining. We need this caring department to direct us in the right environmental direction that is clearly outlined in the EIR, one that will be gentle upon the earth, that the trees, plants, birds, butterflies, animals, and humans of San Francisco depend upon. A decade has passed since this EIR was conceived. It is time for our city to put its stamp of approval upon it and permit this vital mission to continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rachel Norton, Interim CEO of the San Francisco Parks Alliance. Hopefully you all received my letter. We support the management plan and the certification of the EIR. We think that the plan strikes a reasonable balance in between all of the ways that people use the parks and our responsibilities as stewards of our natural lands in San Francisco. So we would urge you to both certify the EIR and approve the plan today. I now want to take off my Parks Alliance hat and I want to put on my elected school board member hat. The experiences that children in San Francisco can have in these natural areas are so unique and so special. You heard from Patrick Rump, you heard from Charlotte Hill, you heard from Damian Rafa, and now you're hearing from me that in San Francisco we have such a unique resource in these natural areas and an opportunity for kids to have incredible experiences in nature. So I think that it's incredibly important for us to preserve these areas for the next generation and for kids to have these experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Annie Miller. I work as an environmental educator in the city, and I'm here to support the management plan and EIR. Every day, I take students of all ages to the city's natural area to teach them about the environment and the native flora and fauna. I've had the opportunity to see the positive impact that these natural areas have had on San Francisco's youth, and I believe maintaining these areas is invaluable from an educational perspective. For some of the students I teach, the parks are their only exposure to the outdoors, and being in healthy native habitat allows them not only to learn outdoors, but also to gain a sense of place and ownership of San Francisco's natural habitat. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amy Wolfram, and I'm here from the California Academy of Sciences, and I'm going to read a brief statement on behalf of my colleagues, including our executive director and our head of science. I am also the associate director of government relations, just so you know. On behalf of my colleagues, we urge you to certify the environmental impact report and approve the plan. This plan will actively protect and restore the city's natural resources, supporting our native and unique biodiversity. The plan designates some of the highest quality and most critical habitat in our city as significant natural resource areas. This tiny bit of land for nature is crucial to preserving the last remaining natural history and unique natural heritage of San Francisco. Today, more and more people live in cities, and we have less access to natural areas. These areas are critical to fulfilling our need for exercise, fresh air, and recreation. Natural areas cultivate a critical connection to nature and help us appreciate the diversity of wildlife that is California's own history. The few parks with designated natural areas will be much more than human-planted lawns or forests. Many schools, universities, summer camps, and even our own academy programs use local parks and natural areas for learning and conducting our science. We believe that people will only appreciate and protect natural areas if they have opportunities to explore them, learn about them, and fall in love with them near their homes. Thank you for your time and your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Ciganano, and I'm a resident of the Outer Sunset and an environmental educator here in the city. I believe that we should support the management plan proposed by the Natural Resource Division because these natural areas are a critical educational tool for our city's youth. Growing up in New York City, I didn't have as much exposure or access to natural green areas as many of you are fortunate to have. So I know the importance that these natural areas play in shaping future generations. But protecting them requires management. That's why I believe that we should support this management plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Carter. I'm also an environmental educator here in the city, and I'm also a Bay Area native. So I grew up enjoying these green spaces, and now I'm lucky enough to take children out into the natural areas all over San Francisco. When I do this, I see children connect to the native flora and fauna, and also take these native plants and animals and connect them to our history here and a larger natural history in San Francisco. I think this is an amazing outdoor classroom as well as a space of habitat for these plants and animals, and I encourage you to support the EIR and the management plan. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Robbins. I've grown up in the Bay Area, in Marin, Berkeley, and San Francisco. And I'm disturbed by the lack of emphasis on the subject of sequestration. And therefore, that's one of the main reasons I'm not in support of the EIR. Further, I am disturbed by the notion that we're not looking at tree cutting as destruction. I'm disturbed that it's happening in the parks and that it's happening on the streets. I think that sends a message to people and children that things can be destroyed. Just that. And I think that we should use that language when we talk about these matters. That's my main point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Aaron Frank, Brent Platter, Hannon Sawyer, Garrett Starr, Lisa Dollar, Carlos Minoya, Allison McCarthy, and Nadine Weil.
Good afternoon. My name is Arielle Fleischer, and I am a Transportation Policy Associate with SPUR. SPUR is a nonprofit organization that promotes good planning and good government in the Bay Area, through research, education, and advocacy. SPUR urges you to adopt the Environmental Impact Report of the Significant Natural Resources Area Management Plan and to approve the management plan. SPUR strongly believes that the Natural Resources Management Plan will help us sustain biodiversity and sensitive species well into the future. San Francisco's natural heritage is unique. In total, 140 species are sensitive species, presently or historically known to occur in these particular areas. Some of these species have state or federal protections. Responsible maintenance, as outlined in the management plan of these lands, will help them thrive. The Natural Resources Plan is a years-in-the-making management plan. The diligence, hard work, and careful attention to detail that was put into the development of the management plan shows. It provides a thoughtful plan for how we can manage our natural areas in a way that restores their ecological integrity and provides for their stewardship well into the future. SPUR cares about creating opportunities for education. The plan provides guidelines for education, research, and stewardship programs. Various schools and colleges, academies, museums, and children's programs use the natural areas for environmental education. This management plan promotes these opportunities as a call for environmental justice. SPUR has been a longtime supporter of the Natural Resources Plan. SPUR recognized the thoughtful development of the plan in honoring Program Manager Lisa Wayne with the Good Government Award in 2014. We recognize Lisa's efforts to develop a vision, programmatic framework, staffing, and volunteer management to execute the restoration and stewardship of our urban natural areas. This vision is enshrined in the plan today. A great deal of energy and thought has been put into developing the management plan. By certifying the EIR and adopting the management plan, we can ensure that valuable landscapes, species, and education opportunities within city limits can be protected and enhanced well into the future. We strongly urge you to certify the EIR and adopt the management plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tom Borden. I'm a mechanical engineer and I run a material science business here in San Francisco. I'd like to say this decision is being made in the dark. The EIR fails to disclose significant impacts of plan implementation. I'll give you two examples. There are a lot more. You probably haven't noticed, but if the SIN ramp is implemented, we will lose access to 95% of our parkland. The plan intends to limit public access to on-trail only. This even includes MA3 areas. If you don't believe it, look at the signs that the NAP installed in 2015 requiring that we stay on designated trails and threatening $100 plus fines. Trails cover less than 5% of the natural areas. The other 95% will become off limits to the public. This is a drastic change from the free access we enjoy today. The EIR shows that people complained about this, but the drafters of the EIR still chose to duck the issue. If we are going to close 95% of our parkland and turn it into a nature preserve, everyone should know what is going on. The purpose of the EIR is to illuminate issues like this. It fails. In another area regarding carbon sequestration, the EIR claims the plan will result in an increase in sequestered carbon. You don't have to be a scientist to realize that cutting down 18,000 trees and replacing them with grass and shrubs will have the opposite effect. Using the Cal-EE-MOD calculation cited by the EIR, implementation would actually result in a net loss of 73,000 metric tons of CO2 storage. In addition, the EIR does not account for emissions from all the trucks and logging equipment needed for plan implementation and maintenance, as would be in a normal project. The greenhouse gas figures presented in EIR are willfully miscalculated, and I stand behind that, I can prove it, to claim an increase in stored carbon. Let's look at an example. In Sharp Park, 56 acres of forest will be clear-cut and replaced with grassland. The Cal-EE-MOD program uses sequestration figures of 111 metric tons of CO2 stored in an acre of forest and 4.3 metric tons of CO2 stored in an acre of grassland. So this land use change would result in a loss of 6,000 metric tons of CO2 back to the atmosphere. The EIR claims the grassland will sequester more carbon than the forest. This is false, as are all the other greenhouse gas calculations in the EIR. those are my two main comments. And the other thing I'd like to say from a more emotional standpoint is that everyone who's talking about children and how wonderful this is for children are talking about programs. They're talking about things where kids are led by adults out into these natural areas to experience them under this tutelage. And I really think kids should be able to play in the woods. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Neil Desai. I'm a resident of San Francisco and the Pacific Region Field Director for the National Parks Conservation Association, the leading advocacy group for protection of national parks throughout our country. And we oppose the insertion of the Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment project in the EIR and urge you to remove it. I'm surprised and astonished that we have to be here as MPCA, a natural partner of the Rec and Park Department and Natural Areas Plan, to ask you to oppose this plan unless you are able to remove the Sharp Park redevelopment project. In 2006, when the Natural Areas Plan was first proposed, this was the tan area on this map right here shows the boundary of the management area. It's clearly the lagoon. There's actually no golf course element included. Back then, NPCA, the Sierra Club, environmental groups were very supportive of the progress that we were making on this plan. In 2009, when the scoping report was released, it stated explicitly, quote, because redesigning or eliminating the Sharp Park Golf Course is a separate proposal being studied by SFRPD, it will not be included or evaluated as part of the SNRMPA project analyzed in the EIR. Should changes to the Sharp Park Golf Course be proposed, they would undergo a separate regulatory review, including CEQA environmental review. That separate study produced this golf course redesign. Which shows various additions and developments to the Sharp Park Golf Course, including, quote, raising fairways to reduce flooding, quote, raise hole 18 to allow for a 2% slope of hole 14. Here's a map that's before you right now in the final EIR. And if it looks strikingly familiar, it's because it's the same exact redevelopment plan that was proposed that San Francisco Rec and Park explicitly stated, and with that, a promise to the public that it would not be included. And this new plan says we will, quote, raise fairways to reduce flooding. This project never received the benefit of public scoping. It was inserted in the draft EIR. We support other areas of this natural areas management plan. Members of the environmental community met as recently as last week and this week with staff, but they were unwilling to fulfill their promise that they explained in their scoping report. So we have to ask you, unfortunately, but for the benefit of conservation, that this plan be rejected unless the Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment project is removed. Thank you for your consideration.
Next speaker, please.
You might recognize. My name is Julia Chang Frank, and I'm here to oppose the Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment portion of the natural resources or of the EIR. And I urge you to remove any golf course redevelopment elements from the EIR, or if that does not happen, we urge you to please oppose the EIR as it is. This is, again, the same map, 2006, went through an extensive public process, and this is the portion of Sharp Park that was to be restored. And if you can see, again, the boundaries are around, are not within the golf course area. It's within the wetlands, but it does not affect any of the golf course. This map was the one that was used within the public scoping process. The report, which specifically excluded
any golf course redevelopment from the EIR. They actually state specifically, because redesigning or eliminating the Sharp Park Golf Course is a separate proposal, it will not be included or evaluated as part of the proposed project analyzed in the EIR. Should changes to the golf course be proposed, they would undergo a separate regulatory review, including a CEQA environmental review. The study that they were talking about is this one. And this map shows the scope of this project, which includes to raise fairways to reduce flooding, raise hole 18 to allow 2% slope relative to hole 14. Not listed here is the removal of hole 12, which will be moved somewhere else. And this golf course redevelopment concept was criticized by independent scientists. However, and this specifically was not supposed to be included as part of the EIR. However, when the draft EIR portion was published, it included this map again, which is identical, which includes the same language: raise fairways to reduce flooding, raise hole 18 to allow 2% slope relative to hole 14. This is not only a golf course redevelopment project, it's a new addition to the Natural Areas Management Plan and was never subject to public scoping. It contradicts what the department promised it would do, that is to treat the golf course redevelopment as a separate project and separate it to CEQA review. Please remove this portion of the Sharp Park from the EIR. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jill Fehrenbacher, and I'm here to voice my opposition to the EIR today. I am a long-term San Francisco resident. I was born here. I'm the mother of 2 children who utilize the parks on a daily basis. I volunteer with my son's preschool, which is in Glen Canyon, every week. And I am shocked by some of the things I have heard from people who support this plan talking about environmental justice and biodiversity. The issue of whether or not children can get into parks is a very important one. I believe strongly in that. That's why I work with this outdoor school to bring kids every single day into the parks. But that issue is an issue of programs and access and just bringing them to the parks. The parks are already open and accessible to children. But spraying pesticides in the parks and chopping down trees does not make the parks more accessible to children. It makes them less accessible to children. My kids that I lead into Glen Canyon had to relocate where we do our programs in the morning on several occasions due to pesticide spraying in Glen Canyon. Talking about biodiversity, there is already a ton of biodiversity in our parks. My preschool class enjoyed last year, they were able to watch this owl family that used to nest in the top of the eucalyptus trees and the path at the back of Glen Canyon that goes off Bosworth Street into Glen Canyon. They watched these owls fly around the canyon and go into the trees, and it was an amazing experience for them. Then my son's class, including my son, they found the dead owl because it had been killed through pesticides by eating poisoned rats. So I fully support biodiversity. I fully support environmental justice, and I think that everybody in this room probably does. I don't think there's any disagreement about that. But I don't think that pesticides support biodiversity, and I don't think that they support environmental justice. And I urge you to consider this and to endorse the maintenance alternative instead. I think that the parks need to be maintained, but not through pesticides and not through chopping down mature trees. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Carlos Minaya. I come here in support of the plan and the EIR on behalf of both Nature in the City, as a member of the Friends of Palouse Phelps, which is a native grassland hill that's located in the Bayview Hunters Point area, as a restoration ecologist from Chicago, as a native Chicagoan and a transplant from here, and as a public health official from there also. So with all that combined, San Francisco to me has an abundance of urban ecology that Chicago does not. Chicago has ornamental ecology. It has what would happen if this plan doesn't go through. It all gets invaded, and you have to do away with it because it's no longer profitable or prosperous or ecologically sound. So Chicago right now, it is going backwards. It's reaching out to try to get native spaces because it doesn't have any left. Whereas here you have some within your own backyards. You have gorgeous hills like Palouse Phelps that have a view of the entire city on even the worst days. And it's surprising to me how a city like this that has so much at hand would have taken so long to realize that, oh, we should actually preserve these spaces and do what we can to make sure that the communities around them have access to them. That will often mean trail building. That will often mean restricting access to a certain degree while a project's being done, and that's something that has to happen. So I am all for this plan and this program moving forward because it's something that, as an outsider, it can only serve to be a benefit to the city in the long term. Maybe not in the short term. There's going to be a lot of disagreement alongside. But in the long term, this is probably going to be one of the best looking programs that are going to affect the city as a whole. And as an outsider, I very much support that. And I thank you for the time you let me speak. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nadine Weil. Thank you for having me. I'd like to make 3 quick points. First, I am here representing thousands of moms who are very concerned that this plan threatens public safety because, as you've just heard, it requires the use of toxic herbicides like Roundup and Garland in children's play areas, and these will bioaccumulate in the environment and you won't be able to get rid of them. Lisa Wayne has said on many occasions, if you don't spray a felled eucalyptus stump with a toxic herbicide, it will resprout. 2, this plan also hurts public safety because it threatens houses with erosion and landslides, and the city would be liable. It creates air pollution and asthma. It increases the risk that a tree will actually fall on a hiker from the wind or wind throw, and the city would be liable. It poisons groundwater with herbicides for people and frogs. Where's the frog? Okay, no frog. Number 2, in the EIR, I would like to draw your attention, please, to page 525, table 21, where it says oddly that the impact on forest resources would be the same and less than significant from the most deforestation, 18,000 trees, to the least deforestation, 0 trees. That's the same. I find that to be very perplexing, and I would love if people could look into that, please. Third, everyone here is obviously very passionate about nature, as am I. I dedicate my life to the environment. I wish we could go back in time. The fatal flaw of this plan is climate change. In the 1700s, there was no rapid climate change from industrialization. Sadly, we have it now, and the large trees are playing our best defense. As we know, large older trees absorb 3 times the carbon out of the air as young trees, and forests absorb 10 times the carbon of grasslands. Every tree we cut down and replace with a bush just because it is a eucalyptus brings us one step closer to climate catastrophe. The ferry building, Treasure Island, our airport, all biodiversity is at risk, the very goal of natural areas. If we want to be a climate resilient city, then a real replacement rate needs to be put in the plan. It's not in the plan now. From a phony 1-to-1 with plants to a real 3-to-1 replacement rate with actual trees. If not, this plan will cause climate change. Everyone will here will be responsible, and I urge you to vote no. Please use your powers to fix this. Thank you for listening and for your help.
Next next speaker, and we'll call some more names. We'll do this a couple of times today. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. But those who have been here for quite a while, and I'm going to ask folks to raise their hand if they're in support of the EIR and the plan. Support. Thank you. And those who are opposed to either the EIR or the plan. Okay, thank you very much, and we'll go ahead and read some more names. Ron, it's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yep, they're going to get a chance to come up too. Thank you. Ron Proctor, Jackie Proctor, Sally Stevens, Dee Seligman, Janet Kessler, Mr. Bose, Aaron Common, Zachary Braun, Dylan Hayes, Ariana Eroy, and Victor Milhon. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Frank. I'm the founder of the California Wildlife Center. I also teach environmental law at University of San Francisco. I'm here to speak on my own behalf and to oppose the Sharp Park Golf Course portion of the environmental impact report. As you've seen this map already. This is the 2006 restoration plan that that was put forth. And as you can see, and as other speakers have said, all of the restoration program took place outside of the golf course portion of the park. And during the scoping plan, the city said very clearly, and they put in their report, that because redesigning or eliminating Sharp Park Golf Course is a separate proposal being studied, it will not be included or evaluated as a part of the proposed SNR AMP project analyzed in the EIR. Should changes to Sharp Park Golf Course be proposed, they would undergo a separate regulatory review, including CEQA environmental review. So should any changes to the golf course portion be proposed, that would need a separate environmental review. This is the map of the proposed golf course redevelopment that is in this environmental review. This is exactly what the city said would have to have its own separate environmental review. And you can see that noted on here are all the changes that would take place within the golf course. This is a golf course redesign. It raises fairways. It moves holes from one place to the next. Clearly changes to the golf course. And I'll just repeat what the city said. Should any changes to the golf course be made, that would require a separate environmental review, including a separate CEQA process. At the heart of CEQA is public participation and transparency. To put this into the plan after the city has already made a statement that they wouldn't undermines the very transparency of that plan. You know about the endangered species that live there. The San Francisco garter snake is one of the most endangered species on the planet and only has a few habitats left here in San Francisco, and this is one of them. So I would urge you to excise this portion of the plan, the Sharp Park Golf Course portion of the plan. Otherwise, the environmental impact report is faulty and should be rejected. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Hannah Sawyer, and I'm a student at the University of San Francisco. I study environmental science there, and this is my first public comment, so bear with me. I'll make it brief. But I would like to raise a specific issue with the Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment plan. I urge that the Commission remove the golf course redevelopment from the EIR. I have a letter here. This letter was written by Greg Kamen, the hydrologist who provided data for the golf course redevelopment project. He sent this to Recreation and Park right after the study was released, and in this letter he writes, As referenced in the report, KHE completed a hydrology study of the Laguna Salada Horse Stable Pond complex and feel our work is credible and accurate. However, we did not participate in the development of the assessment of proposed restoration alternatives for this study. He feels that the proposed alternatives do not optimize the restoration potential at the site, and he is also concerned that the report does not provide a fair and balanced ranking of the alternatives. Ultimately, he concludes that the long-term sustainability of freshwater conditions in the laguna be evaluated and the priority for restoration and protection of coastal freshwater systems be strongly considered, presently and in the context of accelerating sea level rise. Since the scientists who contributed to the golf course redevelopment criticized the report, it clearly requires further study. Please remove any golf course redevelopment elements from the EIR or oppose the EIR. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Garrett Starr. I am an undergraduate in environmental studies, also at the University of San Francisco. I urge the Planning Commission to remove the golf course redevelopment from the EIR. I have this letter here, which was written by a group of independent scientists in the fields of biology, herpetology, ecology, and coastal engineering. They wrote this letter to the Board of Supervisors in response to the draft EIR in opposition to the golf course redevelopment plan. The letter says, the San Francisco Park Development recommendation for Sharp Park, released in 2009, was to maintain 18 holes of the golf course while making small changes in the course layout to address environmental concerns, construct a multi-billion-dollar seawall along the coast, and invest millions of dollars into course improvements. This would have negative consequences for the endangered species and their habitats, increase the potential for flooding, result in the loss of Sharp Park Beach, and incur significant cost to the city's budget, all in order to maximize golf opportunities. They further conclude that the current proposal is inadequate to allow the recovery of the endangered San Francisco garter snake and the threatened red-legged frog species, which currently inhabit the site. Clearly, the golf course redevelopment requires a full, separate regulatory review to ensure the best decision is made for the environment. Organizations who also oppose this golf course redevelopment include Wild Equity Institute, SF Bay chapter of the Sierra Club, San Francisco chapter of the Surfrider Foundation, National Parks Conservation Association, San Francisco Tomorrow, San Francisco League of Conservation Voters, Golden Gate Audubon Society, Sequoia Audubon Society, Save the Frogs, and the San Francisco Green Party. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brent Plater. I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Equity Institute. Thank you very much for hearing our comments today. I also believe that you may not certify the EIR that is before you today unless you eliminate from the EIR the golf course redevelopment project at Sharp Park. The reason why this is so is that your role here is to provide oversight of the CEQA process to ensure that San Francisco gets the best range of alternatives presented to it before development decisions are made, that the best available science is used when these decisions are evaluated. And because of the way the golf course redevelopment project was inserted into the environmental review process here, you will not have the opportunity to complete those duties. Again, in 2006, there was a proposal that the conservation community unanimously supported down there at Sharp Park, including Wild Equity Institute, that was proposed for environmental review. Separately, the 2009 project that came out of this document, a white paper prepared by the Rec and Park Department called the Sharp Park Conceptual Restoration Alternatives Report, looked at three alternatives for the future of Sharp Park and concluded that this golf course redevelopment project, which our friends from Jackie Spears' office, Brian Perkins in particular, told us again and again during his comment that that's a golf course realignment project. This project was selected as the proposed project for the city and county of San Francisco completely outside the CEQA process. This was criticized heavily, as our previous speakers have said, by scientists, including the hydrologist that helped prepare the hydrological report for that particular alternatives report, and that's why the scoping document came out and said that the alternative presented in the for the golf course development project would never be involved in the environmental review process for the natural areas program, and yet here we are with this project that does create and does allow for a new kind of golf course to be built at Sharp Park once this CEQA process is concluded. And if there were any doubt that that was possible, or that is the perhaps unintended consequence of this review, the city is already negotiating leases with San Mateo County to acquire the management of that property. And it says in the versions of those leases that they intend to develop the golf course pursuant to the alternative that has been jammed into this EIR process down there at Sharp Park. They have even created maps that conspicuously stick to the areas that have been studied in this process. If this CEQA process is certified by you, we will get that project without review of alternatives or good science. So please reject it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Dollar, and I do not support the EIR for the two main reasons: that there's a very low profile on the impact of the herbicides. Sorry? Okay. There's a very low profile on the impact of the herbicides on the environment, and not only the natural environment, but herbicides, as you know, are suspect, if not actually known, to cause cancer and to cause autism and other problems. But also, I do not support the destruction of healthy adult trees, mainly Monterey pines, eucalyptus, acacia, and I don't know what are the others, but of those three, simply because they are non-native. Simply because they are non-native. And they are actually important parts of the environment. Raptors, in particular, require eucalyptus trees because they need that open branching system. Otherwise, when they are first fledged, if that's the correct word, they can break their wings. They do not have the capacity to maneuver well. So those trees are absolutely necessary. And as for the others, I personally adore Monterey pines. To me, they're sacred, as are all trees, but that's personal. Let's see, there's something else that I wanted to say, that there has been a great deal of talk about taking children out into these areas, and toxic areas are not healthy for children. They're not healthy for adults, and it's my understanding that that may be part of the reason why a lot of these areas will not be accessible for our youth. They will be accessible only on the trails, but not in the other areas. So I do not support the EIR, and I do not support the destruction of trees. I support the alternative management plan that is recommended by the San Francisco Forestry Alliance, Forest Alliance. So thank you very much for this comment period and for looking at your hearts. I know that no commission is monolithic. There are some of you with doubts. Please listen to those doubts. There's a reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ariane Eroy, and I've lived in San Francisco since 1993. I'm urging the Commission not to certify the EIR. I believe that it's a plan born of intolerance, and it promotes ecocide. I ask the Commission to endorse instead the maintenance alternative. Maitreya Buddha said, "The culture of creation is diversity, which is the basis of every nation and of every religion. Try to remove these differences and you only provoke destruction. You must respect the laws of diversity to maintain harmony and peace." I'm wondering why healthy trees are being targeted at a time of catastrophic climate change, when humans are living on the lip of extinction. Those arguing for the EIR deny basic scientific fact. The 18,500 trees in question are our silent soldiers against catastrophic climate destruction. They cannot be removed without promoting environmental degradation, which includes soil erosion, flooding, whipping winds, and rising levels of carbon dioxide. These trees are sacred, they have rights, but because they are silent, they are vulnerable. Nonetheless, they work for everyone, each and every one of you and us every day of their lives. Large hardwood trees, such as eucalyptus, are part of our community, and the public parks where they live are part of the commons. Yet nativists and the developers who back them call these trees non-native. I find it curious that these nativists are not Native Americans themselves. This week, the American Geological Conference took place in San Francisco. Naomi Oreskes stated, and I quote, "The primary causes of climate change are deforestation and fossil fuel consumption." Yet the nativists want to clear cut our parks. They say the trees are not welcome, that these trees are alien. They argue in fundamentalist ways and racist ways that imply these trees are dirty, out of control, and proliferating without limit, tropes employed against people of color since the supposed discovery of this country by Christopher Columbus. They denigrate such trees by calling them invasives, and even though these trees are very difficult to grow. Clear cutting of our largest drought-resistant trees and slathering our hills with herbicides is not only foolhardy but genocidal. Wake up, humanity, wake up. You cannot kill everything around you and hope to live.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Thank you.
How does this turn on? Jackie Proctor. This is how Mount Davidson Park looks now, and this is how it will look under the Natural Areas Program. And so it's pretty green now. 30 acres now are forest, and the 10 acres on the east side are grassland. And now in the plan, you see a huge brown area in the middle, and that's the 10-acre area they want to convert to a prairie-like scrub area. So these are the facts. This is the map from the plan. The highlights in yellow of the amount of trees are from Appendix F in the plan. It's not thinning, it's concentrated removal. So let's be really clear, that's the idea. And also Appendix F in the plan warns against substantial clearing in this part of the hillside that's subject to extreme winds. Taking out the middle of the forest like that will subject the rest of the forest to wind throw. So that's also a fact in Appendix F, if you'd like to look at that as part of the plan. Also a fact is that the arborist's opinion that 80% of the trees are poor or fair condition is based on looking at 78 trees, less than 1% of the trees in the Mount Davidson forest along Dalewood and Juanita, which are subject to a target rating, higher standard, parking, near housing. Many of them had also been taught by PG&E. So even so, of those 78 trees, only 11 were recommended for removal. So these trees are healthy, they're thriving. We've had 2 arborists come in, a forestry expert from UC Berkeley, Dr. Joe McBride, says the forest is thriving, it lasts easily another 100 years. What could damage the forest? What is unhealthy forest management is thinning the forest or taking out the middle third of the forest, that would cause damage to it. Also, we had Peter Ehrlich come and look at it, the forestry manager for the Presidio, and he agrees that the forest is thriving. It shows some signs from the drought, but the trees are recovering. This forest is a gift from Adolf Sutro. He planted it in the 1880s as part of Arbor Day, as part of beautification of San Francisco. He opened his land, tree forested land, open to the public for hiking, for their mental and physical health before there was a public park. This is the last remnant of his work on public city land. The response to comments confirmed that it is a historic, ethnographic, and vernacular landscape. It should be protected as such, like the forest and the Presidio. I urge you to adopt the maintenance alternative or to actually take the 30 acres of the 30 acres of the forest out of the natural areas plan and return it to regular park status. The sensitive plants they found are all in the grassy area.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thanks, but we'd appreciate it if you wouldn't show an expression of emotion on one side or the other. It's not fair to really anybody, so thank you for cooperating. Next speaker.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sally Stevens. I'm with SF Dog, and I encourage you to not certify the EIR and if you do, to adopt the maintenance alternative. The EIR did not adequately address the closure of the off-leash areas in city parks. The NAP plan calls for the immediate closure of 15% of all of the total legal off-leash areas in city parks. The DPAs at Bernal and McLaren were created in the 70s, long before NAP. No one asked park users if they wanted them to be changed into a natural area instead of being a DPA. NAP just took control of them. As the San Francisco population increases, we'll be needing more off-leash areas, not less. The AR did not adequately address this population change, especially when you add in the dramatic loss of off-leash space in the GGNRA, which is going to have a 90% cut in off-leash access to parts of the GGNRA. And that was not adequately addressed in the EIR. Fully 80% of all the legal off-leash space in city parks is located either within or immediately adjacent to a natural area. The EIR does not adequately address the impact of the potential closures of that 80% of all the legal off-leash space in the cities if NAP staff claims that dogs are causing impacts on the natural areas. Given NAP and the department's neglect, if not antagonism, towards people with dogs, this is not an unreasonable concern that they might close 80% of it over time. Yet the EIR did not adequately address that issue. NAP has never really talked to people with dogs, and so they really do not understand what dog walkers want or need. They say you can still walk on leash, but that's not the same experience, qualitatively different experience. The EIR says that new off-leash areas could be added to compensate for the loss from NAP, but there's no requirement that any new areas be added. And in fact, over the last 10 years, there have been no new off-leash areas in city parks created at all. Any new areas that have been done have been outside of Rec and Park. Essentially, Rec and Park is saying, trust us, but given sort of the neglect we've had the last 10 years, it's hard to trust the department. It's not just it's not just the number of acres lost, too. It's the quality of the recreational experience. Most DPAs are quite small in the city. You can throw a ball and socialize, but that's about it. Excuse me. McLaren and Bernal are two of the largest dog play areas in the city, and those are areas that will have parts of them closed. Any replacement for the lost off-leash areas must be in similarly large-sized areas in parks that people will have essentially the same experience that they have now that's going to be lost. Basically, urge you to approve the maintenance alternative, not SINRAMP. Take the forests out of NAP control, keep the Sharp Park Golf Course, and stop NAP's use of herbicides. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ron Proctor. I'm a resident of Marilima Park for 36 years. First, to the Planning Commissioners, please do not rubber stamp the EIR. Here's 4 reasons. You've heard a few more during the course of this afternoon, but here's 4. The EIR uses the wrong definition of biodiversity. Hence, the EIR is not objective. All trees and plants, whether native or non-native, are part of our local diversity, just like people in different parts of San Francisco like ourselves. By adding the word native to biodiversity, any native tree is demonized. Our urban forests are historically a part of a total variety of San Francisco and have been so for 150 years. Thank you to Adolf Sutro. Number 2, native plants are not necessarily more drought tolerant. Therefore, the EIR is inaccurate. The EIR claims native plants are more drought tolerant, more adaptable to climate change, and require less irrigation than other plants. No evidence is provided. The very fact that over 30 species of non-native plants are so successful in our natural areas, despite being hit with Tier 1 and Tier 2 pesticides, it shows that native plants have no particular claim on sustainability. It's just a gardening preference, and one that is the opposite of sustainability because it requires constant application of toxic herbicides to maintain them. Number 3, the EIR is inaccurate because it states that the blue gum eucalyptus is not invasive. The EIR makes many references to eucalyptus being invasive. In fact, the California Native Plant Society classifies eucalyptus as having only limited invasiveness. Blue gum trees are not causing economic, environmental, or health harm, which is the standard for invasiveness. And number 4, the EIR is wrong. It's inaccurate because thinning will encourage. It states that thinning will encourage growth and in the forest's health. The response to comments indicates thinning will help encourage growth, but thinning would not help because thinning is only beneficial when trees are young and vigorous enough to take advantage of the reduced competition. Otherwise, the benefits obtained from thinning mature trees would be negligible. So the Rec and Park Commissioners, I'm urging you to support the maintenance alternative because it would limit the number of trees to be felled, less than 18,000. It would discourage the use of the most toxic herbicides to kill native plants, limit the trails being closed to less than 9 miles, and it would discourage Rec and Park from eliminating 9 acres of off-leash dog play areas. I'd also encourage you to remove the forested areas of Mount Davidson and McLaren Park from the Natural Areas Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dee Seligman. I'm president of the San Francisco Forest Alliance. I've been waiting for years to talk to you, and I think you've been waiting for a long time today to hear what I have to say, and I appreciate that, and I also will look forward to what you have to say after we all speak. I'd like to point out, I'd like you to see that there are a lot of green shirts in this audience, and if you have a green shirt or not, and you support the maintenance alternative, would you please just stand up for a second so the commissioners can see? Thank you. So I'd like to request that you not certify this document at this time, and there are 3 main reasons. The first is tree accountability is needed as a mitigation. There needs to be annual documentation of the trees removed, including when they were removed. Were they dead when they were removed, diseased, or were they just removed for some other reason? What were their species? Where were they located? What was their diameter at breast height? What was the height of the tree? What was the date it was removed? What are the GPS coordinates of its location? And also a log with the same information for replacement trees, including an annual inspection of how many trees planted actually survived over 3 years. If Rec and Park doesn't keep these kinds of records, then replacement is a meaningless metric. Second reason, this EIR has many CEQA issues of inaccuracy, inadequacy, and lack of objectivity that must be addressed before certification. The issues include stored carbon, greenhouse gases, tree replacement on a 1-to-1 ratio or preferably on a 3-to-1 basis. By the way, that tree replacement is not in the original management plan at all. It is only in the EIR in the draft and final form. Issues around herbicide use, public access limitations, which were decided by appointed government officials, and 4 significant and unavoidable impacts that are documented in the final EIR are also among those reasons. The third reason is that the Natural Areas Program has already committed many CEQA violations. You received a packet, which I hope you reviewed carefully. And in that packet, we actually itemized and elaborated on what those violations were. please do not certify this EIR. And if you do, and without mitigations, if you do, I hope that you will implement the maintenance alternative. And last, I'd like to say that the word native was inserted into the 1997 Sustainability Plan, into CNREP, and into the EIR by local native plant advocates who have an agenda to push. They use biodiversity as a code phrase for promoting native plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Janet Kessler. This EIR is outdated for biodiversity. It was written before we had coyotes, before 2002, so it is outdated and inadequate. For biodiversity, you can't have a valid EIR when the top predator, the coyote, isn't even considered. In urban areas with throngs of people and dogs in the parks, coyotes require the thickets and woods being removed now by RPD. They need these areas, many of which are non-native. They serve as barriers, keeping coyotes and dogs apart. NAP's Jake Sigg told me years ago when I complained about all of the clearing, "Oh, I know coyotes. They can go anywhere." Yes, he's right. Last year, they appeared repeatedly in the neighborhoods. This problem could be minimized by leaving their dense habitat intact. The coyote is a keystone species. It is they who balance the environment and create biodiversity from the top down, as the wolf has in Yellowstone. It's called trophic cascades. RPD's attempt at reinventing biodiversity from the bottom up is misinformed, not sustainable, and uses toxic pesticides. Your EIR is inadequate because it doesn't address coyotes as the keystone species for biodiversity here or their habitat needs in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Erin Kaufman. I live in the Sunset District, and I'd like to talk about the EIR first. The EIR understates the impact of limiting public access to our natural areas. The plan calls for removing or relocating 10 miles of trails in the natural areas. It calls for restricting all off-trail use of the parks. Adults or children who want to view a flower or bird or feel enjoyment in nature must not enter any area that is off-trail. We want to go to our parks and see wildlife in the forest. We'd like to take our pets and not feel that we're being shut out. The access limits in the EIR bring a huge impact to public use of city-owned parkland. We want our parks maintained, not closed off. I also do not support the city's natural area program plan. I want all forests and natural areas transferred away from NAP management. I want NAP to stop using poisonous herbicides, closing trails, and limiting dog play areas. I plead that you do not adopt the NAP management plan, rather that you adopt the maintenance alternative that would allow NAP to continue to manage those areas they've already replanted, but prohibit them from doing any new destruction of non-native habitats. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day, Commissioners and park-passionate people. It's hard not to take some of this stuff personally when I'm the one out there doing a lot of the work and what it takes to actually do the work to balance these habitats. But I'm Dylan Hayes. I'm here on my own time as a proud 20-year Recreation Parks Department, Natural Areas Gardener, and local 261 laborer. I'm committed to preserving and providing clean and safe open spaces for all park users and all species. The point here is to keep as many species around for the most amount of time, as far into the future for as many generations as we can. We're all trying to prop up the food web in this city. It's highly pressured, it's highly changing, but we can do it with a little bit of trust. I'm urging everyone here to leave fears behind a bit in recognizing our commitment at the Recreation Parks Natural Resource Division and to keep natural areas clean and safe for all of us. It's a big job, okay? Over the past 20 years, we've worked under nationally recognized best management practices, but without recognized guiding policy framework. Wow. We work with thousands of volunteers throughout San Francisco in diverse communities who want their natural and historical heritage officially preserved. San Franciscans deserve reassurance today as a progressive city that we actually make progress by recognizing our investment in frontline park services and stewardship by certifying this EIR and Natural Resource Management Plan. We have to move forward on a basic framework. You know, we clean up homeless camps every day, and we relocate Mission Blue butterflies. I pull Cape Ivy off eucalyptus in Mount Davidson. You guys don't see what it is we're doing out there to also preserve and balance the forest. It's frustrating. So I will just say, you know, when you call in a homeless camp or if a hazard tree falls across, you know, the trail at Mount Davidson, it's the Natural Resources Division and Local 261 that shows up. Okay? As a native San Franciscan, okay, I'm here raising my fourth generation daughter here, okay? I'm the one who has to apply judicious herbicide use and all of these things to make sure I'm safe. I'm the applicator. We have strict rules, okay? This is why we need to move forward safely and with a balanced approach, okay? So I want my daughter and her daughter's daughter to know and love the same diversity of Franciscan wildlife, including the urban forests, that has shaped my service for this great city. I greatly appreciate you forwarding this plan and getting us moving along here. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And as you come up, I'm going to read some more names. Peter Jones, Paul Drexler, David Hover, Jennifer Greenlee, Paul Rotter, Erica Kenderova, Mi Yaganima, Augusto Goldstein, John Muntz, Ellen Price, and Bob Siegel.
And if I may, through the chair, for those persons who may still be in the overflow room downstairs in the North Light Court, I do see several empty seats in this chamber, so if you would make your way up to room 400. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Rupa Bose, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I must say I was awfully impressed to see the turnout of people supporting the plan. It seemed like just about everybody who'd worked with the Natural Areas program in any capacity, whether as a volunteer or partner or whatever, turned up. I would like, in that situation, to remind you that there are two petitions out there, which are both quite recent. One opposing pesticide use in the parks, which got 10,000 signatures. I think it's probably closer to 11,000 now. And another very recent one regarding Mount Davidson, where we got something like 5,000 signatures in a period of 2 weeks. So just the fact that a lot of these people couldn't make it to this hearing on a working day shouldn't stand to lose their voices. I love what is being described as the overall idea of the Native Areas program. The problem is that that's not what is in the plan. It sounds as though that they're trying to do this beautiful thing where they're trying to preserve everything that's there. But what's in the plan is cutting down 18,400 trees, closing 9 miles of trail, closing dog play areas. What's not mentioned in the plan is the herbicide use. And in fact, the EIR says that herbicide use will not change. But if you cut down 18,400 trees, you're going to need a whole lot of herbicides to prevent resprouting. So there will be a sharp increase. The second thing that I find is really a factual issue, and that is there's an impression that only native plants are good for native species. But actually, birds and animals and insects don't really recognize whether a species is native or not. Take the anise swallowtail butterfly, for instance. It grows on fennel. Fennel is its nursery plant. And without fennel, we would not have this gorgeous yellow butterfly. We have mission blue butterflies on Twin Peaks, not because they are happy there, but because every 2 or 3 years they are being transported from San Bruno. And whether eventually a sustainable population will develop is anybody's guess. The eucalyptus is the world's largest flowering plant, and it's wonderful habitat for birds and animals. Insects nectar on it, small birds nectar on it, large birds nest in it. I've seen everything from brown creepers to kinglets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dan Flanagan. I am the Executive Director of Friends of the Urban Forest, but I'm here today speaking on behalf as the head of the Urban Forest Plan, Urban Forest Council. Several years ago, we identified that the SINRAMP and the EIR were two very critical issues that faced our urban forests. So we had a series of hearings in this very room. I was sitting right where Mr. Buell is sitting, and we had extensive hearings on this subject with most of the people here speaking both pro and con. Now, the Urban Forest Council is comprised of some of the great experts of forestry here in the city, and we heard the pros and the cons, and then we had a series of meetings after that to create a guiding principles document so that we could understand how to deal with this problem. So last Friday in this very room, we again had a hearing on the EIR and the management plan, and we unanimously endorsed it. And we urged you all to please endorse it yourselves. And this is coming from some really good minds in San Francisco that understand the complexity that face you all as you try to deal with only the forestry issues. We only dealt with forestry issues. Now, there's lots of debate about the reduction of trees. We're going to lose 18,000 trees. Well, we did not deal with Sharp Park. I have to admit, we are San Francisco Urban Forest Council. We didn't talk about Sharp Park. But in reality, there's a lot of concern about Mount Davidson and the loss of about 3,400 trees. And we're also very concerned about a recent letter written by Peter Ehrlich, who I have enormous respect for. But we actually went out and looked at the Mount Davidson. Yes.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Mount Davidson a couple days ago. And Meg Lohman, who is the chief scientist for at Cal Academy and a recent addition to our Urban Forest Council, she and I walked it, and we wrote you a letter, and we attached our guiding principles to that letter. But I'd like to read just a little bit of the letter. Based on the visual inspection at Mount Davidson, we observed many of the trees showing a visible dieback in blue gum eucalyptus canopy. In some locations, up to 75% of the canopy was showing die-off. That is to say, the condition of these trees is far worse than Mr. Ehrlich indicates. We hypothesize that the cause of the dieback is a combination of drought, insect damage, and or pathogens. Similar patterns of dieback has been noted in other nearby open spaces on Mount Sutro, for instance. So it goes on and on. I know I'm close to losing my time here. You have to know that a great deal of people have looked at this who really understand forestry. They really, truly believe that this is a great roadmap going forward to manage the forest. And we as the Urban Forest Council look forward to working with Park and Rec on looking at, the trees are removed. We strongly urge the Park and Rec to look at a 3-to-1 ratio.
Thank you
and
very
also
much.
Other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have the next speaker, I've been made aware that the transcriber may have some limits on how long you can be doing this without stopping, and I think we've overrun and I'd hate to see her collapse and end the meeting permanently. So let me ask the secretary, how long do we give her to recover?
How long do you need?
It needs a good...
5-minute break.
All right, so we're going to give you 10 because I want to make sure she finishes it up. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you very much.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission and Recreation and Park Commission joint hearing for Thursday, December 15, 2016. I'll remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings and when speaking before the Commissions. If you care to, do state your name for the record. I will again invite those persons who may be in the overflow room, the North Light Court downstairs, to please make your way up to room 400 to submit your public testimony. And I will remind members of the public that you will have 3 minutes to address the Commissions.
Next speaker, please.
I'm okay. I mean, you know, this is.
My name is Vic Milhone. I'm a resident of Mariloma Park. And rather than rehash much of what you've heard today, I'd like to raise a couple of other points in maybe a slightly different context. And you've heard challenges to the accuracy and adequacy of the EIR. I would urge that you really consider those challenges. Because if the EIR is accepted as it stands, I think there will be severe and long-term unintended consequences. And I think it's part of the responsibility of this commission to reduce the impact of such unintended consequences. And by addressing some of the flaws that have been pointed out to you, I think you may be able to achieve that. I think that these unintended consequences are not a hypothetical. They will occur. With the best of intentions, it always happens. And if we try to unravel, I don't know how many centuries you want to choose of human impact on the environment in San Francisco, there are going to be difficulties. And I'll leave it to you to discuss how realistic it is to try and undo the natural course that's taken place since human habitation has been present here. So with that, I will just say, please really consider those flaws that have been pointed out to you. I would hope that you reject the EIR as it stands. If you feel compelled to approve it, then please go with the maintenance alternative. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Jones. I'm a 33-year member of the Golden Gate Heights Neighborhood Association Board. Our organization has helped save the Red Rocks and several other wild areas from development, and we've aided the effort to save the green hair-streaked butterfly. We've engaged in an 18-year dialogue with the Natural Area Program representatives. Our concern continues to center on disparities between the program's claims of effectiveness and the observable realities within project areas. The matter before you is a 20-year plan. Our question is, where is the accountability? How will we know 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, whether the program has yielded the promised results? Without inclusion of a process for periodic disinterested evaluation, especially in a time of restricted resources, no EIR, no city program indeed deserves approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I am John Munns, and I live with my family a few blocks from thank you. My name is John Munns. I live with my family a couple of blocks from Golden Gate Park. I do not oppose all aspects of the natural areas proposal, but I do have problems with the proposal as it relates to our urban forest. The people in the natural areas program dislike plants that were not found in California before 1492. and they dislike those plans with a passion that approaches religious fervor. Sometimes that fervor can be good, but it hasn't been good as it relates to our urban forest. Golden Gate Park is still a beautiful park, but it was more beautiful a few years ago before they removed the eucalyptus on the rises in the park, particularly in the eastern portion of the park. I am afraid that the Natural Areas proposal will provide an excuse to remove large numbers of aesthetically and historically important trees elsewhere in the city. It sounds like substantial amounts of money have already been wasted removing trees between O'Shaughnessy and Diamond Heights. The Natural Areas Program released a proposal a few years ago, a different proposal related to Mount Davidson. That proposal said that it would preserve the forest on Mount Davidson. But when you read the proposal, you found that the only trees that would remain would be the very largest trees. That would have dramatically changed the appearance of that forest and would have put a definite limit on the forest's life. I'm afraid that a similar deceit is planned with respect to the urban forest in the current Natural Areas proposal. I would ask that you only approve the proposal if more protections are put in it for our urban forest, preserving our urban forests, including our eucalyptus forests. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Augusta Goldstein. I live in the Richmond district. I echo the comments of the previous speaker. I'm here to speak for trees. I believe that the compromise maintenance alternative is acceptable. It allows for the biodiversity that is seems to be. I don't think that's right. It allows for the biodiversity that everyone seems to be so very much concerned about. I believe in biodiversity too, but I think that should include what we have already. But I'm totally against further destruction of the trees. Obviously, diseased trees may need maintenance. By the way, we cut down, there seems to be the practice to cut down dead trees, but those are actually habitats for nuthatches. So there's a lot of unenlightened activity going on in the name of enlightened forestry. The trees sequester more carbon and produce more oxygen than the plants that will be replacing them. An earlier speaker said that these parks are our backyards. That is true, and that is exactly why I don't want them fenced. I don't want trails built to limit my access to my own backyard. Part of my backyard is the Mountain Lake Park, and Mountain Lake was, in the name of the same purification, poisoned about 4 years ago so that all non-native species could be eliminated. And the eucalyptus trees over towards the roadway were taken down, although several years earlier purists had said, oh, they're okay, but the ones over on the other side of the lake, they're the ones we're going to take down first. They took down the first ones, then they took down the other ones. They poisoned the lake. Now there are no ducks. There are no red-winged blackbirds. It used to be alive with red-winged blackbirds every summer. It's quiet there now. Children are not there to feed the ducks. Now, some people think you shouldn't do that. I think it's part of childhood, and there's no ducks to feed. It's become, if that's going to be the example of what this sort of purification is going to produce, then please go for the maintenance program. That's fine, but please don't cut down any more trees. Thank you.
Next speaker, and let me call a few more names: Glenn Rogers, Daria Martin, Dee Dee Mori, Robert Sutton, Eric Brooks, Neil Desai, Jill F., Stephen Hall, Catherine Ramos, Doug Wildman, and Jack Kishiti. You got me.
Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Burns. I'm here to support the completion of the renovations at Sharp Park. I am an award-winning author and filmmaker, environmentalist, and I'm a golfer. In 1973, I designed and built what is now the oldest continuously operating rural recycling center in the United States. I powered it with a wind generator. I know a thing or two about ecology, habitat, and the environment, and I believe that this commission knows a thing or two about the very same things. I taught golf for San Francisco's Park and Recreation. My 146 students came from different racial, religious, and ethnic backgrounds. It was a teaching challenge unlike anything I've ever experienced, and one left me exhausted every day, and one that I still cherish. I taught the history of golf, and through it, I saw a fascination grip my kids. It was astounding to them that a game played in the year 1557 is virtually the same as golf we play today. Golf, with its unbendable rules, became the glue and the great equalizer that lent harmony to my ragtag group, where great friendships were forged and life lessons such as perseverance provided my kids with an easy-to-see key that perseverance leads to success in golf the same as it does in life. You have already listened to all of these arguments before you, and I'm not going to bore you with those details again. I'm here to support the decisions you've made and to reinforce how close you are to finalizing the amazing amount of cooperative and environmentally sound work you've already accomplished. I applaud you, as will thousands of others who already express pride in knowing that the millions upon millions of dollars already spent to upgrade Sharp Park will bear fruit for hundreds of thousands of nature lovers and their children who also love to play golf now and until the end of days on our national treasure, Sharp Park Golf Course. I urge you to complete this noteworthy project. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello, Commissioners. My name's Glenn Rogers. I am a landscape architect, member of the Sierra Club, and also a member of the California Native Plant Society, so I think you know where this is going to go. I am in support of the NAP program with the exception of Shark Park. The red-legged frog and the San Francisco garter snake are affected by lawn maintenance, fertilizer, and herbicide, and the runoff that is caused by those materials. There is no environmentally sensitive golf course. A barrier cannot solve lawnmowers killing organisms in Shark Park like the snakes and the red-legged frogs. In discussing Mount Davidson concerning the carbon sequestration, it is my opinion that in 100 years, 500 years, or in 1,000 years, there will be a fire releasing this carbon immediately. Whoever would have thought there'd be a fire in Oakland? San Bruno Mountain represents the vegetation that once grew in San Francisco historically. These plants are under threat. Increasing the genetic diversity of these plants of San Francisco, of San Bruno Mountain, is my goal. A monoculture of one tree with allelopathy does not encourage diversity. Let me explain a little bit about allelopathy. Allelopathy, which eucalyptus trees possess, poisons the soil, inhibiting undergrowth. There are a number of other plants that have allelopathy. The California bay tree has no understory underneath the creek beds where it is found. And that's a very wet, fertile area, but because the leaves have this oil, it makes it fertile. I'm sterile, I mean. And it's also true of the creosote bush. Also, unlike the coast live oak, which supports over 550 species, the eucalyptus supports few, if no species, in my opinion, especially when the litter underneath the trees can be 2 feet thick. Now, at Mount Davidson, they do rake the leaves so that other vegetation can grow. But if you were to see it in its natural stand, there would be nothing growing underneath it. The Natural Areas Program, where plant species and fauna that depend on them alone are found, is my goal and what I would like you to support. Thank you so much, and I hope you support the Natural Area Program. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Brooks representing the San Francisco Green Party and the local grassroots organization Our City. First, I want to make sure I correct the record on what might be a misunderstanding on the Green Party's position. The Green Party is opposed to a golf course being included in a natural areas program. However, that does not mean that if you remove the golf course from this plan, that we support the underlying plan. I want to make that clear. We do not support mass removal of trees, and we do not support the use of toxic herbicides to control vegetation in our public places where children, pets, and the rest of us and workers will be exposed to them. It is only the golf course that we said should be removed from this a couple of years ago. So why don't we support mass tree removal and herbicides? With the herbicides, it's pretty obvious. I was with Pesticide Watch myself in 1996 when we got really good, strong laws passed to keep pesticides and herbicides out of our public places and our public parks. And then the very next year, these folks that are just fanatical about native plants came along and started peeling back those restrictions on these incredibly toxic Tier 1 and other herbicides. That's an unacceptable development in and of itself, and we need to reject the EIR simply based on the ability for these programs to continue to use these toxic herbicides. Let's get to, and now I want to refocus your attention. I know you've been sitting here for hours, but I am going to bring up a new issue that you haven't heard that relates to the other statements you've heard about climate change, the climate crisis, and greenhouse gases. And the thing that you've got to understand is this EIR and these plans do allow for the removal of up to 18,000 trees. That is the plan, no matter what anyone says the plan is, about just nipping at the edges of things like this. People that support these nativist agendas want to remove all the trees. There was an East Bay plan that was going to remove hundreds of thousands of trees that was rejected by FEMA and rejected in court because it's such a crazy idea. Why is it a crazy idea? Because when you cut down trees and chip them, you release carbon from the trees and the soil in massive amounts. That carbon that's released takes 100 years or more to be reabsorbed by any new forest or habitat that you put in place. So the EIR is deeply flawed because it doesn't account for the fact that we're hitting climate crisis tipping points now. We cannot release all that carbon and then wait 100 years from now for it to be reabsorbed. For that reason, stick to the maintenance alternative if you move this forward, and I would ask that you reject the EIR. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to call a few more names. Karen Breslin, Peter Bratston, Robert G., Ossie Gomez, Alfred Lungo, Brian Haar, Mark Muscat, Jane Risk, Jerry Risk, Kathleen Button, and Marshall Dinwitz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time in this extensive hearing. My name is Doug Wildman. I work with Friends of the Urban Forest. Today I'm representing myself. I'm a certified arborist. I'm also a licensed landscape architect. I sit on two boards. One is the Western Chapter ISA, International Society of Arboriculture. The other is CAL FIRE's Urban and Community Forest Advisory Council. But today I'm a 30-year citizen of San Francisco. In favor of the EIR, I'm It's new to me. Honestly, Sharp Park, I'd like to not include this. Our natural areas have undergone a lot of changes over time. We're losing the forest, the eucalyptus. I would like to refer to a letter that was sent to you, authored by the chair of the Urban Forest Council and Meg Lohman, who is the Cal Academy's executive director, where it was in favor of this plan. I do think it has been discussed a 3-to-1 replacement, but I do think we have to look at sort of this phased approach, and we need to move this plan forward, looking at healthy forests, native plants, and in turn bringing in the native animal species. These are opportunities to teach our young people, and these don't come up that often. I think we know our children are hungry for these natural areas. I know people have talked about programmatic uses in them, but these are our largest native areas, from McLaren to Sutro and Mount Davidson. And I guess I feel touched when my kids recognize a native snail. Who would know a native snail? But the resilience of our native animals and their beauty, and the fragility, the fragile nature of nature. I think the information you have is extensive and thoughtful and actually well-informed and scholarly. We have to look at some of the documents that have been submitted to you. You have a tough decision. Good luck on that. And so thank you very much for this opportunity today.
I'm just going to read every one of these books into the record. Is that a problem?
3 minutes.
Go for it, buddy. Right. So thank you, commissioners, for wading through all this. I do not envy your job. And this is, I give a talk on this topic, which is about 90 minutes. I've done 3 hours on it. I'll try to do it in the time allotted. Obviously, I'll have to. The man that just spoke is a dear friend of mine. When I lived in the city for 12 years, I now live in Marin. He was a planting manager. I planted trees with him, and we are, at the moment, divided on this issue only because he hasn't read all these books. There is so much new, profound science challenging the non-science, which I call invasion biology, about there being such thing as a native or a non-native species. And then, of course, as soon as you say non-native, that's conflated with invasive species. So if you were scientific, you'd look at a eucalyptus tree, for instance, one of the trees that's targeted here all the time, thousands of them, and say, what good is it doing? What harm is it doing? So my name is Jack Gescheit. I'm founder of the Tree Spirit Project, and it's dedicated to raising awareness about how important, crucially important, all trees are, regardless of species. All trees sequester carbon. All trees create oxygen. All trees on Mount Sutro stabilize those hillsides in this kind of a day with these heavy rains. Have you seen the tarps up there? I lived near that park for 12 years. That open space gone wild. And when they start cutting down eucalyptus trees, the hillsides collapse. But the benefits of trees, or any species that's tarred, non-native, are ignored. It's just ignored. And there's no science to it. That's the critical point. So I'm not just an emotional guy who cares for trees and forests of all species, but I'm relying on the science as well. So just quickly, so you see these titles in the record. The New Wild, Why Invasive Species Will Be Nature's Salvation by Fred Pierce, a respected environmental journalist, is one. Talks extensively about this. Beyond the War on Invasive Species, Dow Orion, an Oregon permaculturalist, talks about not just the insanity of targeting species like eucalyptus trees for eradication, but then also justifying the use of toxic herbicides, which more than 50 years ago, Rachel Carson taught us in Silent Spring. I mean, how far have we come? Here we are in San Francisco. My God, we're all environmentalists in this room, and we still haven't put this one to rest? This stuff is toxic chemicals, and it's okay in our parks with children? And the latest one is Poison Spring, which shows the incredible inadequacies of the EPA to regulate an industry which benefits hundreds of millions of dollars to the toxic chemical industry, Monsanto and Dow, Syngenta, BASF, and so on. So you might conclude then that I am opposed to the current EIR for its tremendous inadequacies, and including pesticides in it and the destruction of thousands of trees of any species. Does that honking mean my time is up? Is that what that means? And you guys are tolerant and putting up with it? Thank you. So I just want to end with a quote or a paraphrase from another author, David Theoropoulos, who said, "The enemies of the environment used to be..."
Sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, folks.
Well done in 33 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And good luck with your decision.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rosalind Lord.
You might want to use the other mic to your right.
Oh, okay.
You can pull it down.
All right. Hi, all. My name is Rosalind Lord. I've been a resident of San Francisco since the late 90s. I'm here to say that I'm opposed to the Natural Areas Management Plan to cut down all those trees and use those pesticides. I don't think you need to be a scientist to realize how unhealthy for the environment those pesticides are, especially for children. Contrary to what I've heard some people say, those trees are also not a fire hazard. If anything, they're the opposite, since their leaves and branches help preserve the moisture from the fog that is so prevalent in the city. According to CAL FIRE, this entire city is a moderate fire risk, and that is their lowest rating. Their other ratings are high and very high. There are plenty of other reasons that have already, I oppose the EIR that have already been said here. I urge you all to consider them. And I also ask that you please approve the maintenance alternative instead. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert G. I've lived in San Francisco for over 50 years. I'm currently a board member and past president of the Maryland Park Improvement Club.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could the person whose alarm is going off, would you please silence that? It's a little disruptive in this hearing. Thank you.
I'm a board member and past president of the Maryland Park Improvement Club. Maryland Park is a residential community of over 2,200 homes along Mount Davidson that would be heavily impacted by the proposed plan before you. I speak to you today on behalf of the club and its 400 members. The club supports native plant habitat restoration, and the Maryland Park Improvement Clubhouse itself supports one of the most noted and best-maintained native plant gardens in the city. We have actively advocated for the inclusion of a natural areas plan in the city's general plan. We work collaboratively all the time with rec and park personnel in our neighborhood. And yes, our forests do need management, but this plan before you is extreme. With a focus specifically on the impact to Mount Davidson, the club submitted numerous and detailed comments and concerns to planning on why the draft EIR was inadequate, inaccurate, and not objective. And planning's response was, to all of the club's comments, with respect to Mount Davidson, in regards to cutting down 1,600 trees, the related impact of the environment and carbon, wind, animals, the financial costs, the tree replacement ratio, closing 2,900 feet of trails and limiting public access to 6 acres, and using hazardous herbicides. Planning said our comments were deemed to be summarily insignificant, not relevant, not supported by the evidence. In essence, all the environmental impacts the club cited were viewed by planning as having, quote, a less than significant impact, as addressed in the EIR. The club absolutely disagrees with planning's responses and believes the final EIR remains inadequate, inaccurate, and not objective. Therefore, it should not be certified. There further mitigations must be put in place to address the comments that we supplied with regards to Mount Davidson. However, if the plan is certified, we urge the Rec and Park Commission to approve the maintenance alternative to the plan, which the club has consistently supported as the environmentally superior alternative. Otherwise, if the plan before you is approved, the club has already asked Mayor Lee, and again asked the Rec and Park Commission, as stated in our correspondence to the Rec and Park Commission on August 29th of this year, that certain forested portions of Mount Davidson be removed from the Natural Areas Department and returned back to Rec and Park Forestry. The club wants to protect Mount Davidson. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Brasto, and I'm the Senior Environmental Specialist for Biodiversity at the Department of Environment. I'm a 20-year-plus veteran of this debate, conversation party, dating back to when I was the first editor of the Presidio Park Stewards Volunteer Voice. And in fact, I learned recently that Terry Thomas, who spoke today, who was my boss's boss, allowed the editorials that I did in that, though they were a bit edgy. Well, now I'm a government employee, so I can't be too edgy today. But I'm going to give you a few brief comments on behalf of the Department of Environment. So, the plan's goals of protecting and restoring our local ecosystems and biodiversity, as well as providing equitable access to nature in the city, we are very supportive of, and in fact, they mirror our own goals, including promoting healthy communities and ecosystems and strengthening community resilience. And I'm going to frame my comments around these two ideas today. In my role at the department, one of the things I devote my time to is celebrating all the great work that goes on in the city with respect to local nature and biodiversity. I'm just going to quickly put up a slide. And celebrating this could be a full-time job. And in fact, today, we are celebrating. Recreation and Parks work in natural resource stewardship and the Natural Areas Plan are situated, as you can see from this slide, among a diverse family of programs and initiatives that are dedicated to conserving our natural environment and connecting San Franciscans to nearby nature. San Francisco has benefited from a long tradition of conservation and stewardship of local nature, in our national, state, and city parks. The Natural Areas Plan continues this legacy of progress in moving our city forward. The plan recognizes the values of and the continued threats to our local natural environment, and that we should continue to be protectors and stewards. The plan creates a framework for science-based restoration and stewardship and conservation of rare species and habitats. Amazingly, we still have 470 species of native plants in San Francisco out of 7,000 in the state. Over 300 species of birds to date this year observed in the city, 550 in California. The plan makes its own contribution to San Francisco's part of mitigating the global biodiversity crisis. These special places present San Franciscans with the ongoing potential for relationships with wild nature. The city's parks and natural areas and nature trails provide the opportunity for all San Franciscans to cultivate a connection to nature where they live. So in recognition of these important goals around biodiversity and sustainability and the plan's exhaustive 15-year public process, I respectfully urge your commissions to certify the final environmental impact report and approve the plan on behalf of the Department of Environment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And calling Costanza Fron, Michael Belia, Frank S., Steve Schorb, Michael Safan, Gary Long, Ron Makel, Sophia Gaddale, Victor G.
Hi, my name is Al Luongo. I'm a city resident, and I'm a docent at the Botanical Garden, and I'm also a member of the California Native Plant Society. This is kind of fun. I'm 73 years old. I've never been called a fanatic before that I can remember, and kind of appreciate that. I'm very much in favor of keeping the tiny amount of land in this city that is even quasi-native, keeping it as native as possible. And I'm doing it from a kind of a selfish point of view. I'm 73 years old. It's not quite as easy as it has been in the past for me to get out into places like Marin and down into the mountains south of the city. And the ability to take a bus or a short walk and go to a place like, for example, the Oak Woodlands in Golden Gate Park, and see something that still approaches what was here 150, 200 years ago, whatever. This is very important to me, and I think it's probably going to be very important to a lot of people who are experienced, for one reason or another, experiencing not quite the amount of mobility that they had before. I'm also a grandfather. My 2 grandchildren live here, and I want to make sure that they also can, without having to get carted out in a bus, in a car or a bus somewhere, that they can see a natural area, or at least one that's sort of natural or mostly natural, in the city itself. And yes, we're going to have to do stuff to keep it as natural as possible. And I strongly support the EIR and the plan, because from what I've seen, it will do stuff to keep those areas as natural as they possibly can be. And thanks very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Robert Sutton, and I'm here as a concerned citizen and representing myself and several neighbors from the Mount Davidson area that couldn't make it today. And thanks for hearing us. I'm a parks lover, whether it's soccer fields for our kids or tree-covered hiking trails are an important part of our city. And I thank the Parks Department for some of the good work they've done over the years. What's been getting lost in the noisy debate over which species deserve priority in San Francisco are some very significant real-world concerns that need to be addressed and have not, namely the damage, both short and long-term, to the environment and human health. We have concerns about the impact on the water supply and changes to the landscape for erosion and runoff purposes. Something I haven't heard anyone talk about, which I'm pretty shocked, is, with the use of all these herbicides, where do they end up? Because they don't break down. They accumulate in the environment and human cells as well. But starting in 2017, the San Francisco water supply will be mixing in groundwater into our taps. So, and there's a good piece on this, and you can check it all on the SFPUC. But just to underscore, there was obviously some health issues already this week, just from some contamination in the water, and it didn't even include tap water yet. So if they can't fully filter out all the issues with biological issues, what chance do we have of them screening for and filtering chemicals which they don't even test for? So, and the second issue is just looking at the environmental issues around Mount Davidson. There are 205 houses that are either directly backed up to or touching the perimeter of Mount Davidson. 600 plus houses are within a 1-block radius of the mountain. So if you talk about water runoff and erosion, that's going to be greatly impacted by the removal of all these trees and the re-landscaping of that area. One side of the mountain clearly has a lot more runoff if you ever go over there during a rainstorm than the other side. The side that has grasses has tons of runoff into the neighboring areas. They've adapted. There's been planning and things that took that into account when they moved in. The other side of the mountain has a much lower level of runoff. And so I'll just bring a recent case to mind is the $5 million settlement for the house that slid down the hill in Mount Davidson area. And that was just because of one little accident of a water main. Imagine the liability that the city's going to have if they're recreating this whole area without a significant report to tell us, what the ramifications are, and it affects even just a few houses. You're talking into the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of potential liability. So these are things that should really be explored. So is that over?
That's over.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
So I recommend against the current EIR and the removal of Mount Davidson from the plan.
You are
Time's up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you. I'm Marshall Dinowitz. I'm a biologist. I'm on the board of the Sequoia Audubon Society. And I'm not going to repeat what's been said about Sharp Park maps and so on. I appreciate your great patience and stamina in hearing many of these arguments and points repeated. But as you have heard, the Public Utilities Commission of San Francisco promised that Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment plan would never be included in this one. And I don't know why that promise was not kept. Why? I don't know. Why did they make this promise? Because the golf course has significant environmental value and significance that must be considered in the full context of its location. This area should become an area that is respected for its environmental sensitivity and location, and biodiversity will be impacted. We have 2 very endangered species, and as we all know, we're in an accelerated time of destruction and extinction of species. We should do everything we can. So I urge you to remove Sharp Park, as many others have said, from consideration in this plan and EIR. So the people of San Francisco, the Public Utilities Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and the people have been environmental leaders and that recognize the importance and value of preserving the environment. We ask you not to succumb to the pressure to rapidly put the Sharp Park Golf Course under consideration now without the full consideration that it is due. It makes no environmental sense. It makes no economic sense except for some private interests. So my question to you is, when will we have the sense to stop unnecessary habitat destruction without full consideration of species extinction, such as at Sharp Park? And it's up to each of us, including you, and I hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Almost evening. My name is Karen Breslin. I'm from the Mira Loma Park area. I have been there for 50 years, and I'm a delegate to the West of Twin Peaks Central Council. For those of you who don't know who that is, they represent about 22 neighborhood associations around Mount Davidson area, in the west side of the city. So I have a resolution here. I'd like to just read the important parts of it. Be it resolved that the West of Twin Peaks Central Council urges the mayor, the general manager of the SF Recreation and Park Department, the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, and the Recreation and Park Commission to remove all forested areas of Mount Davidson from NAP control and give management control of the forested areas to Recreation and Park Department's Forestry Division, trained arborists for routine maintenance, and prohibit the removal of any tree in NAP-managed areas except for reasons of hazard abatement or construction of buildings. And further resolved, to all of those above, to restrict NAP to implementing only the maintenance alternative identified in the EIR, and further resolved to prohibit all Tier 1 and Tier 2, the most toxic herbicide use by NAP, to ensure public safety in all park areas. So they claim that there's moving 1,600 trees, but when I read this section of the EIR, it says, refers to existing trees in parks like Mount Davidson as invasive, adding the long-term goal of urban forest management in MA1 and MA2 areas, which compromise most of NAP's areas, is to slowly convert those areas to native scrub and grasslands. Now, this sounds like deforestation to me. And deforestation, if you've been watching the climate control stuff, is responsible for 20% of our global warming. And I don't know how anybody can advocate to take down healthy trees in this climate that we have today. And not only that, but the herbicide use. There's a preschool, not a preschool, but a grammar school about 2 blocks from there where my grandchildren happen to go. I've been in the neighborhood for 50 years. They're also now in the neighborhood. And they take field trips up there. And you see, I've seen postings of herbicide sprays. How can you have little children, who touch everything, feel everything, in these parks? And they just openly do it without any problems. So Once these trees are gone, they're gone. And what I heard earlier, which I have read too, once that tree falls, all that carbon goes back into the environment and mingles with the air, and it's a huge problem. This adds to, not only is a tree not there any longer, but that adds to that. And I would recommend any of you who haven't gone to Mount Davidson that you should, because there are all these trees that are dead that have people girdled or killed intentionally, illegally.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Cindy Margulis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Golden Gate Audubon Society, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of our thousands of members here in the Bay Area. We have submitted a letter, and I really encourage all of you to read that letter very carefully, please. We put a lot of thought into it. We've been working with the Park and Rec for years on the Natural Areas Plan. It's a very thoughtful plan for the most part. It's got a lot of understanding of what really needs to happen to maximize the chance to save all the various different micro ecosystems that we have in this city. This city is a treasure. I come from a different part of the country originally, and San Francisco is amazing. I'm telling you, it is such a treasure. What's missing, I think, in our city is maybe a little bit more education for folks to understand what the difference is between a monolithic, non-native forest and a true mosaic of ecosystems that we have. And I urge you to preserve that. The EIR's purpose is very important, to make a statement in the ground about biodiversity and how much it matters. And as the commissioners today, you have a very important opportunity and a responsibility to make sure that there's a prioritization placed on biodiversity. With all of that said, however, there is a problem with this plan, and that problem is called Sharp Park Golf Course. It's not being managed as a natural area. It doesn't belong in a natural area management plan, pure and simple. It's not even in San Francisco, for that matter. There are really perilous impacts for 2 species in this place, in the golf course. And it does not make a statement about biodiversity to sweep it under the rug and pretend that it's a habitat restoration plan, when really it's a golf course redevelopment plan with a little tiny fig leaf posing as restoration. I'm going to ask you to do something. Consider yourself in 25 years, because most of you are young. Look your grandchild in the eye. Look your grandchild in the eye and say, yes, I was the one who pushed that beautiful San Francisco garter snake closer to extinction. I signed the plan where they mowed over those snakes. I signed the plan where they destroyed that wetland. You don't want to do that. And if you can't conceive of doing that and telling your child that you're the reason that species got either pushed closer to extinction or actually over the brink, that's on you. That's why today's decision is so important. Remove the Sharp Park Golf Course and pass and certify the rest of the EIR as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in calling Stan Z, Victoria Hammond, Frank Triska, Kate Edwards, Kermit Curbs, Rachel C, Annie M, and Roger Lutz.
My name is Jerry Risk, and I'm a retired teacher, taught for 34 years. I don't agree with this EIR, or whatever it is, and I want you to know that I have a couple of problems. And one of them is, I understand the philosophy that they have about natural plants. What I do have a problem with is that it seems to have to be done with everybody in our city. And I don't understand why they don't make exceptions. And for instance, I'm very much involved with Mount Davidson. My wife and I, we have visitors who come to stay in our house, and we welcome them to live with us. They're students, and they're all ages, come from all over, Japan, Switzerland, wherever. And the thing is, we take them, one of the first places we take them, if they're up to it, we take them for a walk up on Mount Davidson. And they like the trees. They love eucalyptus trees. Why? Because some of them come from countries that have eucalyptus trees. And it's like they're seeing different variations and so forth. So they're right at home. And we love this place. And we see a forest that is not only beautiful, everything about it is beautiful. And we see a forest that is not a fire hazard. It's not a fire hazard, never will be. Somebody must have thrown a cigarette down one day if they saw a fire going on, because I've lived here since 1968, and we've never seen a spark. We're missing it. And I know one thing, we go into that place, and it's like a rainforest, so I don't worry about fires. It's a natural thing about the way it is. I'm kind of upset because I would like to ask you, if you're so bent down on doing this thing about killing trees, and you're talking about 1,600 or 18,000, I want you to hire Mr. Peter Ehrlich or Mr. Joe McBride. I'll get you their phone number and put them on the pay thing. And every time you cut down a tree, you ask them to check it, just like you would a human being before you said he's dead. Anyway, thank you.
My name is Jane Risk. I'm a retired teacher with San Francisco Unified and a Sierra Club outings leader. On this particular issue, I do not agree with the Sierra Club. My husband and I have lived on Mount Davidson for 44 years. We love to walk in the woods, to enjoy the peaceful setting of the forest in the midst of our noisy city, and to introduce our children and now our grandchildren to this magical place. The Natural Areas Program, or NAP, plans to cut 1,600 trees in the heart of Mount Davidson. We consulted 2 expert arborists to study the Mount Davidson forest. Peter Ehrlich, who is the chief forester of the San Francisco Presidio, and Joe McBride, professor of urban forestry from UC Berkeley. In the words, or both of them concluded that the trees on Mount Davidson are, in their words, of good vigor. That cutting 1,600 mature trees is really clear cutting, not thinning. That the removals would greatly increase the possibility of wind throw, leaving the remaining trees susceptible to breaking limbs and falling over. In the words of Peter Ehrlich, the removals are not forest management. One does not manage a forest by removing the forest's leading edge for habitat conversion. NAP proposes to convert the heart of Mount Davidson forest to scrub and grasslands. Those are in the words of the plan. We ask you to save the Mount Davidson forest. Please take the forest out of NAP control and transfer it to the Park Department arborists who will care for and nurture the trees. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Steve Shorb. I'm a resident of Miraloma Park and live very close to Mount Davidson. And I'm here for the people on my street, Sequoia Way, and also Teresita. We know a number of neighbors who are disturbed by the plan and basically favor the maintenance plan. Basically, we find the forest to be this wonderful, enchanting place, and we're feeling that this plan might actually change the atmosphere of the whole place. That's very soulful at the moment, and there's a lot of love for the eucalyptus trees, which, quite frankly, when you look at just simply aesthetically, we were looking over some art books the other day of California history, California native art movements like the Society of Six and others, and the ubiquity of the eucalyptus tree is just such a motif throughout the indigenous art movements in California that the idea of vilifying them is just fantastic to some of us. And so I don't want to go through all the statistics that have already been spoken of the number of trees that are going to be removed, but it seems kind of shockingly high. And basically, when you look at the way people enjoy Mount Davidson, it's the forest part that is reveled in, and the grassland part is simply plowed through in order to get to the forest to enjoy that almost primal wild. It's a wilderness area, and it's. I don't think we want a manicured kind of scrubland to take its place. Thank you very much. We're basically for the maintenance alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ron Makel. I'm a resident of Pacifica, one of your neighboring city, I guess. I'm here to speak about Sharp Park, the golf course there. First, I want to start and say, just to let you know, I would like to see you, please, if you would, separate the EIR from the golf course remodel plan. I'd like to see a real thorough job done with that lagoon. And one of the reasons is to give you a little history of Pacifica. Pacifica, historically, many years ago, as a matter of fact, I was sharing a couple of maps with a friend today. One was from 1895, the other one was from 1853, but both the maps indicate there used to be 3 lagoons in Pacifica. One of them was the Laguna San Pedro, which later became Lake Matilda. That particular lagoon, which is in the southern part of Pacifica off of Linamar Beach, was actually one of the first land features that the Portola expedition, when they came down on the north slope of Montero Mountain in 1769, October 31st, as a matter of fact, on Halloween. But at any rate, they came down into Pacifica, and that was one of the first things they indicate in their journal, their diary, was this big marsh that extended all the way from the valley to the shoreline of the sea there, which is Linamar Beach. The other lagoon, of course, is the lagoon in Sharp Park, which is still there, and I thank Sharp Park for that, because if it wasn't for that being preserved even as a golf course, that lagoon probably would have been built on like the one in Lindamar in the southern part of Pacific. Then the third lagoon was called, I think it was called Laguna Alta, which means high, the high lagoon. There was a big lagoon that was in about 600 or 700 feet elevation in the southern part of Pacifica. But anyway, the fact that we still have a lagoon left, I would really appreciate it very, very much if you guys could make the most concerted effort possible, spare no expense, and really do a great job on that lagoon and that natural area within that. And I mean, something, utilize the GJRA Conservancy as a mentor for it. The type of work they do, excellent work. Maybe they could be helpful in guiding that. But at any rate, please, once again, separate the EIR from the golf course remodel plan. And thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Victor Carmichael. I'm also a resident of Pacifica since 1992. This plan may be fine or not, but it contains a poison pill. The Sharp Park course is definitely not a natural area. Adding changes in the golf course into the FEIR invalidates the entire plan. This is a cynical manipulation of the natural areas planning process and the FEIR to mitigate, just simply to mitigate golf changes to make the golf course survive. The relationship between the golf course and the Laguna Salada wetlands is far too complex to be included with the other natural areas plan that the San Francisco Park and Rec manages. The importance of the wetlands as a home to endangered and threatened species deserves more careful consideration than merely to serve as a mitigation for golf. Here's the problem. By raising the height of the fairways, you restrict the lagoon, which then cannot migrate from the sea as it rises due to climate change. The lagoon will become too salty. The salt intrusion through the berm will occur as sea level rises. If you approve the golf redesign proposed in this FEIR, you will permanently place the lagoon in mortal danger. Simply creating habitat too close to the ocean invites endangered species that you're trying to protect into an area where they are even more at risk. The long-term effects on the lagoon and its residents will be disastrous. The consequences of the golf course and the changes are far too important to be hidden within an FEIR. Please extract the golf course renovation plan from the final EIR. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, early evening. I live one block from Mount Davidson Park in a home my husband and I have owned for 30 years. In good weather, I walk in the forested area of Mount Davidson almost daily. The thing that's so wonderful about the forest that no one's really mentioned is that it's so dense that you can't see another building, you can't hear traffic, you can't hear cars, see cars. All you can see is the greenery and the forest. And the Japanese call this forest bathing when you walk in the forest, and it's been proven to have a calming and uplifting effect on people, and that's what it does to me. So I'm against the cutting of the 1,600 trees in Mount Davidson, and I don't support the EIR. Everybody has talked already about the 82% of the trees in Mount Davidson being felled, and the horrible release of the carbon. I also have to say that because I live a block from Mount Davidson, I have seen them putting on the herbicide on the trees and on the stumps and on the invasive blackberry. And they have signs posted that say, do not apply in wet weather. Well, I've seen them apply it millions of times in wet weather because it's foggy a lot up there. And they're also supposed to stay on site while it dries. And they never stay on site while it dries. So when it's wet, it's super dangerous. It's not that it's not dangerous when it's dried, but it's super dangerous, and people are still walking up there. So I asked the Commission again, I wanted to say, please respect the will of the people who live and use the park, not to contribute to global warming and not to certify the ERA, and support in the maintenance plan if that is required. Thank you.
I provided copies of comments to the record to Melanie Hugh, and she was going to provide them to the commissioners. I have a long version with all the citations and a short version with just the table of summary impacts. I just want to comment about, well, unfortunately I'm a lawyer, so I got to tell you the problems. You have a big problem because you have a programmatic EIR for a bunch of projects which are mishmashed together, and you can't have a programmatic EIR. You've already heard the people say Sharp Park is one deal, Mount Davidson is another deal. So the programmatic EIR doesn't work. The discussion of the environmentally superior alternative says, well, the reason the maintenance alternative is superior is because it doesn't have the Laguna Salada habitat restoration. Well, what does the Laguna Salada habitat restoration have to do with Mount Davidson and the highest point in the city of San Francisco? The other problems with the EIR are the fact that, contrary to the assertion in the response to comments, as Table 21, which is the first page of this handout, shows, there are significant unmitigatable impacts in at least 4 areas: cultural and paleontological, biological, and I forget what the other one. They're shown on Table 21. The maintenance alternative doesn't have those impacts. And the EIR doesn't consider kind of a hybrid maintenance alternative, which would be, the maintenance alternative says you'll keep the existing distribution of plants. You could do the maintenance alternative, remove hazardous trees, and then install live oak or whatever you want whenever you remove the hazardous trees or the tree fall or whatever you want. The response to the comments also is asking you to bet on the come. What you're going to do is, at the bottom of my comments, first you're going to have 54 metric tons of carbon sequestration losses from cutting the trees in San Francisco, 177 in Sharp Park, and an amortized, although it's all at the front end, plus 185 metric tons of carbon from the heavy construction. Well, what happens? You cut down the trees. What happens if you don't complete the project? You don't have any guarantee. And I'll finally conclude by saying there are 3 things that the EIR does not consider. The drought. One reason the maintenance alternative is preferred is because it doesn't require water to maintain for the life of the new trees. We're in a drought. You may not believe it looking outside, but we're in a drought.
Okay, next speaker, and Eva Del Campo. Jeffrey Galligan, Jane Munchley, Rupert Clayton, Timothy Armour, Randy Zebel, Paul Slavin, John Burns, and Gretchen Loge.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stan Zeven. I live in Pacifica. We Pacificans are truly concerned about sea level rise and the eventual loss of our beaches and homes. There is almost nothing in the FEIR addressing SLR. In the last election, all 9 counties on the Bay passed a tax to increase the size of wetlands, knowing that these wetlands are one of the best ways to control storm-powered flooding from rising seas. And the Bay doesn't have to contend with the wave action on the coast. At the same time, this FEIR is suggesting raising the golf course east of Laguna Salada, which would essentially trap the lagoon wetlands between the golf course and the rising ocean. With this plan, our wetlands will shrink and eventually disappear. San Francisco is still considering armoring between the beach and the golf course, along with massive pumping as a possible solution to protecting the golf course. Armoring is the opposite of using wetlands as protection. With the existing berm and continued pumping and salt intrusion, salt-tolerant plants are already replacing the golf grass on the west-north side. Armoring would cost in excess of $30 million. As you know, with armoring, the beaches disappear. To protect the beach, the sand would need to be replaced multiple times with a cost in excess of $50 million. That's a lot of money to protect one business. The San Francisco Littoral Cell Study cost analysis stated that if you leave the Laguna Salada wetlands alone, there would essentially be no cost. Furthermore, if allowed, the beach and lagoon will continue to exist by retreating naturally as the sea rises. And with only 4 to 5 foot levee in front of the at-risk homes at the edge of the golf course, those homes will be better protected than by an armored wall. SFRPD talks about protecting the wetlands. Much of what they are planning can be scientifically shown to be destroying them. You're preserving a golf course while killing a living ecosystem. Take the golf course off the FEIR. Now, I know I'm being a bit dramatic here, but everything I've said can be shown to be scientifically proved. I've lived there for 22 years, and I've watched that lagoon disappear. And a healthy lagoon would not only impact the golf course, but it will also impact at-risk homes, infrastructure, and businesses in the area. So I strongly, strongly urge you to please, please pull this thing from the FEIR and let's do it right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frank Triska. My association with the Natural Areas Program began several years ago when I volunteered to plant native plants on Billy Goat Hill. It seemed like a really great idea at the time, and about 20 volunteers, some dedicated park employees, spent probably half a day planting dozens of native plants. We felt very good about it when we left. However, within 6 months, I noticed that many of the plants had begun to die. And within a year, it seemed like all of them had been overtaken by other vegetation. At the time, I wrote it off as bad luck and participated in a second planting, a year or so later sponsored by a software firm, where they put in about $6,000 worth of native plants. However, the result was the same, except for 2 oak trees, which have actually thrived over that period. Everything else had died. For a plan to be successful, it has to have realistic goals, a mechanism of implementation, and a mechanism for evaluation and accountability. Based on my experience, these are the things I looked for in the current document and found very little. Almost all of the projects recommend planting native plants, but what you won't find in the plan are statements like, restoration plans will be revisited after 6 months, 12 months, and 2 years to determine mortality of various planted species, verify the establishment of seed banks, or to obtain guidance for future plantings. Certainly, if this kind of statement was in effect, on Billy Goat Hill, we would have a lot more native oaks and a lot fewer dead herbaceous vegetation. A lot of people have talked about the forestry, and I have a lot of problems with it too. So I'll only say that I do support the maintenance alternative and that the one-for-one replacement is pie in the sky because it assumes zero mortality. Again, for this kind of a program, I think we should have performance statements such as replacement trees will be examined after 2, 5, and 10-year intervals to determine mortality and initiate replacement. This is such that after 10 years, a minimum of 1 vigorous growing native tree for every 1 cut can be documented. Herbicides and pesticides are dangerous chemicals, some more so than others. The plan should not allow the application of chemicals so dangerous that they require special protective clothing in the application. This is because it will result in contact to children, unleashed dogs, cats, birds, and other wildlife after the application specialist has left the area. In short, the plan lacks significant oversight and accountability. I don't see how you can certify this document until there are reasonable, accountable standards are included to ensure that the prudent use of taxpayer resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, in calling John Swagler, Rolazed Lord, Kira Swinnerton, Wadey Prada, Dennis Hall, Nancy Warfel, Catherine Rubens, Rachel Kelsey, Shelley Arnold, and Dennis Louie.
Hi, I'm Dr. Victoria Hammond. As I sat downstairs in the overflow room and listened to all of the comments, I noticed that in general, those who support the Natural Areas Program tend to be government employees, academia, or employees of politically connected nonprofits. Most of those who oppose tend to be regular long-term San Francisco residents like myself, people who actually use these parks every day, walk amongst these trees. These are the people who can't afford to lose a day's earnings to come to this meeting. The Natural Areas Program is not popular with the common San Franciscan. About a year and a half ago, my dog got into some of that Roundup that was freshly sprayed in Glen Park, and he died as a result of it. Consequently, I am completely against the use of Roundup and Garlon on our public lands. I'm opposed to the EIR as it is currently written because it does still, let those things be used. And if you have to approve it, please do the maintenance option instead. Please stop this insane decimation of carbon sequestering trees, and please stop spraying these toxic herbicides in the name of Natural Area Program. A 4-year study recently completed by Stanford University concluded that grasslands are basically doomed under predicted warming trends. They hoped to find that grasslands could save us, could sequester carbon as much as trees, but their conclusion was that the only answer to slow warming is to reduce emissions and plant more trees. NAP's plan is to replace mature carbon sequestering trees with grasses, shrubs, and California oaks to a certain extent, but this is a species which is already dying off at alarming rates in California. It's a different environment than the 1800s. Please don't pass this plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul Slavin. I'm president of the Pacifica Historical Society. I want to just address the Sharp Park question from a historical perspective. I'll leave the science, which has been discussed for many years, to others. In 1929, when the San Francisco City Fathers were looking for someone to build their new golf course on the coast of San Mateo County, they had the immense good fortune to hire the greatest living golf architect in the world. Alister McKenzie was then in the process of revolutionizing the way courses were perceived and the way the game was played, and he is now considered one of the most influential architects in the history of the game. The course he designed at Sharp Park is an absolute jewel, a showcase of his artistic touches, the magnificent sight lines of headlands and horizons, the wide fairways and rolling hills. Like all McKenzie courses, it offers a game that is enjoyable for the average player, but challenging for a more talented golfer. And this, remember, is a municipal course open to all players, not a pampered private country club course. For over 80 years, Sharp Park has been the most demographically diversified recreational opportunity in the Bay Area. Sharp Park is now in the best shape I've seen it in years. The work having been done on the course is clearly successful. And I might add that the frogs are thriving. Mackenzie's genius is more evident than ever. I congratulate the city for their care of this historic natural treasure and encourage you not to separate Sharp Park from the Natural Resources Management Plan. Thank you.
Okay, I'll say it. Good evening. My name is Tim Armour. I'm a homeowner up on Mount Davidson. In fact, my property line touches the Natural Areas Program part of the mountain. I'm very concerned of the cutting of the trees up on Mount Davidson, and urge you to go the route of the maintenance option. While other cities are planting thousands and thousands of trees around the world, our city chooses to cut them down to try to bring back a mountain to where it was pre-Spanish contact. To me, I think that we can't go back. The trees formed, like many others in the audience have said, it's a respite from city living. Even if you're not in the forest, you look up at the cross, you look up at the trees, it's a calming effect on everybody. Also, I want to bring up that NAP has been less than transparent on what their plans are. They've never reached out to the citizens up on Mount Davidson as to what they want to do with the forest up there. Everything we've gotten has been with Freedom of Sunshine Acts and getting the information. I also want to bring up that it's amazing to me because with our future government, we don't know what that's going to be and if we're going to lose funding and stuff, that we're going to be spending a lot of money on cutting trees down. While we have one city agency, Park and Rec, who's cutting trees down, we have another city agency spending millions of dollars to plant trees. So what's wrong with this picture here? So I think that it's not good to rush into judgments here. I think that you are probably under a lot of pressure to pass this. But I want to say to you what looks good at the moment here and what's all the experts that have come before me, and I've been here since 1 o'clock, have said, pass this, pass this, pass this. But what will the people in 10, 20, 30 years say? What were they thinking? What were they thinking cutting down trees to plant grass and shrubs? Let's just go back to the 1950s when the double-decker freeway was built on the Embarcadero. We had experts saying that was the best thing since sliced bread, and we need that. We also had the total slaughter of the Fillmore District and the Japantown area under urban renewal. Those were all excellent ideas at the time and were really pushed by a lot of people. But look what they did to whole communities, and let alone thousands of Victorian homes that were torn down for urban renewal. So I ask you, please think and go into your souls and your minds about, is this the right thing to do? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rupert Clayton. I live in Coal Valley, near the Oak Woodlands in Golden Gate Park and the interior Greenbelt on Mount Sutro. I am not a government employee. I'm not employed by a nonprofit, but I do urge you to vote to certify the EIR and to approve the management plan as proposed. So I believe that people on all sides of this issue have a sincere love of nature. However, you've heard quite a few allegations this evening from some speakers that the Natural Areas Program is somehow xenophobic or nativist or anti-immigrant or even racist. Well, like a lot of San Franciscans, I am an immigrant. I love the native plants and wildlife that we have in California, but I do understand that the newer non-native species are here to stay. Eucalyptus, Himalayan blackberry are not going to be out of our state. That doesn't mean we need to leave every one of them everywhere it is and ignore our native areas. Choosing to preserve habitat and support restoration does not imply xenophobia. I trust that you're going to reject that hyperbole. With regard to the limited use of herbicides, this is properly managed through the Department of Environment's Integrated Pest Management Program. That has its own regular review program with extensive public input. You're not required to manage that through the management plan or the EIR itself. Very little of San Francisco's original landscape has survived through the 300 years of development that we've had in the state. And maybe 3% of the city still retains a good representation of the habitats that make the Bay Area one of the most important biodiversity hotspots. 20 years ago, the city began this approach to preserve and restore these natural areas to enable current and future San Franciscans to experience these unique natural environments right here in the city. This management plan is a reasonable, very well thought out program to preserve and restore important habitats and to maintain access for all park goers. That includes school children, dog walkers, hikers, all the volunteers who work in these restoration projects. So again, I urge you to vote to certify the EIR and to approve the management plan as proposed. Thank you very much for the long time that you spent here today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Swagler. I think that I have a perspective that might be a little bit unique in that I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours the last 6 years of my life working with the SF-NAP program as well as the Presidio Forestry Department. And I agree with the last speaker that this isn't a clear-cut issue of, native good, non-native bad, and that, this isn't a radical mission to exterminate every non-native tree. From what I understand, only 18% of the trees on Mount Davidson are going to be managed. There'll still be plenty left for you to enjoy. I would say that there are lots of species on Mount Davidson that are maybe less charismatic than a tree, like the annual wildflowers that you can only see for maybe 3 months out of the year, that have persisted for generations, thousands of years, and they're the most threatened. And that if people knew about them more, then, I think there's a lot of common ground for everybody here. We appreciate nature. I think there should be more outreach. I think that these places are going to be used as an educational space. I think there's a lot of passion from both sides, but that they will remain open as multi-use areas. I would say that a lot of the trees on Mount Davidson are old. They have a lifespan of around 120 years, and these trees are aging. They've been impacted by drought, by armillaria disease, and they didn't receive maintenance as they were growing, so they're not very structurally sound. They're on trails which put people at risk. I hope that you tree lovers don't go up there while it's windy because they're moving a lot, and they have multiple big stems that are not structurally sound. Let's see, what else did I want to say? Oh, I had a lot of time working in the Presidio at El Polín, which was very hideous when it happened. They removed hundreds of healthy trees and replaced them with native plants. It took about 75,000 plants. There's a mortality rate, but I was able to monitor every year what was there, what wasn't, and keep statistics over what happens. And I'd say that over time it is successful and animals use it. Thanks for your time. Thanks for sticking it out here. I've been here for 5 hours, took the day off work. I know we all care. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Rachel Kiesel, and I first became aware of this plan when I was a commercial dog walker at Bernal Hill. At the same time, I was a student at San Francisco State, and although my gut reaction was to really despise this plan because of all the hyperbole that you hear about how it's going to curtail access for folks with dogs, I was directed by professors at San Francisco State to the actual department, Recreation and Parks, for internships. And I went to Rec and Park and found that actually the plan is pretty modest and really does work the edges to try to preserve. The primary mission is to conserve what we continue to have in terms of biodiversity. And the department engaged me as a young person who was in the commercial dog walking community and actually had me do my senior undergraduate research project on engaging dog walkers at Bernal Hill, one of the most contentious places for this plan and for dog walking and the department. It was entirely thankless work, but it was a great learning experience for me. So when you hear people say the department has never tried to engage the dog walking community, I'm standing up here to tell you that for 2.5 years I was asked to do just that. I eventually decided that this should be my life's work, and I got a master's degree in conservation, came back, did consulting work in GIS for the department, and eventually became a staff member and spent 5 years serving these lands. The thing that I learned is that despite all of the deep concern from our passionate citizens in the city of San Francisco and this unfortunate distrust that is there, the department works very well with the Department of the Environment, the San Francisco PUC, nonprofit partners like Golden Gate Audubon, as well as the California Native Plant Society and neighborhood groups. The department is trying really hard to get this right, and I hope that you move this programmatic EIR forward, understanding that project-specific public process can continue to happen as these plans move forward. So this big picture EIR provides much needed guidance and compliance for the department and still allows for us to move individual projects like something at Mount Davidson forward in a way that involves community process. And I think that's one of the nice things about the plan is that this isn't an end stop, but it gives us a nice, it gives us a framework and something to look at and take into consideration with each action. And I'll say that in my time working for the department, I worked with a program that was very dedicated to reducing risk with pesticides, to being compliant with the integrated pest management program of the Department of the Environment, in protecting trees, including the ones that are not native here, and just protecting the land in general. So I hope that you'll move this plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dennis Hall, resident of San Francisco since 1950, when the forest on Mount Davidson was already 70 years old. So that forest, that Mount Davidson area, has not been a natural area since 1880. And to try and turn it back into a natural area of scrubland, I put in the same category as tearing down Hetch Hetchy Dam to restore the Hetch Hetchy Valley. No more water. So I can't believe that you're seriously considering adopting that. So I'm against the EIR for the management plan. As another speaker said, the massive pesticide applications will go into the groundwater, which we now have to drink because they're mixing it with our Hetch Hetchy water. And as for the golf course, I advocate no changes at all at the golf course. The frogs are thriving down there. The people that tried to close the golf course several years ago could not prove that the golf course was impacting the frogs or the snakes. They talk about the snakes getting killed by mowers, but I don't believe they've ever documented that. The only snake I've seen at Sharp Park was in the claws of a red-tailed hawk as it flew overhead, but of course I couldn't identify it as a San Francisco garter snake or not. And as for cutting down 16,000 trees at Sharp Park, it's a total waste of money. Directly adjacent to that forest at Sharp Park is several square miles of Sweeney Ridge, which is all natural scrubland. So if you cut down the forest, you're decreasing the biodiversity because you already have several square miles of scrubland directly adjacent to it. I don't know if any of you have been there. You can look it up on your Google Maps and see. So, and if San Francisco has money to cut down all these trees, I'd like to see them go through our other parks where there are lots of dangerous trees. One of them just fell on a woman, and the San Francisco is going to end up paying a lot of money for that. And thinning out the trees that are a threat to people that walk through there right now. At Stern Grove, there are several trees that are going to take somebody out. So to spend a lot of money to cut down a healthy forest is just ridiculous. I hope you'll consider the management alternative and replace eucalyptus trees with coast live oaks, which do grow pretty well at Stern Grove, even among the eucalyptus trees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelley Arnold. I've lived in San Francisco for 21 years. Commissioners, I urge you to adopt the EIR and approve the Natural Resources Management Plan without further delay. The management plan is designed as a framework to recognize and promote biodiversity and sustainable landscapes in San Francisco, promote soil and water conservation, restore native flora and fauna, improve resiliency to climate change, and advocate for environmental justice. Further, the plan supports evidence-based approaches to resource management. The plan is long overdue. The city lags behind federal and state land management agencies in recognizing and protecting natural resources. The city is embarrassingly behind the times. The USDA introduced comprehensive ecological management policy in 1964, the Department of the Interior in 1967. Over the last 5 decades, federal land management objectives have continued to evolve, including contemporary issues like climate change and environmental justice. Frankly, our neighbors in the city, GGNRA, the Presidio Trust, and California State Parks, have been recognizing and protecting critical natural resources for many years. It is time for the city and county of San Francisco to step up. It's time for the city government to stop shirking environmental responsibilities. It is time to pitch in, just as our city neighbors have been doing for years. Now is your opportunity, commissioners, to act locally, protect our environment, demonstrate responsible environmental leadership by adopting the EIR and approving the plan. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Orfel, former member of the Park Recreation Advisory Committee, and for 9 years I was educated. I came today to ask you to please approve the maintenance alternative for the Natural Areas Management Plan, rated within the EIR as environmentally sensitive and superior, I should say. Tomorrow, I would like to have you request the General Manager of the Recreation and Park Department, Mr. Ginsberg, to prepare for your consideration a document that officially transfers the management and maintenance of the forest currently in the Natural Areas Program to the jurisdiction of the Department of Urban Forestry's Division. This request is based on the fact that the trees in the forests under NAP's control have not been prioritized for maintenance simply because they're non-native. Indeed, Appendix F of the Natural Areas Management Plan states that the long-term goal for the urban forest management in certain areas is to slowly convert those areas from forest to native scrub, grassland habitats, or oak woodlands. The plan calls for 3,400 trees to be removed in San Francisco and another 15,000 trees to be removed from Sharp Park. NAP wants to take the land these trees now occupy. Clearly, having NAP in charge of a forest is not in the best interest of preserving that forest. If NAP can get access to money to chop down over 18,000 trees, then the department can decide to redirect that money to invest in preserving our beautiful forests by adequately funding the Urban Forestry Division to do the job. Back in 1998, when the very first NAP management plan was proposed, various parks in the city were identified to be part of this brand new program. Back then, I believe the city's forests were considered to be part of nature, so they were included in NAP. Now, NAP has rejected caring for the non-native trees, and it is time to reassign these forests to the professional employees who actually want to keep the trees as part of the city's canopy and who know how to keep them healthy. You have heard testimony today that our forests are not properly maintained by NAP. Now that you know this, you have the responsibility for taking the appropriate corrective action to ensure the work is properly managed by the fully qualified Urban Forestry Division. Please be proactive in protecting our park trees. And I want to thank Mr. Frank Triska for his comments. I support him completely. I had the same experience of dead plants at Pine Lake Park. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Denise Louie. I'm a native San Franciscan. I've lived on Mount Davidson for 4 decades, and I'm a volunteer with the Natural Resources Division on Mount Davidson, in Glen Canyon, and in other significant natural resource areas around the city. I urge you to support the EIR and the NRAMP as is, because we can trust that Rec Park Department has fully vetted the plan, which leaves 95% of trees intact. But one thing that we need to understand is that the stands of eucalyptus trees are not what they once were. They've been stressed by drought, and because of the drought, they've shrunk. Even their shallow roots have shrunk back. So in a heavy wind, the trees can easily topple and actually slide down the hills. Okay, so I think we can agree that unhealthy trees should be removed. So please consider Dan Flanagan's comments that the Urban Forest Council and Cal Academy experts recently found that there's a dieback among our trees. And all trees need to be managed, but especially now. So I urge you to support the EIR and NRAMP today to help find money to start removing unhealthy trees. Neighbors and I now live in fear of a huge fire and falling trees and limbs. These are liability risks that the city needs to address with your help. Thank you.
Next speaker. Okay, are there any other folks who'd like to?
I think I forgot my card.
Okay.
My name is Anastasia Glickstern, and of course, I want this all the program, National Area Program, which is not natural by any stretch of imagination. I want it dead, I want it out, I want it cut out. I live near natural areas, it's not natural. I know it's not going to happen, okay? But you heard enough. The EIR is not objective, again, by any stretch of imagination. Why would it talk about one-to-one tree removal when it's not on the plan? If you're objective, you look at what's in the plan and you discuss it. Why you're discussing one-to-one tree removal, which is nowhere to be found? Why the carbon sequestration is so greatly underestimated? It's not objective, it's not accurate, it's not whatever is the third word, it escapes me now, but please do not certify it. But if you certify it, please don't approve the plan project. Please approve the maintenance alternative, which is bad enough. And one of the gentlemen, but better, one of the gentlemen from RPD was saying that you don't know what we're doing. I know very well what they're doing. I was there on November 2nd, and they were cutting the resprouting of the eucalyptus tree, which were cut in 2007 for one reason or another, and putting the herbicide on it. And I learned about natural area programs through experience because I was walking my dog from 2001 to 2013 on Mount Davidson, and herbicides are there all the time. They are all very toxic. Now, about responsible use of herbicides, very responsible thing is please don't use it. It's the most responsible thing. It should be forbidden, strictly forbidden. And cutting of healthy trees should be forbidden. And don't make mistake. This plan is not about forest maintenance. It's about replacement of forested area with native scrub and grass habitat. One area on Mount Davidson, 82% will be removed because this blessed California huckleberry, not endangered by any stretch of imagination again, happened to live there. So you have to cut 1,000 trees over there. I want, and there are so many things people are saying which is simply not true. Like the lifespan of eucalyptus is 300 to 500 years, not 100 years. Now, unhealthy trees on Mount Davidson, how many of those unhealthy trees are actually girdled? Like Mr. Flanagan went there and looked at the trees. Did he check how many are girdled, and no, now these same natural areas, they were spraying imazafir straight under the trees. How many of you are watering your trees with imazafir? Like, if they are unhealthy, it's probably thank you very much for natural area program. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your great patience and endurance tonight. Excuse me, I worked for you a long time ago. I worked closely with the Natural Areas Program. I have seen the staff work miracles in so many areas. But I am a Pacifican, and as a Pacifican, I strongly oppose the Sharp Park Golf Course redevelopment project that is currently buried in the FEIR. I respectfully request that you remove it from the SINRAMP EIR process. The golf course, as you have been told, and I'm sure you understand, the golf course is not a natural area. Natural areas, theoretically, do not include manicured lawns. Do you have a different definition for a golf course than a manicured lawn? If you refuse to separate out the golf course redevelopment, you must really ethically oppose the entire EIR. You've heard people talking about the redesign not being supposed to be included in the natural areas plan. You've heard the quote, should changes to the Sharp Park Golf Course be proposed, they would undergo a separate regulatory review, including CEQA. Piling dirt on top of the greens, not the greens, but the fairways, in order to raise them is definitely a new addition to the FEIR. Today you're looking at a proposal to raise the golf course and thus lock the lagoon in closer to the ocean, where increasing salinity is inevitable. Red-legged frogs cannot live in salty water. The San Francisco garter snakes do not live where there are no red-legged frogs. 20 years for this plan? That's not enough. If you lock that lagoon in and refuse to allow it to migrate, we've lost our frogs and our snakes. Local experts in herpetology, biology, ecology, and botany have clearly stated that, quote, habitat enhancement proposed by the Park Department in their preferred 18-hole alternative is inadequate to allow the recovery of the San Francisco garter snake and red-legged frogs at the site, and is set up to fail with climate change and sea level rise. I repeat, golf course is not a natural area. If you choose to include golf course redesign as part of the natural areas EIR and approve this FEIR, you are choosing eventual death for the lagoon and extinction of the endangered species populations on the site. Again, thank you for your tolerance and endurance.
Commissioners, my name is Paul Rotter. I'm a resident of San Francisco. Evolution continues. It doesn't stop. It's not static. And it is probably a conceit, one of our favorite conceits, that we can control things. And I suspect that nature and evolution are forces that are, it is a conceit that we can control this. Imagine if the idea that we can postpone evolution and the exchange of plants and extend that back into the previous years, go back to about 8,000 years when the ice age was starting to recede. Sitting around, sitting around a place, a cave, reviewing an EIR, and somebody trying to say we have to stop here. We have to, we'll allow these plants to exist, and these plants have got to go. We're trying to do that now. It seems silly and awkward, but it is true that we're working with forces here in nature that we haven't quite resolved on. So I oppose, obviously, the EIR, but if it is necessary to certify it, I'd ask you to adopt the maintenance alternative, as a number of people have done. It's described in the EIR as the environmentally superior alternative, the least use of herbicides and less removal of healthy trees, et cetera, et cetera. Just a note on what's happening to native trees in California. 102 million native conifers dead in the past 6 years. 102 billion. 5 million oak trees dead of sudden oak death since 1995. There are incursions of SOD infections into Golden Gate Park and into the Arboretum. Both native and non-native trees will be important parts of our future, perhaps especially in urban areas, in urban forests. And considerations will need to be species neutral. We are at a time when every tree, every shrub, every piece of grass is important and count. Let's not destroy them before they're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And is there any additional public comment? You're up. You might want to try speaking into the...
Right now. Hello, is that better? Okay, wonderful. Okay, my name is Mary Pedraza. I don't know why you didn't have my card, by the way. I submitted one. Okay, my husband and I have been residents on Dalewood Way in the Sherwood Forest neighborhood, Mount Davidson, since 1978 when we purchased our home. Afterwards, this was a home that we brought our two sons to live with us from the hospital, and they grew up and they loved their homes, and they loved being in that neighborhood. From the start, we have appreciated the forest setting in which we found ourselves. When we first moved to Dalewood, the forest across from us was really dense, all completely covered with trees, the street across from us. And we thought that was just absolutely fabulous and wonderful. I felt that I was in heaven. Never until the very strong winds of the 1981, 82, 83 winters presented themselves did we have any concerns about the very tall trees across the street from us. They were 80, 100 feet tall. During one of these storms, however, in January of 82, 83, my husband had just opened our garage door coming home, and our second son was an infant in the rear seat of the car. And my husband barely brought in the car into the garage when one of the trees from across the street during the storm came crashing down and knocked down the power lines. My husband had to, close the door. And I was just so flabbergasted when he told me, and I was just so grateful that I had not lost half my family that day. And then there was a second incident that we have problems. As you can gather from this, I definitely support the EIR, definitely. But for the purposes of maintaining, watching out for the unhealthy trees, for keeping the place safe. And this is something that should have been done now years and years ago. Well, and also another incident that happened was in October, right across the street from our neighbor's house, approximately, I think it was 1986, when a cypress tree, in the midst of all this peace and quiet, came tumbling down. And again, the power lines went off. No one could explain this. The city did nothing but just take away the tree, of course. And so we are not, we're not against the trees. It's just that they need to be maintained. Right now, recently, a lot of these trees are unhealthy, having gone through a lot of lack of rain. They are very shallow rooted, everybody tells me. and they are nothing like the ones in Australia. Australia, I understand, they're short and squat, and they have to go down to reach for water. Our trees don't do that. Our trees are very dangerous when they are old and diseased. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Jonas, you want to remind us of any actions or what actions in order we're going to take today?
Surely, Commission President. So there will be two actions that are taken. The first action will be taken by the Planning Commission only. And the second action will be by the Recreation and Park Commission only. The first action by the Planning Commission will be to certify the final environmental impact report, and the second action would be by the Rec and Park Commission to adopt the plan.
Okay, and so any...
It has to happen sequentially, so
right. So
I would suggest that maybe the Planning Commission deliberate on the certification of the final environmental impact report and then allow the Recreation and Park Commission to do the same for the plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hillis.
So thank you, and thank you for all the public comment. I obviously, people are very passionate about their parks, and that's great. We tend not to get into these issues as the Planning Commission too much. We tend to deal with the built environment, so this has been educational for us. And I just want to make one kind of clarification, and it's something we grapple with also about the EIR versus the policy document and the policies of the Natural Area Plan. The EIR is really a document that's here to inform the policymakers. And in this case, it's the Rec Park Commission adopting or changing or altering the Natural Area Plan. And our job as the Planning Commission is to make sure that document looks at all the impacts and is comprehensive. We're looking to Rec Park to kind of set the policy. So on the EIR, just a couple questions I have, and I'm not sure if they're for planning staff or for Rec Park staff, but can someone explain kind of the Sharp Park, the reason why we're doing a project level EIR for the Sharp Park changes in a program level EIR? And we've seen this in other areas, but maybe you can kind of clarify to us why that's happening here in this case.
And then I'm going to turn it over to Dawn to talk about how it's more specifically reflected in the document. But it's been a long hearing, and there are a lot of there have been a lot of passionate voices in the room. But I want to make one thing very clear. We are talking about a habitat restoration project on an existing golf course. We are not talking about developing a golf course. We're talking about doing a habitat project, a very significant one that, by the way, has been planned in consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and state Fish and Wildlife. And its intent and purpose is to help the red-legged frog and the California garter snake thrive. And that is what we're talking about, and that's why it's in the plan. And so from there, I'll turn it over to Dawn.
Commissioners, again, Dawn Kamala-Nathan, Recreation and Park Department. As General Manager Phil Ginsburg stated, the Sharp Park project before you is not a golf course development project. It is a restoration project that has been contemplated in one form or another since 1992. And that's the Laguna Salada Restoration Project at Sharp Park. Since 2006, the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department decided to actually pursue a more robust restoration project that was initially contemplated in 2006 at Laguna Salada, in part in response to observing how quickly the habitat was continued to deteriorate at Laguna Salada, and that action was needed. In coordination with regulatory agencies, we developed what had started as kind of a programmatic project, like all the other parks that are identified in the EIR, with more specificity, and we developed the project to 30% drawings so that we could then seek the permits necessary to conduct this restoration. Having completed that work, it made tremendous sense, given that the goals were identical and in fact related to the program goals that had been established, to wrap the park into the EIR rather than to to pursue I'm not sure what administratively would be accomplished or from a policy perspective by separating at that point. They were identical and it came off of the CNRAMP programmatic EIR. It made sense to include them. That additional, or I should say more robust habitat restoration project included additional habitat creation between Laguna Salada and Horse Stable Pond. And that additional habitat creation necessitates the removal of hole 12, which then, in a domino effect, causes a significant and unavoidable impact to the historic resource that is the golf course, which then, of course, had to be analyzed per CEQA for impacts. And we had to explore in the document and think about other places where the hole could go that wouldn't cause a historic impact. So that is all according to CEQA, and again, being driven by the restoration project. So this is not a golf course remodeling project. It is a restoration project that has an impact on the golf course. And also, in addition, and this relates to the errata that was submitted earlier today, dredging is and has always been a part of the restoration project to help us maintain open water habitat at Laguna Salada. And to have a complete project description, we couldn't just say that we were dredging, several thousand cubic feet of dredge materials and we didn't know where they were going to go. A complete project description necessitates us identifying locations for the use of and placement of those soils. The errata that was submitted to you this morning makes it more clear that there are actually 4 co-equal potential uses for material, I should say sediment, that could be dredged from Laguna Salada. The first and primary use is for actually creation of upland habitat within Laguna Salada, but that also it could be disposed of at the Green Waste Facility or the Sharp Park Rifle Range, or used on the golf course, again, assuming for each one of those uses that it would not be triggering an additional impact and that the soil itself was of a quality that made it appropriate for those uses. I think I want to refer to and help to try and maybe clear up some of the miscommunication that's occurred around this subject, in that the department has made a consistent commitment to explore or to ensure that golf course renovations will go through any review process that's required by CEQA. But that project does not exist yet. The golf course drawings that are included as part of the CEQA document are for the purposes of just demonstrating the surrounding existing condition and the fact that, again, this is a restoration project that occurs within the context of a golf course. And to show, for example, on the errata map that was submitted this morning, that shows the location of the rifle range now and shows these other, and also the Green Waste Facility. The first map that had been shown in the EIR did not include that additional visual detail, and it was confusing. So we have specified that there are multiple places for the use of that soil, and done our best to clear up, I think, a persistent misunderstanding.
Is just not necessarily an EIR question, but is that project, does it have funding? I mean, or does it still?
The restoration project?
Yes. No. Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of process still needed. And that's my issue is, and I didn't quite understand some of the public comment where people are asking us to take that out of the EIR because
it's
I
not
think
in the
us
EIR.
Analyzing it, but the restoration project is, the fact that we analyze it and can certify it gives the ability for the Rec Park Commission to do the project or to expand it and do one of the alternatives, or to reduce it and do the maintenance alternative in that project. So taking it out of the EIR, I don't think really helps anybody. It kind of ties the hands of the Rec Park Commission to not do anything and kind of continue on with the status quo.
Commissioner Hillis, Jessica Range, Planning Department staff. I just wanted to make a few clarifications. Rec and Park provided a good overview as to why they included the Sharp Park restoration as part of the project, but I do want to clarify the different roles. So Planning Department, acting as the lead agency, evaluates the project as it is proposed by Rec and Park. And we had, as you can tell from there was a lot of design work that had gone into the project, and we had enough information information to be able to analyze the project at a project level. And so that's why Sharp Park restoration is analyzed at a project level versus the rest of the SIN ramp, which is more programmatic.
Okay, thank you. And then just to the rest of the SIN ramp, which is more programmatic. So we heard a lot of testimony about Mount Davidson. As that project moves forward, given the fact that we have a program level EIR and if funding becomes available and there's a more specific project at the level kind of that you may be at now with Sharp Park, what happened? I mean, what's the environmental process? And then it would be interesting to also hear kind of what the Rec Park's kind of planning community involvement process is to that as things move forward.
For sure. I'll begin with the planning department process. So once Rec Park has one of these programmatic projects more clearly defined, they would come to planning and we would evaluate their project in accordance with CEQA, and we would look to this EIR to see whether or not the project has been, fully analyzed, and if it has, then the project could go forward. If it hasn't been fully analyzed, if there are new significant impacts that are found, then additional environmental review documents would be required.
Okay.
Commissioners, Lisa Wayne, Recreation and Park Department. So typically for our capital projects, so there is no current funding for either the renovation of the urban forest or for the tree thinning at the moment that I'm aware of. But a typical process that we would undergo for one of these programmatic projects would be first the identification of funding. We would have a tree assessment, so an arborist come out and assess the trees and give us their opinion about which trees would be removed. We would have community meetings. We would be back in front of our Recreation and Park Commission for approval of those concept plans, as well as potentially, depending on the funding amount, the approval of the contract. And so there's quite a bit of process that would happen as part of one of these renovation and capital projects.
Okay, thank you. There was a question on the use of trails, and I know the plan has restoring some trails and constructing new and eliminating some, but there were a couple of commenters who brought up the fact that kind of there's a policy about utilizing areas of the park that are off trail. And is that changing as a result of the natural areas plan? I don't recall kind of seeing that in the EIR, but kind of going off the trail. I mean, some folks mentioned now that's kind of disallowed. Has there been a change in that policy as part of the natural areas plan?
Well, I think, it's good land management to encourage people to stay on trails. Of course, people wander off all the time. But it's pretty standard in federal, state, local open spaces that, when you're trying to preserve natural environments, you encourage people to go on trails. So, I think that is generally speaking, that has been our policy for a long time, and it continues to be the case.
So it's the existing policy now.
Yeah, I
just discourage kind of off people going off.
Yeah, again, like we're trying to bring people to recreate and enjoy these places, but do it in a responsible manner.
Okay, and then the one-to-one tree replacement issue that came up, that's in it's in the EIR and analyzed. There was discussion about that not being part of the plan.
Well, I mean, it's part of it is in the EIR. It's on page 92 of the EIR project description. So it is part of the project description that has been proposed by Rec and Park.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to perhaps loop back to the comment that Commissioner Hillis made and really get to the bottom of why there is so much opposition to include the Sharp Golf course into this discussion. And I know bits and pieces of it because many years ago this particular plan was in front of us. However, in the scoping of the EIR, it was to be excluded and studied with alternatives in a separate manner. And for people who are environmentally very engaged, and there were many people speaking to that subject matter, that is a big disappointment because no alternatives really are being discussed. It is basically being formatted in a manner that it looks at various aspects which deal with restoration or protection of natural areas. And I think the biggest disappointment is that the robust discussion for an EIR and alternatives are basically falling under the table. And I emphasize with that because I think it is important, particularly to my own big disappointment, the nature of EIRs since the early 70s and what we're doing today has greatly changed. And each time when we have 7 years between the scoping of the EIR and what is in front of us, the disappointment for those people who have been environmentally active since the early 70s and come with a very strong and detailed awareness of process into this discussion, the disappointment of what we are not doing or need to not do for other reasons is getting bigger and bigger. And I think that is where the severity of the disappointment and the severity of the criticism is of what we are potentially overlooking today. I am very concerned. I'm coming a little bit more from the 70s thinking of EIRs and have kind of tried to maintain that perspective even in a different climate. I'm concerned about not giving this particular area more attention. Why are we rushing it? And I don't know exactly all background. If we would have discussed that as a refresher program for this new commission, perhaps a few months ago, perhaps we would be more up to speed. But I am concerned that we are looking at it today as an inclusive part of what is otherwise a very robust and strong EIR. I'm waiting to be convinced otherwise.
No, go ahead.
Commissioner Richards.
So several things popped up during the public comment as well as the materials that were handed in today. The first one is the definition of biodiversity. And people kept questioning that and how or not it would relate to the EIR and the actual project itself. Staff, any comment on that?
Hi, yes. Jessica, Planning Department staff. We do have a glossary. Unfortunately, we do not have the term biodiversity in the glossary of our EIR at the moment. I don't have anything else to say on that topic.
Okay, thank you. Park and Rec.
Yeah, thank you. Lisa Wayne, Recreation and Park Department. I think it's important to think about, you can talk about biodiversity as the overall number of species. But really, it's not fair to compare an endangered species to something that you find ubiquitous around your landscapes. And in many ways, when you're talking about biodiversity, the most important indicators of biodiversity are those rare species, are those species that are limited in their range, like the San Francisco garter snake, like the mission blue butterfly. Those species become more important in these conversations about biological diversity because they're so limited. They may be very small in population and they may go extinct very quickly. So to kind of compare a species like that or any one of the sensitive plant and animal species in these lands to something that's more ubiquitous is not really comparing apples and oranges. Like when you really talk about biological diversity in the scientific community, you are talking about native species and then putting more emphasis on those rare species.
Thank you. I guess another question along the same lines as what Commissioner Moore was talking about in terms of Sharp Park. I guess Mr. Ginsburg, Director Ginsburg, it sounded like from your explanation that there wasn't really a range of alternatives that we could look at because we were kind of under order to do something from the Department of Fish and Game.
No, I don't think that that's exactly right. Maybe you want to talk about how the quote unquote alternatives is the maintenance
Just keep it the way it is and maintain it.
The keep it the way it is option. And this is the whole purpose of this exercise at Sharp and elsewhere. And by the way, I think it's important for people to understand for context. Sharp is 400 acres. The golf course is 100 of it. So there's 300 acres, and some of it is extremely rich, frankly, habitat, natural resources. It's in between two major ridges. There's a creek. There's Mission blue butterfly habitat. There's a lot of very, very, very rich habitat at Sharp, and one of the reasons you see a lot of, frankly, potential tree removals there is because it's a lot of Sharp is in a very inaccessible canyon, and to protect that water, to really enhance that watershed and really fulfill the potential, the habitat potential there is some tree thinning that is necessary there. The project that we've been thinking through, our primary focus here is habitat restoration. Yes, we want to do it with balancing a very legitimate recreational amenity. But the mission of this plan, and a very important mission of our department, is to conserve natural resources and preserve habitat. And this project that, in consultation with these other agencies, is an ambitious. It will be one of the most ambitious habitat restoration projects this department has ever taken on, and it could fundamentally be a game changer for the California red-legged frog, the red-legged frog and the California garter snake.
Okay. So maybe staff or Mr. Ginsburg trying to reconcile the fact that the scoping document is called explicitly excluded the Sharp Park, yet in this programmatic EIR it's included.
So in 2009, when the notice of preparation and initial study were prepared, that's where the notice of preparation said that the golf course would not be included in the project. Between 2009 and August 2011, when the draft EIR was released, that's when the plan changed. And so that's when we analyzed the project as it is currently proposed. It hasn't changed since 2011, other than the errata that was introduced today. I do want to point out, though, the alternatives that were analyzed. We did analyze project-level alternatives for Sharp Park.
Okay. Maybe while you're still up, a couple of other things. One of the major issues that I got out of this document from the Forest Alliance was the fact that they were claiming that the calculations that we are using for carbon sequestration is different or erroneous from what they submitted. Can you comment on that?
Yes. So the greenhouse gas analysis was not based entirely on a quantitative analysis. The primary significance determination was really based on a qualitative analysis, which is consistency with the greenhouse gas reduction strategy. And this is an approach that the city has taken and used consistently on all of our environmental documents. So the initial study evaluated greenhouse gas emissions from the plan based on that qualitative assessment of compliance with regulations that would reduce GHGs. Based on comments that we received on the initial study, specifically requesting quantification of greenhouse gas emissions, the EIR included a supplemental quantitative analysis. Based on comments on the draft EIR critiquing that analysis, the response to comments included an updated quantitative analysis. So the updated analysis in the response to comments was based on methods used to quantify GHGs from vegetation that are based on standard methods and protocols from expert sources, including Department of Energy, U.S. Forest Service, IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the model that was mentioned, CaliMod. So I think assuming that the comments that were submitted on the greenhouse gas analysis that you've heard today and that were also submitted in writing, assuming that those comments represent those of an expert, I think at best what you have here is a disagreement among experts. And pursuant to CEQA, disagreement among experts does not make an EIR inadequate. And throughout this EIR process, the department has made considerable efforts to address the comments related to greenhouse gases.
Okay, one more question that a lot of speakers brought up regarding the herbicides. I completely understand and in agreement with the portion on herbicides, but they were talking about it running off and going into the groundwater. Would that be something that would need to be covered?
That the herbicides
would not break down and sink into the groundwater, which we would be using for drinking?
Good question. So the methods by which the herbicides are applied are based on are guided by the IPM program, and the IPM program has specific requirements for when those herbicides can be applied, and we did not find significant impacts to hydrology or water quality as a result of herbicide use.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to also echo, give thanks to everyone who stuck around for the entire day and gave comment on this EIR and the Natural Area Resources Plan. It was actually very interesting, and I feel like I learned a lot from the people who came up. I think Commissioner Hill has sort of addressed many of the feelings that I had about how this EIR is structured and what it represents, but I'll just add a couple of things real quick. So some things that Commissioner Moore resonated with me. So quickly, I think the problem that we have here is that the plan that this program EIR covers is one extremely broad, and CEQA is a very oblique tool to use to evaluate this plan, right? If you read like the statutes behind CEQA, it's very people-focused, right? It's very focused on like the use of the environment by people and the maintenance of the environment for mankind. And this program is about maintaining the natural areas for the benefit of people, but also for the benefit of that environment in and of itself. And when you have natural areas that are within the bounds of highly dense human areas like cities, you have to take different steps to maintain those ecologies and those environments than you would if this just were a piece of a large wooded or a large natural, sort of less dense with human activity area somewhere else. And so you take that, which is not, when you look at CEQA, it's about what are you doing to the environment to make it better for mankind, and then you sort of put it against this project, which is slightly different in theory and philosophy, and then you add it on to it's very broad. You see CEQA as a very blunt tool to analyze this project. So I just want to put that out there to sort of say that I definitely feel that it's adequate. The analyses are adequate, and where there are points where there are disagreement, I think staff said it best. It's disagreement among experts, which is what you're going to get when you have these sorts of really broad-based programs. But I do feel that it's adequate, and when taken together, when you take all 5 alternatives together, from the proposed project, restoration alternative, recreation alternative, maintenance alternative, and no project, when you take all of the analysis of each one of the pathways to achieve those alternatives, you get essentially the full spectrum of things you can do, right? There's very few colors left out of the rainbow when you take them all together. And I think it's going to be pretty impossible to sort of slice and dice this and come up with the one proposed project for a 20-year maintenance and restoration plan. So I think we have to look at this as there are general spheres of the philosophies of what you want to do and how you're going to do it, and then the actual program is going to end up being a mixture amongst all 5, right? Sharp Park is an example. It may be that you want to do the restoration alternative there. Make it a 9-hole golf course and make it more wetlands and change it up. You know, you may want to do that, and that's not what's right now in the proposed project, but if you go 5-10 years and you're looking at Sharp Park more closely, that's maybe what you want to do. So I think that that's the direction we have to take here. And I see Commissioner Moore has a comment, but I think, you know, for the purposes of the Planning Commission and looking at this as an EIR document written within the bounds of CEQA, I feel that this document is adequate, and I move to accept the final EIR.
Thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. I have to start by saying that I feel really proud to live in a city where everyone with a different spectrum of opinions about the implementation care so deeply about our natural areas, about biodiversity, about the use of public lands. It makes me really proud. I also I'm proud of this EIR document. I think it's comprehensive. It meets the criteria of transparency and full information. I do have a question for the park department staff, and that is about the use of herbicides and pesticides. So what is an IPM program? And I also had a question about the implementation of application of all chemicals, the training that the workers undergo before they can do it, and who exactly makes the decision to apply chemicals, and what training do they have, and what's kind of the chain of command in the quality control after application. Thank you.
Yeah. Lisa Wayne, Recreation and Park Department, and Dr. Chris Geiger from the Department of Environment is also here today. He oversees the IPM program for the Department of the Environment. So there were a lot of questions in there. Let me see if I answer them all. You'll let me know. And
it was just such a recurrent question.
Yeah, absolutely. So integrated pest management, or IPM, is a decision-making process by which you evaluate pest problems and you look for the least toxic alternatives. And that is a guiding principle that we all in San Francisco should be very proud of, the fact that many years ago, led by the Department of the Environment, we adopted an IPM ordinance where it's very transparent the amount of herbicides we use. We have greatly reduced the amount of chemical usage in our parklands since the adoption of this, frankly, award-winning program. So that's kind of IPM in a nutshell. On the implementation side of things, on the Recreation and Park Department, we use herbicides only when there are no other options that are feasible to address the problem and to meet the land management objectives. Keeping in mind that the citizens of San Francisco not only are looking to us to preserve and protect biodiversity, but they want to have good, ball fields to play on and soccer pitches and lawns and everything else. So there's a variety of different land use objectives that we as land managers need to think about. And the process that we go through is, first and foremost, can this weed is this pest really a problem? Is it really going to spread? Is it really going to be an impact to the biodiversity or to the play field? If the answer is yes, the next question is what kind of alternatives do we have to address it? We use hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours every year addressing weeds throughout our park system. So a lot of it is done manually. Occasionally it's done with mechanics or equipment. And in very few instances, we do rely on herbicides. And I do want to kind of give you a little bit more on how these herbicides are applied in our lands, because there were a lot of comments saying massive sprayings.
Children.
Yes, and children. And the way that these herbicides are applied, if we get down that road that it is the only method of treatment, most of the time the herbicides are applied with what is called a cut and daub treatment. That is, you cut the stem of the plant and you use. My kids always had these do-a-dot things. They're kind of like a liquid comes out like a shoe polish container, filled not with 100% chemical, but watered down chemical. So you're cutting something that might be that big and putting some herbicide on it, and that is the lion's share of what we do. Sometimes we do use backpack sprayers. And that is the staff walking around and treating individual plants throughout a big landscape. And Chris Geiger can speak to this more, but in these first 3 quarters of 2016, in the natural areas, there were 2.7 quarts of active ingredients used on 1,100 acres of land. So that comes to be 0.04 ounces per acre. Very, very, very small amounts. And as I said before, we are very proud of the fact that we have reduced our Tier 1 usage by over 91%. I think, Chris, you can probably add to this, and hopefully I answered most of your questions.
Thank you. Chris Geiger, Department of the Environment, and I coordinate the citywide integrated pest management program. I've been here for 13 years doing this. We're very proud of the program. I think Lisa did a good job of describing IPM. It's always a problem describing that on an elevator. I would like to add, or anywhere for that matter, in front of a commission, I'd like to add, first of all, what she said was correct about the amount used in this past year. It's pretty vanishingly small if you consider how much land is being treated, and we have had a very good relationship with Rec Park landscape maintenance staff over the years, and a lot of that is revolves around our training programs. I think you had asked about training. We have something about a dozen trainings per year, training events, including a big springtime training of all the gardeners, monthly meetings of the IPM program, which includes staff who are doing these things. And our objective is to stay in front of what's available to reduce hazard and risk. This is it's part of the precautionary principle that we are required to do what's called an alternatives analysis, to not just do what's legal or even what's safe, but what is the safest alternative that still gets the job done. And one of the alternatives is not doing it at all. The list, it's also worth pointing out that as far as the kinds of chemicals that are used on city properties, this is a constantly managed list of approved products. Everything is pre-screened. We have our own toxicological review. It's another level of regulation. We have our own regulatory system that layers on top of the state and federal pesticide regulations. So it is, we're very proud of that. And we're always trying to reduce whenever we can. But we know that there are some situations when we need these tools. I mean, there's no other alternative. I'm not sure if I covered all of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
As a management plan and as a programmatic EIR, it is worth our while to get behind the numbers. We had a lot of people talk about Mount Davidson, McLaren Park, and in the 32 areas, which comprise about 2,300 acres, we need to look at the management areas within the larger acreage of those 32 sites. We need to look at the existing trees and the numbers of trees which would be affected over a 20-year time frame. That's a very layered approach. It's kind of almost like doing structural engineering, but not building the whole structure in one day. So this is perhaps very simplistic, and I intentionally kept the one site, which is a special discussion, out of the thing. In those areas, we have 63,433 trees, of which at the end of 20 years, about 3,450 would be removed. That means about, and this is all just linear mathematics, nothing else. It means about 170.4 trees per year over the entire area of 32 areas. It is not going to be like picking 10 trees out of those 20 areas, but if you break it down, and we unfortunately don't have any flow charts or graphics which particularly lay out the phasing of the program over time, I think people would feel significantly more comfortable, because the management areas of invasive trees within the larger park acreage of those parks where it occurs are far, far smaller. They're minimal. Smaller parks will not be affected at all. So you can read across on these summary charts, and it does not look haphazard or finger in the wind at all. It looks like a very scientific, like a very deeply studied piece of work, and the question is, there is a leap of faith and there's trust. And since whenever you move into scientists doing these kinds of things, it gets quite difficult because I have to at least speak for myself. I am versed in listening, but I am inexperienced in fully getting into the depths of all findings. It's the best and most honest way of how to describe my expertise here. I'm quite capable of putting one and one together. I can use enough judgment to judge on an EIR, and I believe that what is in front of us has all the substance of what is necessary to support the plan. And again, I am bracketing out one area which for me is personally too complex and difficult, particularly because it is not adjoining the larger city proper. It's in San Mateo, further away. And in light of that you have to create a comprehensive vision for all areas with an equal level of attention, I believe that has been achieved. If over time annual updates or 6-month updates could be developed, if over time there would be illustrations of where intervention would be, to what extent, in what particular areas of the park you would click on a screen, it would come up to you, you would be able to see it, that would be wonderful.
Commissioner Moore, I want to remind us that we're focusing on the EIR.
Yes, I am. I'm just trying to figure out that I do believe that, as I said, and I prefaced my comment with, ultimately it's a leap of faith, and I think it's ultimately building trust that this type of an undertaking, and we had plenty of evidence of people being concerned about what would happen, where they live, or what's the history of their being in their homes, all it means. I think in order for this particular EIR to really be as effective as it needs to be, we need to at least be allowed to raise those kinds of questions, because we need to bridge what we decide today for the next 20 years when this is going to happen. So those are my comments on it.
Great, thank you. Okay, it appears no further comments. Call the question.
There are no further comments, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded to to certify the final environmental impact report. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against. I leave it to the Recreation and Parks.
We could excuse the Planning Commission if they want to run. I don't know how long. Do we have a lot of questions? A lot of them have been asked. Let me start with Commissioner Lowe. Shall we just proceed then? Commissioner Lowe.
Well, just to follow up on Commissioner Moore's statement, I was wondering if staff can also confirm the calculation on the trees. It's not, we're not clearing trees. How many? We've heard 18,000 trees, 3,400 trees. Can staff comment on the forest management?
Commissioner, I can just start, and if anybody else wants to kind of jump in. Commissioner Moore was correct. You have to kind of look at this in different sites, and I think Mount Davidson was the product of much discussion today. So let me just kind of flip there if I can kind of find it quickly. So at Mount Davidson, the proposal calls for a total of 1,600 trees over a 20-year period. 9,400 of them would remain. That's what the plan would ultimately allow. Other specific sites that came up. I think Glen Canyon, if I can find it. Glen Canyon. 5,880 trees. The plan discusses the removal over a 20-year period of 120. I do want to reemphasize the 1-to-1 replanting ratio.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just not removing them.
Correct.
We're doing a one-for-one removal.
We're removing and replanting and doing a lot of other good habitat work there. Now, again, we're removing mature trees and planting trees that need to grow. But you heard a lot from a lot of land management agencies that do excellent work. The Presidio, East Bay Regional Parks, just to name a few. There is Adrian Benepe spoke from his experience in the New York City Park System. There is not a land management agency that doesn't actively manage and maintain its urban forest. It's critical.
And where there's opportunity, would we be looking to for a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 replacement?
The Urban Forestry Council recommended a more aggressive approach. I think the plan says 1-to-1, which is the minimum that we would do. It's often resource dependent, and some of it is, I think, has some depends on the environmental conditions at a particular site. But overall, the departments, we operate with a stat. There's a stat called a net tree gain, which is looking at the number of trees removed versus the number of trees added in our system. And I think over the last few years, we are around 1.8. So we are averaging more trees planted than removed. I would like to tell you that we could get to 3-to-1. I think more trees are better, so we would continue to plant as many as we could.
Commissioners? Do you have a go ahead.
I was going to speak to was Shrub Park, but
Right.
I think that most of the questions.
I cannot hear you.
I would agree. Okay. Yes, the Planning Commission asked the pertinent questions, and if you get down to it, it is that Sharp Park is not a golf course development; it's a habitat plan, and we've looked at it as requiring greater focus sooner, which is a better thing. And so I think that that's a positive move. And I think the number of trees, actually, if I use the calculation on Mount Davidson over a 20-year period, keeping in mind that we don't even have funding for this at this point, it's less than 1% per year. So that's just a framework for it. And I would go back to a comment made earlier. This document, which has had an enormous amount of work and an enormous amount of staff time, and now an environmental impact report, is the framework to give guidance. This doesn't mean that tomorrow there's going to be chainsaws out clear-cutting Mount Davidson or any other part of the city. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I would like to move to have this approved based on the resolution that's in our materials. I do agree that this was a very thoughtful document, comprehensive, well-founded on scientific evidence. Scientists can disagree, maybe like lawyers can disagree. And,
Never.
It was a very thoughtful document, and I would like to commend staff and staff before staff on the hard work that they did to put this together.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Before I ask for a roll call vote, I do want to thank everybody that showed up today, because I think it showed an enormous amount of interest, and I share the comment that how proud we are that San Francisco takes this so seriously. With that, could you call the roll?
Sorry.
Commissioner Anderson?
In favor?
Commissioner Bonilla?
In favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe?
Yes.
And Commissioner Buell.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Do we need to move to adjourn?
I think so.
Public
So
comment?
moved. Yep.
Moved, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, meeting is adjourned.